After his country's defeat, the emperor is held captive by the rival country's crown prince, with the looming threat of slavery. Luo Ange tries to jump off the balcony, but his plan was thwarted by the rival crown prince who wanted him to see him wearing a red wedding gown. It is chaos in the imperial capital. The attack was so unexpected that the servants and nobles alike did not have time to flee. The Yi army has come to conquer their lands. Knowing that his capture is imminent, the emperor stays calmly in the imperial study, even telling his servants to leave before the enemy soldiers break in. The Unage serving him cried in guilt and heartbreak at the thought of leaving their crown prince behind. The emperor has been so kind and merciful to them that many of them decide to stay with him until the end. The emperor is touched by the Yumich's words, but before he could utter a reply, a young man breaks in and announces that the enemy has reached the noon gate. Strangely, they have yet to make a move in spite of them arriving an hour ago. The emperor can only wonder what it is that they are waiting for. The young man tells the crown prince that the soldiers are led by the crown prince of the Yi state, and it was him who ordered the soldiers to remain on standby. The crown prince of the Yi state told the young man that he will not harm the people, but his mercy is not for free. The young man hesitates to deliver the message, but the crown prince urges him. The young man bowed lowly as he uttered the words that would seal his prince's fate. The crown prince of Yi state wants their emperor to open the gate himself and welcome the enemy Prince Don in a red wedding dress and his face covered in makeup. Could it be that the crown prince of Yi must want to embarrass this country's prince? If he does not comply, the crown prince of the Yi state will raid their city and mercilessly end the lives of everyone, be it slave, servants, or royalty. So if the crown prince of Yi handles rejection very well, stunned at the odd request, the emperor grits his teeth in anger. Mustering his resolve, he grabs a white cloth out of nowhere and wraps it around his head. He vows to protect his country and die if he has to. This crown prince is full of spirit. He, Luo Ange, shall lay his life down. If the enemy prince wants to see him in red, then he shall see him smeared with blood. He orders the eunuch to have a carriage prepared for him, and he shall ride to the city gate. I really like his spirit. At the gate, 1,000 enemy soldiers are waiting. Their red flags sway proudly in the wind. At the forefront is a majestically clad man atop a brown horse. His obvious excitement is plain to see on his face. As Luo Ange steps on the balcony to address the enemy, the crown prince of Yi state lights up and his lips part in a wide smile. Luo Ange addressed the crown prince of Yi state by his name Muqi. He's appalled that Muqi is attacking his country when he has not done anything to provoke him. Luo Ange angrily asks him why he would go to such an extent only to humiliate him. Muqi grins at him and asks why he is dressed in mourning clothes instead of the wedding dress he requested. In ancient China, they wear white to mourn, and red when getting married. Angered at the other prince's flippant response, Luo Ange fists his hands and warns the other to be careful of what he wishes for. Luo Ange raised on foot on the balcony's edge, threatening to jump. His blood will be on the enemy's hands. Muqi screams at him to stop. He threatens that if Luo Ange dies, he will make sure that no one in the city survives. If he has any care for the lives of his people, he shall refrain from jumping. The threat made Luo Ange realize that he was left without a choice. He screams at Muqi for being a heartless, malicious being and threatens that others should watch his back. As if pacifying a child who is simply having a tantrum, Muqi tells him that if he is done with his tirade, he should come down. The balcony is chilly and Luo Ange might catch a cold standing there for so long. Luo Ange fires back that it is Muqi who is unhinged. I agree with him. If you just want to woo someone, conquering a country is kind of overkill. Muqi tells him that if he does not wish to come down, then he shall go up to fetch him. Fear crawls up Luo Ange's spine at hearing this threat. The fear made him take a step back. Muqi sees his hesitation, and he steps on his horse and jumps up high in the air until he lands on the balcony, about 5 stories above him. Ancient Chinese people can fly. Don't ask me how. They just can. Flustered by the other prince's ability of defying gravity and anything physics, Luo Ange can only point his finger at Muqi. Muqi wasted no time and grabbed Luo Ange by the waist. He then lifts him up bridal style to the other's horror and jumps off the balcony. Fearing for his life, Luo Ange grabs tightly to Muqi. Muqi takes this chance to tease Ange for being afraid when only minutes ago he was threatening to jump off the balcony for his country's sake. Realizing that they have safely landed, Luo Ange looks up and the embarrassment for being in arms of the enemy petrifies him. He quickly jumps off Muqi. Once he is at a safe distance, he faces him and makes a deal. He and his country will surrender and shall allow the enemy soldiers to enter the city. Muki finds his attempts to take control amusing. He claims that Ange's life is his and the emperor is not in a position to propose any deals. Wetishly, Muki gets close to Ange's face and places his thumb on his chin. On a whim, he tells Ange that he shall listen to what the emperor wants to say. Being a benevolent sovereign, Ange wants him to promise to not hurt the civilians and the members of the royal family. Muki finds the emperor's insinuation offensive. The emperor doesn't hide that he sees Muki as a merciless man who enjoys the thrill of conquering lands and slaughtering innocent people. Muki grabs the emperor's waist and unceremoniously lifts him up on his shoulders like a bag of rice. Ange can only struggle and lush uncontrollably when Muki playfully slaps his bottom. Save the spanking for the wedding night. Muki promises to keep everyone safe as long as the emperor follows his commands, still struggling from the embarrassing position he is in. Ange screams at Muki to let him go, but the other nonchalantly walks towards the gate like it was any other Sunday afternoon. It is a bright afternoon. The birds chirp outside as Luo Ange enters a room that he used to be master of. Two men are waiting for him. One of them sits on a chair while the other stands beside him. The one standing points his finger at Luo Ange and tells him that he should show respect to the new ruler of the land as he no longer holds power here. With his country defeated, his place is that of a lowly servant. That's just mean. He was emperor as of yesterday. Born of nobility, Luo Ange cannot bear to kowtow even when he's fully aware of his situation. Muki kindly smiles at him and tells him that he does not need to bow if he does not want to. Ange does not appreciate this kind gesture. The other must be faking it. He does not wish to accept pity, so he kneels down, knowing that his action will have an effect on his people. He cannot bear for them to suffer due to stubbornness on his part. For the sake of his people, he shall kneel. He cannot put into words what he feels and cries on the spot. The man who told him to kneel looks at him in shock and pity. Muki clenches his fist and purposefully walks towards Ange. He pats his head in an attempt to stop the former emperor's tears. He wipes the tears with his finger and tells him that the emperor cries like a pitiful kitten. Ange swats his hand and apologizes for his sudden burst of emotion. Muki smiles at him sinisterly and asks him how he feels. Ange is upset that Muki dares to call him by his pet name. Ange reports the current state of his country. He reports that this year's tribute mission is too much for his people. His state has been poor for many years now and lacks resources. After a recent war, his people can only get by to eat and has yet to recover. Muki generously tells him that he shall accept 50%, surprised that he does not need to grovel to plead on behalf of his people. Ange looks at him in awe, but his hopes are dashed when Muki tells him that he wants something in return. Fearing what the other man wants, sweat runs down Ange's temple. Muki places his hand on the back of Ange's neck, drawing him closer. There is someone he wants from Yunmo and wants Ange to grant his wish. Thinking that it must be a dainty woman, Ange asks who it is. Without hesitation, Muki tells him that it is he, Luo Ange, that he wants. He shall take the former emperor as a pet slave when he returns home to Yi's state. Angered by the audacious request, Ange leans back while spouting profanities. He might have been defeated, but he cannot allow this man to further humiliate him. Muki grabs hold of his wrists and pins him on the floor. He tells Ange that he does not need to go. The fate of his people lies on his decision. He leans in to whisper that whether they suffer or not is up to Ange. Looming over the former emperor, Muki tells Ange of his options. Ange thinks of his people, trying to get Muki to change his mind. He tells him that he is forgetful and dumb and would not be a good addition to Muki's household. He is about to tell him that there will be many beautiful women who will be willing to serve the crown prince, but is cut off when the prince places his thumb on Ange's chin. The crown prince tells him that Ange is indeed forgetful. If he had a good memory, he would have remembered what happened, hinting at some great event that was a turning point in their lives. Their lives must have been intertwined. In a flashback, two boys stood face to face in a clearing. They are younger versions of Muki and Ange. Muki hands over a treasured dice to Ange. Was he a prolific gambler? He promised to return to Ange in a year's time. It's a dice with a red bean inside. It's a token of love. Once we'll carve the name of their lover in the red bean and put it inside a jade dice. If the lover accepts, they will be together forever. Ange does not know what he did that angered Muki. Muki waves him off, saying that it is nothing of importance. It is because Ange does not care and so he won't remember. He seems to have loved Ange before, so what happened? Turning his back on the former emperor, He gives an ultimatum that the only one he wants in Yunle is the emperor himself. If he defies him, his people will suffer as they will have to work hard to pay the tribute mission in full. Angered at being backed in a corner, Ange can only grit his teeth, finally making a decision. Ange relaxes his hands that were clenched tightly. He agrees to Muqi's demands and asks who will govern Yunle with him away. Muqi reminds him that Ange has a younger brother who can rule in his place. Muqi will have his father bestow the honor of vassal to Ange's little brother. With their country conquered, the people of Yunle are now people of Yi State. Muqi tells Ange to not worry. As long as he follows Muqi's requests, the people of Yunle will be treated well. Ange has no words. He can only sit quietly while this man uses his country to blackmail him. Ange shakes his head in defiance and is repulsed by the other's touch. Offended at the other's attitude, Muqi grabs Ange and reminds him of his place. Ange freezes in fear, which delights Muqi. He leans down to sniff the other's hair. He's turning into a creep. Luo Ange recites a mantra in his head to stay still and not fight it. Having the former emperor close, Muqi tells him to have a good rest for tomorrow. He shall take him to his home in Yi State. The 9th year of the Qingli dynasty marks the year when the Yi army conquered Yunle and returned home triumphantly. As collateral damage, they brought with them the former emperor of Yunle. Ange can't help but worry for his brother's well-being. Someone who is young and timid will be bullied by ambassadors from the Yi State. The role of vassal is a big responsibility for someone so young. As if attempting to make him comfortable, Muqi offers him tea knowing that Ange is not used to traveling. Petulantly, Ange turns away and refuses his kind offer. Muqi tilts Ange's head towards him, pinching his cheeks. Thinking that the other is only being playful, Muqi calls Ange Xiao Xiaojiang and tells him to stop kidding. Ange is dead serious. As a monarch, he has no time for jokes. Muqi recites Ange's name, followed by his title, Luo Ange Zi Xiaoheng. He asks if he remembered Ange's name correctly. Ange commends him that his memory is so good that you would remember the name of the ruler of a small country. Muqi tells him that the name Xiao Xiao is a good name. He tells Ange that there is a saying that includes the word Xiao Xiao. The saying goes, the wedding night should be cherished and every minute is precious. On the translation notes, the Chinese character Xiao Xiao means night and Chun Xiao is wedding night. Muqi finds this as an opportunity to create a nickname for him. He proposes to call him Xiao Xiao moving forward. Already making nicknames, this guy is coming at it hard. The road is rocky and bumpy. One of the wheels rolls over a stone, causing the carriage to topple a little to the side. The sudden shake of the carriage made Ange lose his balance and fall down on Muqi's lap. Not used to traveling, the bumpy road is making Ange dizzy. No matter how much he holds it in, he cannot fight against the bile that gushes out of his mouth and projectiles rainbows on Muqi's clothes. Chinese censorship is so hardcore, they won't even allow images of vomiting on comics. Understandably, Muqi is upset that Ange vomited on him. However, instead of being mad at him, he holds Ange by the waist and teasingly asks him if the new nickname Xiao Xiao makes him sick. Oh, he's nice and has a sense of humor. I'm starting to like him. Worried that he might have made the other man mad, Ange swears that he did not mean to vomit all over him. Another round of bile threatens to come out of his throat, but Ange forces them back down. Haltingly uttering his apologies, Muqi orders the driver to stop. His attendant quickly comes to their aid and asks what he can do for his crown prince. Ange is worried that he got Muqi so mad that he would send him back to Yun State. It is in his favor, but he worries about what will become of his people. Surprisingly, Muqi only lets out a sigh and asks the attendant to bring them a towel and 2 sets of clean garments. The attendant quickly obeyed. Inside the carriage, the two sat in silence. Muqi turns to Ange and rubs his nose. He asks how can Ange get sick when he is sitting comfortably in a carriage. Ange can only think of one reason. It must be because he had to sit there looking at Muqi's face. Muqi might be handsome, but his atrociousness makes him look disgusting in Ange's eyes. That's a little harsh. Muqi playfully pats him on his back, playfully teasing him for being so delicate. Ange fires back that he is not delicate. It's been so long since he went outside his palace. With how long they have to travel and the carriage moving so fast, it is no wonder that he became sick. Muqi playfully humors Ange to his attendant's surprise. The attendant's face shows what we are all thinking. What the hell is going on with these two? He tells him that he might be right and they should punish the driver for making him sick. Muqi grabs the towel the attendant brought him and uses to wipe the remaining vomit around Ange's mouth. Ange swats his hand, telling him that there is no need for him to pretend to be a good guy as it's only the two of them. With half his face covered in shadow, Muki reminds him that he is Muki's slave and he must serve him. Muki unties his robes and shows off his muscular body to Ange, inviting him to come closer. That escalated quickly. I literally am sporting a surprised Pikachu face right now. Pika Pika. Scared at the sudden turn of events, Ange asks what Muki is up to and calls him various names. Muki is saddened by the names that Ange has been throwing at him. The former emperor has just called him a rascal, pervert, and rogue. Muki grabs Ange's collar, like a banshee from hell. Ange screams for help while pushing the other off of him. Annoyed by the screams, Muki tells him that he wanted Ange to help him change his clothes. So that's what he meant by serving him. We all jump to the wrong conclusion. We should all evaluate our life's choices. Finally realizing that the other has no intention to molest him, at least not for now, Ange finally calms down. Muki grabs his hand and seductively asks him if there is something else that Ange wants to do with him. He licks Ange's finger while maintaining eye contact. He turned into a creep again. We were right all along. The hairs on Ange's body raises, and he immediately tells Muki that he will change his clothes as long as the other man lets go of him. Muki pats him on the head and commends him for being a good boy. Ange helps Muki change into clean clothes. Ange is aware that Muki can change his clothes by himself, and there's no need to ask Ange for help. Muki wraps his hand on Ange's waist. Startled, Ange asks what it is this time. Muki points out that Ange's hand has been on his chest for a while now and wonders if Ange is feeling him up. He also tells him that he does not mind. His hackles raise. Ange stands up abruptly. Due to the low ceiling, he bumps his head with a loud thud, earning him a bump as big as an egg on his head. His eyes water in pain, and he staggers forward with his eyes closed. He blindingly grabs on anything for support. Of all the things he could grab, his hand clasped around Muki's clothes, effectively undressing him. Blushing furiously, Ange tries to explain that it was not his intention to undress Muki. The other could only laugh as he put his clothes back on. Meanwhile, the soldiers tasked with escorting them can't help but wonder at the odd orders from their crown princess. The prince ordered them to slow down, as they had just won a war. They should return to their country as soon as possible. The other explains that their captive has been sickly, and so they were told to slow down. The two laughs, letting their guard down, knowing that their captive is a spoiled, noble man and not someone to be wary of. After 10 days, they finally arrived in Yi City's capital. Inside the carriage, Muki cares for Ange, who is suffering from motion sickness. He caresses his head and tells him that he will feel better soon. They are about to return to the palace. This is not good news to Ange as he fears what will become of him. From outside the carriage, a soldier announces that they have arrived at the Xuanwu gate and that they must move to a set-in carriage prepared for them. Muki gets off the carriage and offers his hand to Ange. The other can't help but be suspicious of his intentions and asks what Muki wants from him. He worries that Muki would interrogate it to get the secrets of Yunle. He stubbornly tells Muki that he will not let anyone order him around. Annoyed by his antics, Muki calls him by his full name and tells him that he is not after the secrets of Yunle. What secrets would he want? He already conquered the country. He pulls at Ange's hand. The former emperor stumbles forward and they were forced to look each other in the eye. Muki does not let go of Ange's wrist and tells him that there is a reason on why Muki asked him to come home with him to Yi State. Ange asks what his status will be and where he will reside. Muki thinks about it for a while and tells him that the dungeon of his eastern palace is empty, and it will be the perfect place to house Yunle's former emperor. Complaining at the lack of hospitality, Ange can't believe that he will make him live in a dungeon. Muki threatens that if Ange does not obey him, he will surely lock him up in the dungeon with no food. Ange pushes him and angrily points a finger at him. Muki is harsh for not adhering to ethical codes and the law. As a former monarch, Ange demands that he be treated better. Muki grabs his wrist and reminds him that he is now a prisoner. At the reminder, Ange's hope for any future is shattered. He lowers his head in obedience, while Muki turns to his servant who came to greet them. He then invites Ange to follow him to the palace. They enter the hall of the Eastern Palace, and Ange can't help but to compare it to the hall in Yunle State. This hall is bigger than the one he has at home, and he concludes that the Yi State is a much more powerful country than theirs. He looks at Muki and comments that it is so warm. Muki tells him that he will move with him and his bedroom will be so much warmer. Ange wonders if he will become Muki's personal servant, and he tells Muki that he does not want to live with him. I don't think you have a say on the matter. Muki tells him that where he lives is up to Muki. Now that he is a prisoner, he cannot do as he wishes. Menacingly, he tells Ange that he has a short temper, and it will not do Ange any good if he keeps on contradicting him. He walks towards the desk and pours a cup of water for Ange. He offers it to the former emperor. Ange does not appreciate the offer and swats the glass of water away. Not a good idea. The sound of the cup shattering on the floor resounds in the hall, followed by Muki calling him by his full name. He reminds Ange that he is no longer in Yunle. The other challenges him to go ahead and end him if he so wished. Muki has already taken over his army and slayed many of his soldiers. Another life is of no consequence. Muki grabs him by the shoulder. He's had enough of his attitude. He's been so nice to Ange that he grew a spine and started to rebel. He restrains Ange while the other men struggle. Muki pushes Ange towards the wall, telling him that he would show him what a real rogue would do. He pulls at Ange's robes to Ange's horror and reaches down to touch his stomach. Not understanding what's going on, Ange asks what he wants. Muki wanted no time and kissed Ange on the lips. Scandalized, Ange calls him unhinged for kissing a man. Muki licks his lips and asks him when did he ever tell him that he likes women. He finds Ange's beauty more appealing than any woman. Muki is undeterred and tears at Ange's clothing. In their struggle, a charm made with a dice housing a red bean and tassels falls to the ground. Muki continues his actions and busies himself on Ange's slender neck. Ange struggles futilely beneath him, demanding to be released. He stomps on Muki's foot, which makes the crown prince hiss. Finally having a moment of reprieve, Ange escapes from Muki's grasps and throws himself on the floor, grabbing his discarded clothing and calling Muki a pervert. Something catches Muki's eyes and he walks towards the fallen charm. He picks up the charm and recognition dawns on him. It is the charm he gave Ange years ago. Muki dangles the charm in front of Ange. At the sight of the charm in Muki's hand, Ange angrily charges toward him, demanding that he returns it to him. Like the bully that he is, Muki hides the charm from Ange's reach. Muki remembers that he gave the charm to Ange, promising that he will return to him. The vision of Ange smiling for him, promising to wait for him, is a distant past. In the present, Ange looks at him with disgust. Muki asks Ange why he would bother to take the charm with him. Ange puffed his cheeks, telling him that it is not Muki's business. He demands that Muki release him and return the charm. Muki smiles menacingly and reminds him who gave him the exquisite dice. Ange is baffled by this question. In Ange's memory, the dice was picked out by a nanny to match his clothes. He found the dice to be very pretty and decided to wear it with every outfit. This answer upsets Muki. He can't believe that Ange remembers it differently. He pushes Ange to the floor, throwing the dice at him. Angry at being treated too roughly, Ange shouts at Muki, calling him crazy. Muki tells him that he was right all along. He is right that Ange is heartless. Ange picks up the dice, not understanding what set the other off. Ange shouts at him that Muki is the crazy one. So why would he, Ange, be heartless? Ange slumps on the floor, shaking in anger. Muki calls for a servant who has been hiding in a corner. Muki orders the servant to lock Ange in the dungeon. The servant readily obeyed, while Ange froze in fear. Two servants approached him, dragging him away. Shocked that Muki would actually let him live in the dungeons, Ange angrily accepted his fate and turns his back on him. Suddenly, Muki tells them to wait and takes off his outer robes. He puts his robe on Ange, then tells the servants to take him to the dungeon. How about not sending him off to the dungeons? Muki's gesture confuses Ange, punishing him, then rewarding him with a coat. He angrily grabs at the coat, resolute that he does not need it. Deep in the dungeons, along with the mice and her vermin, Ange cries as he trembles in fear. The dungeon is the scariest place for him. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he grew up privileged and fears ghosts, bugs, and dirty things. He'd rather die than sleep in this kind of place. His pity party is interrupted by the sound of merriment. The guards in charge of the dungeons are having a drink. Ange scooted towards them, wanting to have a conversation. He asked the guards what's wrong with their crown prince. Someone must have dropped him when he was a baby that made him moody. One of the guards slams his cup on the table and shouts at Ange for criticizing their crown prince. He threatens to slap him if he continues. Petulantly, Ange believes that he is telling the truth. He watches the two guards enjoy their meal and drinks. Out of boredom and wanting to shatter the guards' perfect image of the crown prince, he tells them that the crown prince is gay. That came out of left field. That has never happened to any other BLs I read. I'll be spewing my drink all over myself like those guards if I was drinking something when I read that line. The guard's reaction is a masterpiece. He draws his word for the slander he heard. The other guard tries to calm him down and reminds him that the crown prince will not forgive them if something happens to this prisoner. The guard tries to get his hands on Ange, while the other does his best to restrain him. Not minding the chaos he caused, Ange goes back to thinking about his own predicament. He does not understand why the crown prince will be mad because of the charm. However, he would be fine if it would make Muki stay away from him. He lets out a sigh, worrying about the people he left behind in Yunlei. Meanwhile, at the Xuanlong Palace, Muki visited his parents to pay his respect. The queen is delighted to see him. She has been telling him that he should stop going out on expeditions by himself, but he has been disobeying her. The king interrupts the queen and asks Muki about the Emperor of Yunlei. The king has heard rumors that the Emperor of Yunlei is an extremely beautiful man and wonders if his son was taken with him. Muki tells him not to worry too much. He just has a score to settle with Luo Ange. The king tells him to be careful and asks if he is living with the former Emperor of Yunlei. Muki tells him that he locked Ange in the dungeon to make him more obedient, but deep down, he wonders how he is doing. In his head, he refers to Ange as a little kitten. You will surely check on him sooner. The dungeon is illuminated sparsely. Muki walks carefully down the darkened dungeon thinking to himself that the little kitten, Luo Ange, must be furious. You guessed right. Anyone thrown into the dungeon will be. The guard opens the cell housing the fallen emperor. On the floor, a bowl of rice sits uneaten. The cockroaches littering the floor scuttle around. He asks Ange why he's not eating. Have you seen how dirty the floor is? Who'd have an appetite? Blackmailing Ange. He tells him to think about his family rather than stubbornly starve himself to death. Ange does not even look at him as he tells him that he's not hungry. Annoyed at Ange's childish antics, Muki is about to chastise him when he hears a loud growl. Muki snickers as he finds Ange's antics funny and endearing. Embarrassed, Ange screams at him for laughing at him. He complains that Muki does not want Ange to die but tortures him with terrible food. He screams at the top of his lungs that he'd rather go on a hunger strike and die from starvation. Finding him amusing, Muki admits to his fault and tells Ange that he will make sure that Ange eats the same food as him. Muki pinches Ange's cheek in adoration. Ange then asks if Muki prefers spicy food as Ange prefers food that are light to the stomach. You just said you'd rather die of hunger. So dramatic. But I do find his antics very cute. Muki pinches his cheek harder, telling him not to push his luck. He slaps Muki's hand away and stands proudly. He asks Muki to send someone to clean. He can't live in this dirty place and complains about the bed made of hay. All these are unfit for a human to live in. I think that's the purpose of a dungeon. It is to make humans suffer. I feel like Ange is just so out of touch from the real world. His upbringing seems to have made him like this. Ange complains about the bed, as there's no way he can sleep on it. A cricket scale in the wall sees Ange's open hand and took it as an invitation to land on said hand. Seeing the bug, Ange looks at it dumbly for a second before shaking his hands non-stop and screaming his head off. He runs towards Muki, asking him if he's seen how big it was. Grabbing Ange by the waist, Muki takes out a leaf with his 2 fingers and throws it on the bug. He teasingly tells Ange for being afraid of a bug. Quivering in fear, Ange latches onto him while Muki assures him that the bug has met its demise. Impressed at seeing the bug almost cut in half with a leaf, Ange commends him for being so strong. Bolstered by the compliment, Muki shoves his face closer to Ange and asks him who he's complimenting. Blushing due to their proximity, Ange takes several steps back. Ange tells him that in conclusion, this place is terrible and there's no way he can live there. Muki asks if he deserves to live in a house with a large hall, at least 3 rooms, carpeted floors, and a fireplace for the cold nights. He then asks Ange if he remembers his current status. Yeah, Ange needs a reality check. Seeing that his antics did not work, Ange pouted that he was being mean. Switching strategies, he continues to pout and stares at Muki with his big black eyes. After a few moments of the pout patent pending, Muki calls for servants to listen to his orders. Dozen upon dozens of servants carrying trays of sumptuous food and room decor lines the corridor leading to the dungeons. They cleaned and quickly laid out the carpet and tapestries to make the place cozy. After finally getting everything he asked for, Ange happily munched on his food. Crown Prince Muki joins him at the table and asks him if he is satisfied. Ange puts down his chopsticks and tells Muki that his level of satisfaction is average, and then proceeds to barf. It's like saying, the food was bad after eating all of it. Muki observes that his taste in food is similar to Ange's. Ange tells him that he is full and sleepy. If Muki doesn't want to let him go, then he should leave. Muki places the cup that he has been sipping on the table. He has a question that he needs to ask Ange. He asks Ange if he remembers what happened 3 years ago. Ange racked his brain for any events that transpired 3 years ago, when suddenly he remembers. Ange bows his head as he remembers. Yun's state was flooded, making it difficult for his people to find food. Ange painstakingly managed to drain out the flood water to overcome the disaster. This is clearly not what Muki wanted to hear. He slams his hands down on the table and leans towards Ange. He asks if he really does not remember a thing. Is he an amnesiac? Leaning towards Ange menacingly, Muki confirms that Ange has forgotten. Wanting to pacify him, Ange tells him that there are many things he has forgotten, but he remembers that he met Muki once during the Grand Yule ceremony 2 years ago. This upsets Muki, and his eyes darken. Getting up, he tells Ange that he should stay in the dungeons. I don't understand. You clearly want him to be comfortable, but you keep him in the dungeons. Muki leaves the cage and tells the guard to watch over Ange. Ange watches him leave, thinking that the Crown Prince is just weird. He can recall that the only time he met the Crown Prince was at the grand ceremony. Walking back memory lane, Ange remembers it clearly. In the year before last, during the Grand Yule ceremony, fireworks and flying lanterns littered the sky. A younger Ange tries to reach for a lantern stuck on a tree, but being vertically challenged, he is unable to reach it. Someone calls him Xiao Xiao from behind him and pats him on the shoulder when he does not turn. So his nickname is really Xiao Xiao, as Muki just brings up random things to make Ange remember him. When he looks behind him, he finds a boy smiling at him. The boy reprimands him for hiding in the Imperial Garden, which made it difficult to find him. He then invites Ange to have fun with him. He has not returned to Yunla in a long while, and he does not know when he can come back, so he wants to make the most of his time here. Ange pushes his hand and chastises him for addressing him so casually. Surprised at the rejection, Muki grabs Ange by the wrist and asks him if he does not recognize him. Ange smiles, but he looks uncomfortable as he explains that he knows that Muki is the Crown Prince of Yi State. A shadow covers Muki's eyes as he realizes that Ange has forgotten about him. He gives Ange a humorless smile as he calls himself foolish. Back to the present. Ange realized that Muki has been acting weirdly since then. There's no way that he would have met Muki 3 years ago as he stayed in Yunla. However, Muki acts as if they've known each other years before. Ange presses 2 fingers on his temples to help him think. He also learned from the jailers that they observed a significant change in Crown Prince Muki after attending the Grand Yunla ceremony. All this thinking made Ange's head hurt. He remembers that Muki reacted strongly when he saw that charm with the exquisite dice. It is what prompted him to throw Ange to the dungeon. Upon closer inspection, he finds the character key engraved on the red bean inside the dice. Surprised at this revelation, Ange's jaw drops to the floor. He can't believe it. However, he reasons that it may have been a coincidence, as there are a lot of people that have key as a part of their names. Thinking so hard about it gives him a headache. Out of nowhere, an image of him, happily spending time with a dark-clad man, enters his vision. It came so suddenly that Ange's brain cannot keep up with the image. As a result, he lost consciousness. The jailer, monitoring his every move, panicked and called for the Crown Prince to come quickly. In the Eastern Palace, a servant hands over a bowl of medicine to Muki. Ange stirs from his sleep, complaining about the warmth of the room. Muki quickly sits on his bedside and asks if he is awake. He tells Ange to get up and drink his medicine. When Ange tries to sit up, his dizziness is apparent and Muki scrambles to assist him, presenting Ange with a bowl of putrid-smelling liquid. Ange complains that it seems to be bitter, which amuses Muki. Muki explains that the medicine will lose its potency when sweetened, so Ange has to drink the medicine as it is. He promises Ange that if he drinks the medicine, he will allow him to eat whatever he wants. Staring at the water bowl, Ange took some time to stare at it. Muki coaxes him to drink it, even promising that he will drink it himself if he does. That is such a sweet gesture, but unnecessary. Ange is surprised that Muki would even suggest it. The doctor cautions Muki to not do it, as the drug is toxic and could have a side effect. Don't just take medicine willy-nilly. Undeterred, Muki tried again to coax Ange. Ange hesitates and asks Muki why would he do that for Ange when he's not sick. Muki replies that he just wants to do it for Ange and even offers to administer it mouth to mouth. Frightened that Muki would go through with his offer, Ange quickly grabs the bowl of medicine and downs it bottoms up. He hands the bowl back to Muki after finishing it and laments on how badly it tastes. It felt like part of his soul had died. Muki prepared a bowl of porridge for Ange in exchange of candied fruits to wash away the taste of bitter medicine. Ange gratefully accepts the bowl. He takes a sip of the porridge, and as Muki asks him about the taste, Ange spat out a mouthful of the porridge. Embarrassed by his unsightly reaction, Ange explains that he did not mean to vomit the porridge, but it tasted so bad. The rice was not cooked thoroughly. Each word stabs Muki to the heart, making him depressed. The doctor chastises Ange and reveals that the crown prince cooked the porridge himself. Muki tells him to stop talking, and the doctor quickly apologizes. Ange asks if he put any pricey ingredients in the porridge and points out that he should not be blamed as the cook prepared it badly. The one who cooked it should take the blame. He raises the blanket to his chest, while wondering if Muki really prepared the food for him. Reining his anger in, Muki shouted for all of them to shut up and pressed his hand down on Ange's head, ordering him to sleep. Ange quickly lay flat on the bed out of fear. He grabs Muki's robes and thanked him sweetly for his kindness. The hour passes by and Muki stayed with Ange to watch him sleep. Ange sleeps with his hand tightly wrapped around the edge of Muki's robe. Muki realizes that it is the first time that Ange willingly touched him. If it were up to him, he wants to feel Ange's skin. Leaning down, he thinks to himself that if Ange does not protest, he shall take his silence as a yes. Nope, don't do that. There's a thing called consent. When morning came, light shines on the couple sleeping on the bed. When Ange opens his eyes, he is met by the sight of a slumbering Muki, but the other must have been faking it. Muki gathers him close, greeting him a good morning. Ange shoots up quickly, but stumbles back and almost falls off the raised platform. Luckily, Muki quickly grabs him and they tumble on the bed. Sitting atop Muki, Ange is too flustered that he cannot complete his sentence. Muki understands what he must be thinking and explains that Ange had a high fever last night and won't wake up. It's the trope when the ML shares his body heat with the other ML to keep his temperature down. Muki reaches for Ange's forehead to check his temperature and is relieved that his temperature is back to normal. He tells Ange to rest and bundle up, pushing him down on the bed, not satisfied with the explanation. Ange slaps his hand and calls Muki a dirty dog for taking advantage of him while he's sick. Muki defended himself by explaining that he had no choice as Ange slept on his bed with dirty clothes. Ange accuses him of popping his cherry. Realizing that Ange seems to not know the difference between sleeping together and actually doing it, Muki clarifies if Ange ever took any concubines to bed. Scandalized, Ange answers that he is too young at 20 years of age and has been sickly. Unlike Muki, he had no time for casual dalliances. Muki cages him with his body to Ange's horror, screaming at Muki, asking him what he's doing. Muki leans in closer and just stares at Ange with a mysterious look in his eyes. After a while, he lets out a relieved sigh. Ange feels his breath on his forehead and he quickly covers it in embarrassment. After a while, Muki plays with Ange's hair, admitting that he is elated to hear that Ange never took a concubine in the past. He assures Ange that he did not touch him that way last night. Kissing Ange's hair, Muki explains that their current situation is all due to Ange's fever, and he will liken himself to a beast if he took advantage of sleeping Ange. Blushing like a maiden, Ange stammers while Muki turns his predatory grin at him, delighted that Ange is now feeling better. He fears to do something fun with Ange, promising to satisfy him. Blushing like a bride on her wedding night, Ange draws his clothes closer to his chest and screams at Muki for being so shameless. It is then that Ange considers that Muki is probably not as bad as he thinks, as the man seems to be genuinely worried about him. Getting up, Muki rubs Ange's head, encouraging him to eat his fill now that he is better. Ange only ate the horribly prepared porridge, and he must be famished. About to stand up, Ange took a moment to plan his actions. As Muki has been quick to change his mood, the crown prince might throw him in the dungeon once he recovers. Fearing that he might sleep with the bugs again, Ange decides to pretend that he is still sick. He pretends that he is so unwell and is unable to leave the bed. Seeing through his antics, Muki threatens to hug him again if he feels as bad as he says. Miraculously, Ange jumps off the bed announcing that he is all better, but he overdid it and is consumed by a coughing fit. Muki pours him a glass of water and hands it over to him to help with his cough. Muki tells Ange that he does not need to feign illness. He promises to not send him back to the dungeons and will allow him to live here. Ange smiles at him refreshingly and thanks him for his kindness. Drinking the glass of water, he asks where they are, to which Muki readily answers that they are in his bedroom. The answer made Ange choke on his drink. Every time he thanks this guy, there's always something that would make him decide to take it back. Ange wipes off the residual water from his chin and tells Muki that he might prefer to return to the dungeons. Muki looks at him amusedly and commends him for even trying to escape. Sitting in the room, Ange contemplates what Muki is up to. He is locked up in Muki's bedroom, yet Muki has been acting like a real gentleman. His musings are interrupted by a female servant who brings him a bowl of medicine. Ange pinches his nose to avoid smelling the bitter scent of the medicine and tells the servant that he will drink it at a later time. The servant looks at him beseechingly, explaining that the crown prince ordered her to make sure that Ange drinks the bowl of medicine. Giving in, Ange realizes that he has no choice as the servant will get in trouble if he refuses. The servant sweetly tells him that the crown prince is only worried about him. She explains that the crown prince was so worried when Ange got sick and commissioned the best physician the palace can offer. He even stayed to watch over Ange to make him feel better. Ange can't fathom why Muki would spend too much time on him. The servant tells him that the crown prince has never shown this much affection for anyone else. Ange contemplates on her words. Although Muki sent him to the dungeons, he has yet to force him to do anything he does not want. He also takes good care of him. The servant exclaims in shock, which Ange took as her trying to bring him back from his musings. He coughs and tells the maid that he observes that those working for the crown prince only have good words for him. The maid seems to be uncomfortable as she warns him to be careful with his words. Ange brushes off her worries, thinking that she is only being shy and restrained. He compares the women in Yi state with the women from Yunle. Before he can finish his sentence, a cold voice asks him how he would describe women from Yunle, surprised by Muki's sudden appearance. Ange can only giggle uncomfortably, while the maid excuses herself abruptly. Muki accuses him of flirting with the maids, which Ange vehemently denies. When he is about to admit that they were talking about Muki, he stops himself. Muki repeats what he heard from Ange's chat with the maid and adds words to make the talk seem salacious. Ange realizes that should Muki figure out that he was who they were talking about, he will surely make fun of Ange. Ange sits back down while he pouts. He explains that he was just pointing out the difference between Yi and Yunle women. The Yi women are shy while the Yunle women are bold and generous. Muki lets out a disapproving click of the tongue. He places his hand on the back of Ange's chair and teases him for understanding women when he is inexperienced. Ange defended himself by saying that he met as many women as Muki have. He then places his hand on Ange's shoulder and teases him that he never knew that Ange prefers the bold and generous type. He then tells Ange that the women from Yunle can't be as bold as the men from Yi State, clearly trying to get Ange to pick him over the Yunle women. Playing with Ange's lips, Muki marvels at the other man's tempting allure. Ange turns away from him and announces that he is not into men, and men should not act like women. Muki comments on how energetic Ange has been and tells Ange that he shall join him in the library of the Eastern Palace and be his sub-director. Ange turns to him in interest. He crosses his arms and legs. As a man from Yunle, he shall not work without adequate pay and at least a proper home to stay in. This guy knows his worth. Muki explains that a disaster has befallen Yunle. In order to help the people of Yunle, Muki proposed to allocate 300,000 taels of silver to send aid to Yunle. The money was awarded to Muki, but its use is up to him. He plays with Ange's hair and taunts him that 300,000 taels is an amount he can never pay off even if he works for Muki. Muki turns to him and latches on to Muki's offer. He clarifies if Muki intends to use the 300,000 taels of silver to send aid to the people affected by the disaster. Muki tells him that Ange can start working tomorrow. Ange bows down but quickly looks up at Muki. He readily agrees to work for him. Leaning down, Muki tells Ange that he wants more than thanks from him. Ange looks up while Muki leans down. Ange made sure to lay out his boundaries and tells Muki that he shall not serve him with his body. Muki is surprised to hear him say this. He asks Ange if he thinks that Muki is only keeping him around for his body. Letting go of Muki, Ange tells Muki that he trusts that he is a benevolent person and would never resort to dirty tricks and force anyone. As a former monarch, his prideful bringing will never submit to Muki's whims. Muki crosses his arms and asks Ange if he is challenging him. Ange appreciates the help the Muki is offering, but he would like to be clear on what he's willing to do so that he does not accidentally cheat on Muki. Angered at Ange's reluctance, Muki shouts at him. He tells Ange that if being a pet, I think by pet, he wants Ange to be his lover, is one he's unwilling to do. that he should act like a real slave. His work would include serving Muki drinks, helping him bathe and get dressed. Ange accepts these tasks. He'd rather waste away in hard labor rather than use his body. Angered that he did not get his way, Muki walks out sulking that Luo Ange would rather be a slave than his lover. Ange is grateful that Muki lets him have his way. He wonders if the man really cares for him. The day after, the two shares a bed with Ange hogging most of the bed. Muki is forced to occupy a small part of the bed. Muki wakes up first and asks Ange to help him get dressed. The master has to wake up the servant. He shakes Ange's shoulder to wake him up but got kicked on the chest for his attempts. He falls to the floor with a hiss. Ange turns over in his sleep and snuggles under the sheets. Annoyed that this is not how it is supposed to be, Muki screams at Ange to wake up. Grabbing Ange by his collar, he shakes him awake until Ange finally yawns, signaling that he's about to get moving. Ange greets him a good morning. Muki tells him that he should help him get dressed and that he should not slack off. Ange happily obliges and helps him put the trousers on his head. This actually made me laugh. Realizing that this is going nowhere, Muki is about to scream at him, but he realizes that Ange is still half asleep. Ange falls on him and rubs his cheek on his shoulder. The quiet snoring, an indication that Ange has fallen back to sleep. Muki can't resist wrapping his arm around Ange. Muki savors this moment as this is the only chance he has to hug Ange without him protesting. After the morning court, Muki debated and consulted with the scholars. He finally makes his way home and is greeted by the maids. The first person he looks for is Luo Ange. The maids tell him that Ange is in the study, reviewing the memorials for Muki. At least, he's taking his new job seriously. Delighted that Ange is eager to work for him, Muki went straight to the study to see Ange. He expected Ange to throw a tantrum after being given this job. He never expected him to be so willing and cooperative. Reading over Ange's shoulder, he realizes that the former emperor is not all studying. I'm literally cringing that seeing him raw over an ancient book. Seeing the doodles over such precious books makes Muki hiss. He calls Ange by his pet name Xiao Xiao. Instead of heeding his call, Ange insisted to finish his drawing first. He did not gain a servant, he gained a child to look after. Ange seems to be more trouble than his worth. Annoyed at the other's antics, Muki asks him why he had to draw on Muki's books when there are perfectly clean sheets of paper in his cabinet. Instead of cowing in fear, Ange just looks back to wink at him. He decides that the books are boring and tries to spice things up with his chilling doodles. Ange grips the brush tightly, now that he is a prisoner and has caused his ancestors shame. Ange cannot sink deeper and work for the enemy who conquered his country, so he's being deliberately annoying and destructive. Expecting Ange to throw a fuss, Muki places his hand down on the doodles and tells Ange that he does not mind making things more fun for Ange. Looks like he has something up his sleeve. He tells Ange that if Ange finds something fun, then Muki will give it a try and play his games. Ange tries to discourage him to do the fun things he mentioned in the daytime. Muki lifts up the book that Ange has been doodling on. Looking at the horrible doodles, Muki pitches his ear and tells him to not do it again. Otherwise, he would feed him to the wolves. Rubbing his ears, Ange looks every bit like a chastised child. Muki clenches his fist. He knows that Ange is deliberately making him angry so that he would order his demise. He asks Ange where he got the idea that the last monarch should die for the sake of his country. Ange freezes in place as he remembers a person calling him by his name, Xiao Zhen. Before he ascended the throne, the person tells him that he will become a wise emperor whose name will be legend in the history books. This person's name is Lu Zi. Ange tells the person that instead of being a wise emperor, he wants to leave a good name in the history books. All Ange wants is to protect his people, keeping them safe from war and for everyone to live a comfortable life. His reign is short as Muki led his soldiers to Yi State's gate to conquer them. The person, Lu Zi, offered his life in place of Ange should they be defeated. Ange feels guilty that he was not able to fulfill his duty. Ultimately, he did not get the chance to lay his life for his country. Muki thinks that there are holes in Ange's story and suspects that the former emperor does not trust him and is reluctant to tell him everything. Muki dips his brush in the ink. Ange offers to grind the ink stick for him. If I'm Muki, I'll make sure you don't touch my things. Muki grabs his face and proceeds to draw on Ange's beautiful face. When he's done, he tells Ange that he drew a tortoise on his face, but in reality, he drew two lovebirds. Ange is annoyed that Muki is able to get back at him, and he is powerless to fight back. You kinda deserve that one. Muki tells him to wash his face using the basin and return to grind the ink for him. throwing a tantrum and miffed that Mookie bested him at being annoying. Ange avoids Mookie's stare and stomps off to follow Mookie's orders. He realized that rumors of Mookie being vengeful are true. After washing his face on the basin, Ange takes a peek at Mookie, impressed at the other's diligence. Surely Mookie will be a wise emperor when he ascends the throne. But Ange also thinks that he'll be very moody too. Mookie turns to him and accuses him of poofing off. Grudgingly, Ange walks over to him, denying the accusation. He obediently grinds the ink, which made Mookie suspicious. It's unusual for Ange to be so obedient. He must be planning something. Ange looks at him with a forced smile and tells him about an old saying that one must take his duty seriously. As the Crown Prince's sub-director, it is his duty to do his job well. Indeed, Ange has tricks up his sleeves. He plans to splash the ink on the memorial so that Mookie will no longer order him to grind ink. You're playing with fire there. About to put his plan into action, Ange leans down, but before he can do any damage, he catches a glimpse of the memoir and sees that it is about Yunle. The request is to raise the taxes for the residents of Yunle, but the Crown Prince denies the request as Yunle has just suffered from a devastating defeat. It also puts a stop for further requests on raising the taxes for Yunle. Touched that Mookie is really putting in some effort to help Yunle, Ange realizes that Mookie did not lie to him. Ange pulls back, aborting his plan to sabotage Mookie's work, but his sleeve catches on a cup of water, which spills on the memoirs. The two stares at the ruined papers, until Mookie rounds on Ange in anger. Ange sweat profusely, trying to make Mookie believe that all this is an accident. Mookie snaps his brush in two, keeping his calm. There's no way in that this is all an accident, as Ange has deliberately shown defiance. Maybe it's time to teach him a lesson by accidentally fixing him. Ange denies any blame and insists that he did not do it on purpose this time. Mookie pulls Ange towards him and pushes him down on the desk. Unexpectedly, Ange feels a smack on his bottom. Mookie chastises him for being troublesome. Ange came out honestly and tells Mookie that he did not need to grind the ink stick for Mookie. He insists that Mookie let him go. Mookie only continued to spank him. A die of embarrassment. Finally learning his lesson, Ange turns to Mookie, his eyes in tears. He tells Mookie that it hurts. Stunned by how pitiful Ange looks, Mookie stops punishing him and tells Ange that he owes him now. Ange swears at him that he did not intend to ruin the memorials. Taking pity at him, Mookie touches Ange's face and tells him to stop making trouble. He tells Ange that he will allow him to draw more tortoises if he feels wronged. He tells Ange that the memorials are important and he must review them immediately. He will have someone write the memorials, and tells Ange to stay in one place and behave. Ange feels guilty for making things more difficult for Mookie. The man is always nice to him, even when he does things to annoy him deliberately. In the Eastern Palace garden, Ange takes some time to study the dice. Mookie is not the type to lie. The Crown Prince has been hinting on something that happened in the past. There's also the matter of Mookie's name carved on the dice. What could have happened between the two of them? How could he not remember? Dangling his feet on the pond, Ange tries to remember what transpired 3 years ago. He remembers getting sick, but his memory of the time is hazy. Trying to remember this point of his life gives him a headache. The charm with the exquisite dice slips off his grasp and sinks on the pond. The servants walk over to Ange and asks if he is okay. They encourage him to get some rest, as the Crown Prince specifically ordered them to be mindful of Ange's health. Ange accepts their help. He concludes that regardless of the past, he must treat Mookie more favorably, as the man has been kind to him and has provided valuable help to the Yunle people. As he walks away, the charm sinks to the bottom of the pond. Ange puts down his brush. Writing the memoirs could be taxing on the body, so he stretches his limbs to relieve his joints. He rewrites the memoirs that got ruined. The door opens, and in walks Mookie. He calls his full name angrily. Ange asks him what Mookie is doing in the study at this time of night. He commends him for being such a diligent student, and tells him that the Yi State is lucky to have him as a future monarch. What upsets Mookie is the charm in his hand. Surprised that Mookie has it, Ange checks his body for the charm and realizes that he must have dropped it. He asks Mookie why he has the charm. Mookie asks if Ange has dropped it, as he questions him if he threw it to the pond. Ange insists that he dropped the charm and asks Mookie if he came all this way just to confront him. Mookie asks if Ange hates him so much. Ange asks what he means. He asks why it would matter to Mookie if he keeps or throws away the dice. The dice is Ange's after all. You're digging yourself a grave there. Muki raises his hand in anger but stops at seeing Ange flinch. Muki caresses Ange's hair thinking that Ange truly believes that he would hurt him. Releasing him, Muki turns his back on him. Ange tries to call him but Muki just shouts at him to get out of his sight. Annoyed at being rejected, Ange shouts back at Muki that he will surely leave. He does not want to be with Muki anyway. Muki looks back at Ange and tries to call him but Ange is visibly upset and walks away. With his hand empty, Muki bows his head thinking that Ange never wants to be with him. Ange sneaks out of the Eastern Palace, but being a foreigner, he has nowhere to go in the East State. Ange sits against the palace wall, curls up his legs and hugs them closer to himself. It's hard to live in someone else's home. He feels like a toothless tiger, humiliated and eager to regain his freedom. A eunuch patrols around the walls, yawning as he passes by Ange. A sudden movement alerts that eunuch and is surprised that Ange sits on the ground against the wall. He asks why Ange would sleep outside. In a panic, he tells Ange to get out of the cold and go home. Ange just tells the eunuch to let him sleep. The eunuch offers to take him to the wing room to get some rest. It is still a few hours before the sun rises. Ange thanks the eunuch. You don't really have a choice. The next day, Muki looks for Ange. The eunuch tells him that Ange is in the wing room, sleeping. He lets out a sigh, thinking that Ange could fall asleep anytime, anywhere. Opening the memoirs, he recognizes Ange's handwriting and realizes that Ange read the memorials for him and provided his insights and advice. He feels bad for being mean to Ange when he was really making an attempt to help him. Muki brushes his hair off his face. He knows that Ange's temper is short. He's worried that Ange must still be angry. The eunuch tells Muki that the fourth prince invited him to go hunting. Muki decides to accept the invitation and sees this as an opportunity to take Ange out. Ange will hopefully forgive him. He tells the eunuch to send word to the fourth prince. The eunuch readily obeys. Walking towards the wing room, Muki invites Ange to go out but stops himself at seeing him fast asleep. He looks at Ange and is miffed that the other man is able to sleep so well when he spent the night tossing and turning in his bed. He wakes him up, but this time, Ange opens one bleary eye and asks him what he wants. Muki asks Ange why he looks terrible and wonders if he caught a cold again. Ange smacks his hand away and tells him not to bother. He tells Muki that he had a good sleep since there's no one fussing around him. Muki clenches his fist and instead of asking, he orders Ange to go hunting with him. Ange refuses, but it fell on deaf ears. Muki orders him to get ready in 15 minutes. After Muki left, Ange puts his hand in his head, realizing that he did indeed catch a cold. He rubs his aching head and wonders what made the Muki angry. You did. The carriage arrives in a forest, and Muki helps Ange to get down his horse. The fourth prince approaches them happy that his eldest brother came. He asks Muki why he is not dressed for hunting. Muki tells him that he only came for the view and does not intend to hunt. The fourth prince is upset to hear this. Their second brother brought praise specifically for this occasion. He was looking forward to admire their crown prince's talent in archery. Muki wonders why they decided to hunt during the winter. The gates open, but the ones that came out are not beasts, but humans. Women with their hands tied to their front. Luo Ange realizes that these people are slaves. He confronts the fourth prince, asking what they are doing. Nonchalantly, the fourth prince tells him that they are merely hunting. Why do things escalate too quickly on this manhwa? I thought they would just have a cutesy hunting session. The fourth prince asks his brother if Ange is his new footboy and comments that Ange has no manners. Angry at the turn of events, Muki looks at his fourth brother menacingly. It seems that he is unaware that this is their kind of hunting. Horrified, Ange can't believe that what they call hunting is killing people. The fourth prince defended himself by saying that these prey are not from the East City. These are some of the poor people from Yunlin, and it will be no big deal to hunt them. Ange sheds a tear upon hearing that these people are from Yunlin. He charges towards the fourth prince, but a soldier stops him. The fourth prince looks down at him, daring him to go against the royalty from Yi country. Ange turns to Muki, spitefully asking if this is what he wanted to show him. He believes that his disobedience has caused this. Muki tries to reach out to him, his face full of regret. In anger, Ange charges towards Muki and bites him on the neck. Muki hisses in pain. He orders the guard to stay put. He pushes Ange off him, but still at arm's length. He pushes him against the carriage, reprimanding him for fighting him over a bunch of slaves. He challenges Ange if he wants to kill him, to which the other angrily barks to be let go. Muki threatens him to behave, otherwise He will strip him off his clothes and show him off to everyone. Betrayed. Ange can only cry. He wonders why Muki would do this to him. Muki caresses his face, attempting to explain that he only intended to take Ange out. While the two were having a talk, a slave runs off, but the fourth prince is able to catch him with his arrows. Ange stares at the traumatic sight. The fourth prince turns to his older brother and comments that the prince's footboy is ill-mannered. Thinking that this is all his fault, Ange staggers back and begs Muki to be mad at him instead of the slaves. He does not understand why Muki hates him so much, nor would he want to know. He kneels on the ground, telling Muki that whatever it is that he did, he has already forgotten about it. He blames Muki for ruining his life. He begs for Muki to either end him or release him. Muki is powerful enough to get whatever he wants. So what does he want from Ange? At the sight of the despairing Ange, Muki asks if he really thinks that his sole purpose is to ruin his life or bully him. Muki realizes that Ange has no feelings for him and has been holding on to the past. He tells Ange that if he wants to save the slaves, then he must show off his archery skills. Ahmed hands over Muki's bow, giving Ange the choice to shoot one of the slaves to save the others. That's mental torture. Man. Muki drops the bow in front of Ange. Ange is scared to touch the bow. There's no way that he can do that to his people. Muki watched his sad face. He wants Ange to feel the pain he's feeling now, and asks Ange if he has ever thought of Muki. He tells Ange that this marks the day that Ange must make a choice. Either he shoots one of them or watch all the slaves drop to the ground one at a time. He urges Ange to decide faster, as every moment counts. The more he delays, the more will suffer. Ange picks up the bow, asking himself why this has to happen to him. Luo Ange makes a decision. Instead of allowing the crown prince to control him, he shall point his arrow towards his enemies. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Ange steps on a stone to steady himself. With quivering hands, Ange seldom gets angry, but now his eyesight dims with fury. He points his arrow at the source of his misery. An attendant points a finger at him, disgruntled at Ange's audacious attempt to threaten the crown prince's life. Muki sees his hesitation and tells the guards to stay put. Ange's action is driven by fear and anger, but he has never ended someone's life before, and Muki knows it. He sneers at Ange, knowing that he would not dare follow through. He challenges Ange to release the arrow, wanting to know how far the other will go and how much the former monarch hates him. This is mental torture. Ange tells himself that he must take this chance. Once he ends the crown prince, he shall be able to avenge himself and the loss of his country. He hesitates. As much as he wants to let go of the arrow, he remembers all the good deeds this man has done for him. The man is full of contradictions. One moment, he is cruel, but sometimes merciful and kind. He blames Muki for pampering him. As a ruler, he is unable to lay his life for his country. Now, he is hesitating to end the life of his enemy. He is such a disgrace, unable to fulfill the expectations of a friend. Who is this friend that he keeps talking about? Ange drops the bow and arrow, and a tear streams down his face. He is ashamed to go home and does not have a face to show his friend. He is, after all, only a toy for Muki. He correctly guessed that Muki must have expected this outcome. Muki mocks him for being unable to do it. Ange looks at him soulfully. Poor Ange. Muki tells him to come to him. On the sidelines, the hunt continues, and the fourth prince points his arrow at a uneless slave. Angry that the slaves made his brother mad, Ange screams for him to stop and charges between the fourth prince and the slave. The fourth prince shoots, as if in slow motion. Ange can see the arrow coming at him. With a blood-curdling scream, Muki calls for Ange's pet name, running towards him. Beating the speed of light, Muki is fast enough to grab the arrow in his hand. Ancient Chinese people defies anything we know about physics. The fourth prince frantically runs towards his brother, worried for him. Muki screams at Ange, calling him crazy, his bloodied hand grabbing his hand. He hugs Ange while telling him that he can't allow him to get hurt. Ange sees the blood in Muki's hand and asks why the crown prince would save him. Maybe he really cares for you. The day's stress takes its toll on Ange, and he blacks out, falling on Muki. The crown prince screams his name in panic. Muki places his hand on Ange's forehead, and he instantly feels that his forehead is warm to the touch. He lifts him in his arms and carries the unconscious former monarch. The attendants worriedly reminded him of his bleeding hand. Muki shrugs them off, angrily telling them to leave him alone. He looks at Ange, who is quivering in his arms. He immediately orders his attendants to get the imperial physician. Fearing for their lives, the attendants quickly obey. In the Eastern Palace, Muki takes care of Ange. A eunuch offers to take his place as it is already late into the night. The prince must take his rest and allow the eunuch to do the menial tasks. The crown prince just shrugs him off, not wanting to leave Ange's bedside. He wants to be there when Ange wakes up. You can tell that you really have deep feelings for Ange. When morning comes, Ange wakes up and finds Muki slumped on the bed. The prince stayed all night to care for him. He looks at the crown prince's sleeping form. It is when he realizes that the crown prince dramatically affects him. Muki is the enemy prince who took his kingdom away, but Ange can't even dare to release the arrow to avenge his country and protect his citizens. He asks himself what is wrong with him. He is ashamed that he succumbed to the enemy and became his slave. The care that Muki has been bestowing him has made him forget. He cannot allow it to happen. At least he's trying to avoid getting Stockholm Syndrome. Ange's movements wake the crown prince. Muki looks at him, relieved that the former monarch is now conscious. He asks to see if Ange's fever has gone. When Ange does not acknowledge him, he calls his name gently. A eunuch enters the room. Glad that Ange is now awake, he lets him know that the crown prince has not rested well for the past 2 days and asks Ange to encourage the prince to sleep. This side of characters are always there to tell Ange what the crown prince does for him. Ange is confused. Muki is treating him well again. He asks Muki why he saved him if he wanted to make Ange suffer. Ange tells him that he should not have saved him as Ange should have died when his country was taken. These words anger Muki, calling Ange by his full name. When this guy gets mad, he calls him by his full name. Muki touches Ange's face, telling him that Ange might not care for his life, but there is someone who does. He's referring to himself. He tells Ange that he is not aware of what's going on in the hunting ground. He opposes hunting humans and has been pushing to abolish it. At least someone in his family has compassion for humans. Muki grits his teeth, thinking that Ange must think he is cruel and merciless. That will be an easy conclusion to come to. Surprisingly, Ange believes him. What? You believe that easily? You only have his word. Run for the hills. Ange promises to help Muki and not deliberately make him angry as long as Muki lets the slaves go and does not harm them. He looks at Muki beseechingly, begging him not to hunt them down. Muki wants to touch Ange to comfort him but stops. He turns to leave, but not before telling Ange that he has already ordered the hunting to stop and took care of the slaves. He tells Ange not to worry and to get some rest. Muki leaves. He thinks he'd rather Ange be unhelpful and play his antics to annoy him than see him sick. What would he do with his little monarch slave? Ange watches him go, thinking that this man has always pushed him to the edge. However, he also gives him hope. He does not know how he would face him again. At this time, Ange is confused. Rightfully so. In the coming days, Ange stayed in his room to recuperate. A commotion can be heard from outside. A man screams to be let in. Ange continues to sip his tea. He wonders who could be so bold as to disrupt the peace in the Eastern Palace. Indeed, it's not Muki, who has yet to return from the morning court. Ange stands up to receive his guest. Outside, the eunuchs try to stop the fourth prince from barging in. They tell them that the crown prince is not home and they cannot allow him to enter the palace without permission. Upon seeing Ange, the fourth prince screams at the eunuchs to tell him he did not come for his brother. It is the slave that he wants to see. Surprised at the visit, Ange can only anticipate with dread. What does this fourth prince want now? Ange composes himself. He yawns at the fourth prince to annoy him. Ange has a mischievous streak. Talk about being petty. The fourth prince calls for his attention, and Ange feigns ignorance, pretending he does not recognize him. The fourth prince tells him heatedly that they met at the hunting grounds. Pretending to recognize him finally, Ange tells him that he has no idea how he could have offended the prince that he would storm the Easter Palace to see him. You pointed an arrow at his brother. His nonchalance angers the fourth prince. The fourth prince takes out a whip and raises it to Ange. He reveals that he is angered by the fact that the relationship between him and his brother has suffered because of this slave. I think it is because you and your brother have differing views on human life. He's so mad he orders Ange to kneel and take his beatings. He knows that his brother is not present in the palace and takes this opportunity to harm the slave without his brother around. Not intimidated, Ange looks at him. Instead of kneeling, he sits down on the porch, mocking the prince, even asking him why he should obey his commands. The fourth prince reminds him of his place and demands that he obey. Ange ignores him. Muki has clearly instructed him to rest indoors and not go outside. He wonders if Muki anticipated retaliation from his brother and wants to protect Ange. The fourth prince tells him that if he does not kneel, he will order the death of the slaves from the hunting grounds. This shows that Ange has no power at all. Even if he pushes back against Muki or any of his family members, they can always use his people to blackmail him. Ange warns the fourth prince to be careful with his words as the crown prince already promised him that he would release the slaves. He challenges the fourth prince if he would blatantly go against his brother's will. The fourth prince does not seem bothered and tells Ange not to use his brother against him. Promises made to lowly slaves are easy to break. The fourth prince calls the attention of a eunuch and orders them to drag the slaves out so that he can punish them for their disrespect. This guy makes my blood boil. Ange screams at him to stop. He mocks the fourth prince for taking out his anger on lowly slaves who cannot fight him. The fourth prince is insulted and raises his voice while striking Ange. Ange grabs the whip and continues to mock the fourth prince for venting his anger to make himself feel good. He challenges the fourth prince that if he wants to hurt anyone, then he should direct his anger on Ange. Ange clearly understands what may happen if he is unable to stop the fourth prince. He fears that his people will suffer if the fourth prince complains to Yi country's emperor. Not only that, Muki may get in trouble. Come out of nowhere, an angry voice calls for Ange, asking if he wants to get punished again. Ange startles, knowing whose voice it is. The fourth prince takes a step back as the crown prince enters the garden, while Ange beams at him in delight. The fourth prince tries to make excuses, but the crown prince rounds on Ange instead of him. You should punish the fourth prince. He came to your house to make trouble. Muki faces Ange, asking him if he wants to get punished again. Ange presses himself flat on the pillar, surprised by the sudden hostility. The crown prince reprimands him for talking harshly. Ange tells him pitifully that he just wants to protect the slaves and that he did not intend to put himself in harm's way. The crown prince tells him to stop thinking about dying and tells him that if he wants to get hurt, Muki can give him a good beating. If Ange is not punished, then he will not know fear. No, don't hurt him. Turning away from him, Muki tells the eunuchs to beat Ange 20 times to warn the other slaves. Ange did not expect Muki to punish him, and he looked at him in betrayal. The fourth prince smiles in triumph, pleased that his brother decides to punish Ange. Dread sinks to Ange's stomach, unable to believe that, yet again, Muki has forsaken him. The eunuchs prepare to beat him up. The imperial physician who usually attends to him worries that Ange will not be able to survive the beatings. Before the first strike could land, Muki stops them. The eunuch looks at the crown prince dumbly, waiting for his orders. He looks at the imperial physician and asks the eunuch who attends to Ange if he said anything. Taking the hint, the eunuch quickly tells him that Ange has not completely recovered from his illness and that a beating may result in his untimely death. He suggests that the punishments be replaced with self-reflection and making several copies of the Heart Sutra. Woo! I knew that Muki will not let him get hurt. The crown prince coughs as he tells the eunuchs that due to the imperial physician's diagnosis, he cannot allow Ange to be beaten. The eunuchs promptly release Ange, grateful for this small mercy. Ange calls for Muki's name silently. The crown prince turns to his brother and tells him that he will not allow visitors to his eastern palace without an invitation and that he shall punish any violators. The fourth prince couldn't believe that the crown prince was showing the slave more favor. He insists that the crown prince loves him more than the slave. His eyes darken, knowing that the one to blame is the slave. Later that day, Ange and Muki spent time on their study. The silence is unbearable, and Ange can no longer bear doing the tedious tasks of copying the sutras. He even has the crown prince to watch him complete the punishment. Finally announcing that he's completed the assigned task, he passes the papers to Muki to be reviewed. Muki reads Ange's papers and easily spots some errors. He tells Ange that he missed a few words and should redo it. Disgruntled, Ange scrunched his face in annoyance. He snaps his brush in two. Muki has been making him rewrite the sutra over and over again. He must be nitpicking it on purpose. Muki tells him that Ange can't always get the best outcome. Ange neither wants to suffer a beating or copy sutras. Ange stubbornly tells him that he won't write anymore, even if Muki wants to beat him. Ange's too stubborn for his own good. Muki proposes another form of punishment. Ange needs to learn his lesson. Scared at what the other is implying, Ange turns to him, surprised that the other's face is too close to his. Muki grabs the back of his head and kisses him senselessly. With his eyes open, Muki watches his reaction. His mind wanders to what the imperial physician told him. During the imperial physician's career, he has never encountered an illness like Ange's. Ange always seems to be on the verge of a fever. He suffers from amnesia and gets disoriented. These symptoms are rare, and the imperial physician believes that the cause is far more sinister. When Muki pressed him for more details, the imperial physician bowed in fear and told Muki that Ange had been poisoned. Muki had to ask him what he meant by poisoned. How could Ange's memory loss be caused by poison? Muki is brought back to the present by Ange's demands to release him. Muki did not heed his demands. Instead, he wrapped his arms around his waist tighter and touched his hip. He did not expect Ange to bite him. With a pained grunt, he lets go of Ange when the latter pushes him. Rubbing his lips, Ange asks him what he did to him. Wiping the blood off his lips, Muki grins at him, telling Ange that he only gave him what he wanted. Since Ange fears getting hurt in menial work, kissing him is the only punishment that Muki can think of. Muki remembers the imperial physician's suggestion. To make Ange remember, the imperial physician suggests redoing the significant events that happened to them to stimulate his mind into remembering. That may be a good way to remind Ange that he and Muki had a past. Muki desperately clings to their shared past and does not believe that Ange has forgotten them completely. Ange wipes his lips in disgust. Unable to give up, Muki closes the distance between them and whispers Ange's pet name to his ear. He tells him not to be afraid. Caged between Muki's hard chest and the table, Ange feels like a trapped mouse. Turning his gaze away in embarrassment, he tells Muki to let him go. He reasons that he is a man, and if a crown princess would like to experience the pleasures of the flesh, then he should take a concubine. Muki grabs his shoulders, telling him that he is not interested in taking in some concubines. He pushes Ange so that he is half lying on the table while he tells him that there is only one he truly wants. They stare at each other while they held this awkward position. Ange finally snaps and screams for help, alerting anyone who hears that he is being murdered. Muki looks at him in confusion. It was only when guards started to barge in that he realized what Ange did. With their swords drawn, the guards frantically ask where the assassins are, only to find their crown prince holding down Ange on the table. Ange's pretty clever. If he screams that he's being harassed by Muki, no one will come to his rescue. The guards stare awkwardly at the heated scene, finally understanding what's going on. With their prisoner pushed down on the table looking disheveled and their crown prince towering above him, it can only suggest that their crown prince is taking liberties with the prisoner. Muki looks at them in anger, upset at being interrupted. He faces the guards, chastising them for barging in the room. To escape their crown prince's anger, the guards made an excuse that the assassin must have run the other way and proceeded to hunt the non-existent assassin. Nice save. Ange tiptoes away from Muki, bent on getting as far away from him as possible. His effort is not fruitful as Muki asks him where he intends to go and grabs him by the scruff of his neck. Turning his attention back to the guards, he asks what they are looking at and screams at them to leave. The guards quickly bowed to heed his command and left the sulking Ange at the mercy of their crown prince. Ange looks at him from behind his shoulders and insists that he'd rather copy the sutures. You shouldn't have complained in the first place. Muki lets out an amused chuckle. Still holding onto the back of Ange's collar, Muki catches a glimpse at the alluring sight of Ange's neck. Muki lets go of Ange to the former monarch's relief, but his relief is rather short. Muki puts his arm around his shoulder, telling him to never play tricks on Muki again. Otherwise, Muki will not be so lenient on anyone who gets involved. He keeps on using other people to control Ange. So despicable. Ange realizes that Muki's threats are real, and he clenches his fist at his side. Ange explains that he did not mean to cause trouble when the fourth prince came to chastise him and promised to help Muki. He turns to Muki, swearing that he'll never go back on his words. In the Eastern Palace's library, Ange gathers the books that he will need. He complains that Muki keeps a lot of books in his library, making it hard for him to find the books he needs. Ange, who is vertically challenged, tiptoes to reach the highest shelf. He can only blame his short stature for what comes next. While trying to reach a book, he dislodges a wooden box, and it falls right on his head. A large bump sprouts from his head, making him wince. The wooden chest opens to reveal parts of its contents. Ange looks at the wooden box, wondering what's inside. When he opens it, he finds a lock of hair resting on a bed of red velvet. Ange is surprised to learn that a custom in Yunli made its way to Yi State. A lock of hair is given as a love token to someone's lover. He finds amusing that Muki acts so cool, but he is the type to treasure a gift from a girl. Ange strokes the lock of hair in amusement. He suddenly realizes that the lock of hair must be from someone who has confessed his feelings for Muki. For Muki to accept it means that Muki loves the girl in return. An image of someone holding a lock of hair and presenting it to Muki appears in his mind's eye. He feels a stabbing pain in his head, making him kneel helplessly on the floor. Just in time, the doors opened and he heard someone shouting, asking him what he was doing. Muki barges into the library, demanding to know what Ange is doing in there. Ange apologizes from the floor while nursing his aching head. He noticed that his head had been hurting a lot recently. He tries to understand the vision he saw. It seems to be an image of someone giving his hair to his beloved as a token of love. Ange is sure that he has never encountered that scene in his life. Muki's attention is drawn to the wooden box lying beside Ange's foot. Ange explains that he was just cleaning. Muki walks over to him and picks up the wooden box. He strokes the hair like one would stroke a pet. Ange comments that Muki must have fallen deeply in love with the girl who gave him the lock of hair. He seems to cherish the love token a lot, and Ange finds it very endearing. Muki did not respond. Instead, he shut the box closed and put it back where it belonged at the top of the shelf. He thinks to himself that Ange is clueless. He has no idea whom Muki cherishes the most. Ange finds his silence to be unsettling. Muki did not deny Ange's assumptions that he was in love with someone. He must truly love the girl. Ange places his hand on his chest, feeling a twinge of pain. He wonders what it is he's feeling. During the evening, the two return to Muki's bedroom to sleep. Muki changes to his sleeping garments and asks Ange why he isn't getting ready for bed. Ange glances at him, wondering how someone who's in love acts the way Muki does. His single-mindedness would make him want to be with the one he loves, which he is probably already doing. Ange wonders how Muki could bear sleeping with someone else. Ange pouts and tells Muki that he does not want to sleep in his bed. Muki asks him what he is up to. Ange has been obedient in the past few days, but now he is back to his old antics. Lifting Ange's chin, Muki leans down to observe him better. Ange turns away from him, avoiding his gaze. He tells Muki that he does not want trouble. He tries to rack his head for a suitable excuse and finally finds one. He explains that he finds Muki's bed too comfortable. Huh. What kind of excuse is that? A toddler can lie better than you. He tells Muki that during his studies, he learned that to become a better man, he must work hard. He is inspired by King Go of Jian, who went through a lot of hardship and persevered until his efforts finally paid off. Annoyed by his excuses, Muki tells him to stop this nonsense and asks why he does not want to sleep. Ange just turns away from him and tells him that he won't be sleeping with him. He'd rather sleep on a straw mat. He feels Muki touch his shoulder and regrets what he sees when he turns around. Muki's face clearly shows that he's up to something. After an hour, two maids arrive with a straw mat and lay it on the floor. They bid the crown prince goodnight and left the room. With how pampered Ange is, he will soon complain about the harder floors. Ange makes a show of lying on the mat and yawns to show that he is about to sleep and for Muki to finally leave him alone. What he did not expect was for Muki to lie beside him on the hard mat. Leaning down on him, Muki asks him if he's finally satisfied and commands him to snuggle him. He also tells him not to move so much so that he does not end up on the cold floor. Ange grabs him, trying to get Muki to get back to his bed. Muki tells Ange that everything in this palace belongs to him. Towering over the former monarch, he whispers in his ears that even Ange belongs to him. Placing his hand on Ange's chest, he explains that he finds the bed too big for both of them. Now that they have a small mat, they can sleep closer together. Thinking of the best way to escape, Ange starts to call the guards, alerting them about another non-existent assassin. But before he can finish the word assassin, Muki warns him that if he calls for the guards again, they will end up seeing Ange naked. He grabs the sash of Ange's robes to prove his point. Tears brimming his eyes, Ange wonders what he should do. Muki asks Ange what he plans to do next. He asks him if he wants to continue with his antics while caging the former monarch between his arms. Ange cries in fear. He tells Muki that he never took in any concubines and asks for Muki's mercy and forgiveness. Muki tells him to stop biting his lips. He tells Ange that as he never had experience with intimacy, he'll make sure to be gentle with him. Slipping off Ange's outer robes, the former monarch is in for a long night. When morning comes, Ange opens his eyes blearily. His eyes widen as he remembers the events of the previous night, shaking in fear and his face flushed. Ange could only look at Muki as he braced himself for what was to come. Thankfully, the crown prince did not feel too frisky and allowed Ange to get off on a warning. He did not do anything untoward to Ange to the former monarch's relief. Although happy that he's able to keep his virtues intact, Ange is baffled at how the crown prince can hold himself back. A maid stands to the side, waiting to attend to him. The maid tells him that she was ordered to take good care of Ange as he is not feeling well. She graciously tells him that she will attend to all his needs and that he does not need to do anything himself. However, Ange is not listening. His brain can only think of how he was humiliated last night. He decides that something needs to be done. For the sake of his virtue, he cannot sit around doing nothing. Ange broods under the shade of a pagoda in the garden. As always, Muki comes to find him, smiling at the sight of Ange waiting for him in his home. Muki approaches his favorite person. He asks Ange what he is doing outside when it is very cold this time of year. Wearing a scarf made of fur, Ange sits quietly, seemingly depressed. He turns to Muki and tells him that he only went out for a walk. Staying inside makes him feel rather stuffy. Muki agrees that it will be good for his health to go out once in a while to enjoy the sunshine. Muki plays with Ange's hair as he says this, which makes Ange uncomfortable. Before Muki can bring up the topic of what transpired the night before, Ange interrupts him, asking a favor. He puts a lot of thought into this favor and looks at Muki pleadingly. Intrigued, Muki sits beside him and asks him what it is he wants. Hesitantly, Ange asks Muki if he can have some concubines to entertain him. That was unexpected. What is Ange thinking? Be careful what you wish for. Grating his teeth, Muki suspects that Ange just wanted to make him mad. Ange stood his ground. He wanted to enjoy the comfort that only women can bring. The Eastern Palace does not hold selection events for concubines since their crown prince is uninterested in women. Ange, who likes women, would like to be entertained by them. Hoping that his request will be granted, he explains to Muki that it is only natural for a man like him to want the company of women. I think I understand what he wants. He wants Muki to understand that he's not gay. Muki begrudgingly agrees. Smirking, he promises to grant Ange's wish. He will pick some concubines for Ange's entertainment. That face can only mean that he's up to something. Later that day, 5 beautifully dressed women are invited to the Eastern Palace. Each of them carries a fan covering half their faces. They curtsied, and Muki permitted them to stand straight. He introduces them as the most beautiful maids in his employ. He tells Ange that he can choose a concubine or 2 and will allow them to entertain Ange. Ange is surprised that Muki will allow him to get a concubine. He thanks Muki for his kindness. The 5 women bow their heads to display subservience, covering their faces shyly. Ange tells them to raise their heads so he can have a good look at them. When the women uncovered their faces, they shocked Ange. Each of them is wearing ridiculously makeup, making them look clownish and ugly. Ange turns away from them, ordering them to leave. Sniggering to the side, Muki asks him if he made his choice. Ange answers that he'd rather not choose. Muki walks closer to him, placing his hand on Ange's shoulders. He tells Ange that since he cannot choose a woman, he'll think that the one Ange wants is him, Muki. Ange panics at Muki's declaration. He did not choose Muki. Muki reasons that he had already allowed Ange to make his choice, but he passed it up. Therefore, Muki will take upon himself to choose for him. Slinking his hand around Ange's waist, Muki smiles mischievously as he lifts Ange up in his arms. Ange chastises him for taking things too far and not following rules. Muki tells him that it's pointless to talk about rules with him. As crown prince, he makes the rules in the Eastern Palace. Should he demand for the courtiers to off themselves, they must do as he says. He hugs him close to him, telling the former monarch that he is a courtier in his palace and he must obey his commands. He carries Ange back to the main courtyard, not heeding the former monarch's protests. Muki walks deeper into the Eastern Palace, carrying Ange with him. Ange keeps telling him to let him go, but his protests fall on deaf ears. He knows that Muki has someone in his heart, so how can he bear being intimate with someone else? Muki stares at him blankly, unable to understand what Ange is getting at. When he finally understands, he lets Ange go, making the smaller man fall unceremoniously to the floor. Pouting, Ange asks him what he is doing. Muki retorts that Ange deserved it. He tells Ange that he'd prefer it if Ange remembers who Muki's beloved is. The two stare at each other in silence until Ange hisses in pain, complaining that Muki hurt him a lot when he dropped him. Would you rather he carries you again? Ange typically passes the days in idleness. Today is the same as any other. He entertains himself by watching a caged bird. A maid approaches him, telling him that the prince favors him a lot and that he should be more careful with his health. If he catches a cold, it's the maid who will be blamed. Ange smiles without humor at the mention of him being the prince's favored courtier. Ange can't help but compare himself to the bird trapped in the golden cage. The maid observes that he is always unhappy. The crown prince has been kind to Ange, and she asks Ange why he is not happy. It takes Ange a minute to answer her. He draws the coat closer to his body and walks closer to the cage. He opens the door to the cage, allowing the bird to come out. Ange answers that he also does not know where his unhappiness is coming from. Delighted with its newfound freedom, the bird flies away. Ange tells her that since he was a child, he was constantly told that as Yunli's monarch, his words and actions reflect on the country as a whole. He watches the bird fly away, envious of the bird's freedom. Ange tells himself that everything is as it should be. He remembers someone reminding him that as Yunli's monarch, he must never submit to the enemy. Even if he is taken captive, he must face them with pride. Ange holds on to these words like a mantra. The maid interrupts his musings. She tells him that she knows very little of Ange's struggles, but what she knows is that the crown prince favors him a lot, making other people envy him. The door creaks, and Muki enters the room. Muki tells him that he should get more rest. The maid turns to Muki, excusing herself. Muki calls him by his nickname, Xiao Xiao. Walking closer to Ange, he reminds him that the former monarch's birthday will be coming up in a week. He asks if Ange wants anything as a birthday gift. He places a hand on Ange's shoulder. Ange is surprised that Muki would bring up his birthday. He turns to the crown prince, wanting to know if he would give him whatever he wants. You're a very spoiled slave. Muki wants to listen to his request first. He worries that Ange might ask for poisoned wine, which is something that he will not allow him to have. Ange tells him that he only wants to visit Yunli so that he can check on how the country is doing. This is not an answer that Muki wants to hear. Muki wants to know why he wants to return to Yunli. He asks if Ange is worried about his younger brother. He assures Ange that his brother, Luo Ange, was awarded the honor of being a vassal of Yunli. From the reports he received, there is a unique who has been helping him out. The unique's name is Kong Guang. I have a feeling that he will be seeing a lot of this guy soon. Ange is somewhat assured as Kong Guang is a very loyal person and a great strategist. He remembers Kong Guang promising him that he would help the prince and serve the people of Yunli. Ange's younger brother also assured him that he would be alright, especially with someone like Kong Guang by his side. Ange left him with a lighter heart as he agreed that things would be easier for his younger brother. The crown prince assures him that Kong Guang will take care of Ange's brother and will not let him fail. Furthermore, his courtiers will visit Yunli to extend their help. He assures Ange that if things do not go well with Yunli, he will cease tax collections and will suffer the loss. He tells Ange that he is such a warrior. This guy is so generous. Extending his fingers toward Ange's forehead, Muki remarks that it is no wonder that Ange's literary name is Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang means hurrying on one's journey at night. It refers to Ange's habit of working overnight. Surprisingly, Ange is workaholic. Muki playfully flicks Ange's forehead. He tells him to stop worrying. As long as he behaves, the people of Yunli will live comfortably, and they will be treated better. Ange pouts, telling him that he always behaves. Muki looks at him suspiciously and asks if Ange no longer wants to visit Yunli. The trip to Yunli is quite an arduous one, and Ange will probably not make the trip safely. He offers to celebrate his birthday in the Eastern Palace with him. Ange tells him that he is looking forward to watching the Flower Drum Opera in Yunli. Muki draws Ange's coat close, telling him that he will hire actors from Yunli to perform for Ange. The 20th birthday should be celebrated well as it is a very important milestone in someone's life. Ange smiles to thank you, excited at the thought of celebrating his birthday with someone, something that he has not done in a long time. How could he not have someone during his birthdays? On Ange's birthday, he wakes up to the voice of his maid greeting him. The maid tells him that the crown prince returned early from the morning court and invites Ange to have a meal with him. Wiping the sleep from his eyes, Ange wonders what the other man is up to. The atmosphere in the Eastern Palace is a little gloomy. The crown prince angrily asks the cook what he did wrong. He followed her instructions, but the outcome was not at all appetizing. The cook tries to hold back his giggles. Ange enters the room, asking Muki what's going on. Muki coughs to hide his embarrassment. He turns his back on Ange, trying to hide the thing on the table. Curious, Ange peeks from behind him to see what he's hiding. When Ange sees the bowl of noodles, he tries to hold back the vomit, trying to rise from his stomach. The noodles look so ominous and unappetizing. Muki explains that these are long-life noodles. It is a Chinese custom to eat noodles on your birthday so that you can live a long, fulfilled life. Muki calls to a maid to take the noodles away. Ange notices the cuts and burns on Muki's child and suspects that he must have prepared the noodles himself. He shouts at Muki not to throw the noodles. As it is his birthday, the crown prince should not take his long-life noodles away. Eat it at your own risk. I don't think the noodles will do the opposite of its namesake. Muki does not understand why Ange would want to eat the poisonous-looking noodles. Ange blows on the soup and tells Muki that he has never eaten special noodles in his life. It won't be so bad to try it. Ange remembers that during one of his birthdays, he asked his teacher if he could have a bowl of long-life noodles for his birthday. He has been spending his birthday morning attending classes. The teacher denies his request as the crown prince of Yunle. The affairs of the nation should always come first. Yunle suffered many disasters that year. If he cannot be of help, then he must not cause trouble and add to the emperor's list of worries. Let the boy have his noodles. The country will not collapse if he eats a bowl of long-life noodles. Even in his young age, Ange is mature enough to understand what his duties entail. He looks down sadly as he remembers his past birthdays. Muki extends his hand to touch Ange's hair, calling his name. Ange looks at him questioningly, and the two lock in a stare. Ange's chopsticks freeze in midair as he stares at Muki. He coughs to get rid of the awkwardness and complains that the noodles taste horrible. Did you even eat it? Muki tells him that the stage has been set for the performance and invites Ange to come with him on a walk. The walk will help him digest his food faster. I don't think he has eaten anything yet. Ange put down the bowl and thanked Muki for preparing the entertainment and is offered to take a walk. They walk in companionable silence in the garden. When Ange sees the stage, he is impressed that it only took 2 days to set up the stage. He thinks that Muki must have put a lot of effort into his birthday. As they climb a spectator's deck, Muki turns to him and asks what he's thinking. Ange climbs up the stairs. On the deck, the fourth prince is waiting for them. He stands up excitedly from the table, eager to see his older brother. He complains that he has been starving and has been waiting for a long time. Ange peeks from behind Muki, and the fourth prince points at him. He asks what Ange is doing on the upper deck. Ange smiles at him mockingly, asking the fourth prince why he wouldn't be there. It was the fourth prince's presence that was out of place in this garden. Why is he invited to Ange's birthday? As the sub-director of the crown prince, Ange has the right to be there. The fourth prince exclaims in disbelief. The crown prince sighs. He turns to Ange, telling him that he should not hold on to grudges as it is his birthday. Ange slumps on the seat across the fourth prince. When he has the chance, he sticks his tongue out childishly to annoy the other. The fourth prince complains to his brother, but the crown prince tells him to be quiet and to enjoy the opera. The fourth prince looks at him mockingly, implying that Ange got lucky that the crown prince was there to protect him. Ange ignores him deliberately. Ange is situated beside the balcony that overlooks the courtyard. He sees his servant stacking boxes. He recognizes the servant. It is Mei Luzi. Ange stands up in shock as he wonders what his loyal servant is doing in the Eastern Palace. He looks at the crown prince with dread, who asks him what's wrong. Muki quickly reaches for his forehead to see if he's having another fever. Muki remembers what the imperial physician has told him. The poison in Ange's body was not completely removed, weakening his body. What kind of poison can give you retrograde amnesia? If the poison remains in his system, he may not last long. Muki fears that Ange do not have much time. You must act fast to help Ange get better. Ange shrugs him off. He slumps on his chair, contemplating how Mei Luzi was able to sneak in. He wonders if the man came alone or if he came with backups. Either way, Ange must stay calm. Should the crown prince find out that Luzi infiltrated the Eastern Palace, Luzi will be in trouble. He shakes as he tries to keep it together while he continues to munch on sunflower seeds. Careful with those seeds. Before you know it, you've already eaten a whole bag. Muki is delighted to see him. He tells Ange that eating too much of the seeds will make him thirsty. He offers Ange some candy fruits, slipping them into Ange's waiting mouth. Ange is too distracted to protest, which delights Muki. He explains that he is aware of Ange's sweet tooth and had the servants make a lot of sweets for today's occasion. Below the deck, Luzi watches them in anger. Ange looks at Luzi through his peripheral vision and confirms that it is indeed Luzi. In his fright, he caused Muki drop the candy fruit. Ange fearfully apologized to Muki for making him drop the fruit. Muki finds his fear amusing, as dropping the fruit is not a big deal. He looks up Ange's chin, teasing him that he must be thinking of something perverted. Ange denies this. He is not like Muki, who who only has dirty things in his mind. Muki pressed further, challenging Ange if he was saying that Muki is a perverted person. Yes, you are. That's exactly what he said. Muki tells Ange that if he's not thinking of perverted stuff, could he be thinking about Muki? Ange blushes at hearing this while vehemently denying Muki's teasing. Forgetting about the spy lurking downstairs, Ange continues his verbal war with Muki. Mei Luzi stares up at the couple in the upper deck, his fist clenched in anger, his body shaking in contempt. After the theatrical performance, the two walk in the garden with their hands clasped together. Muki excuses himself as he has a lot of work to finish in the study. His emperor father sent him several memorials that required his immediate attention. He concedes coming back in the afternoon to spend the rest of the day with Ange. That's so nice. Being a former monarch himself, Ange understands the importance of state affairs. He pulls his hands from Muki's grasp and tells him that he will enjoy the walk alone. He then tells Muki to go ahead and take care of the memorials. Muki observes that Ange is enjoying his time in the garden, delightedly caressing Ange's face. He acquiesces and allows Ange to continue with his stroll. Ange's request to be left behind is not for leisure. He needs to find out what Luzi is up to before Muki finds out about the intruder. He's sure that the man stacking boxes near the stage can only be Luzi. He must warn Luzi to leave before Muki's men can find him. Ange combs through the garden, trying to find Luzi. From the shadows, the fourth prince watches Ange's suspicious movements in the garden. The fourth prince does not trust him and thinks that Ange's sudden departure must mean that he's up to something. Of all people, why does it have to be the fourth prince who sees Ange running across the garden suspiciously? Ange enters the yard where the theatrical troupe is staying. Ange is worried that he might expose Luzi's presence if the man is acting alone. Suddenly, he feels a hand covering his mouth and drags him towards a corner. When the hand finally released him, Ange shouted at the perpetrator, demanding him to reveal himself and wanting to know what he wanted. The perpetrator shushed him. It is Luzi. Addressing Ange politely, Luzi looks at him fondly. Ange asks what he's up to. Luzi's face is unreadable as he stares at Ange's face quietly. Finally, he grabs Ange's wrist and tells Ange that he came to save him and bring him back to Yunle. Ange answers that for the sake of keeping the peace in Yunle, he gave his word to Muki to stay and assist him. He plans to stay here. Ange thinks to himself that this is the best outcome for Yunle. Muki has been kind enough to reduce the taxes for the people of Yunle and promises to protect the country, ensuring that his people will live peacefully. Ange decides that he must also keep his word as the other man has been keeping his promises to him. He looks at Luzi, assuring him that he is doing well, and instructs him not to do anything drastic and to take his comrades with him out of Yi State. He fears that Muki may not be lenient on them when he finds out that intruders sneaked into his palace. Luzi looks at him empathically, telling him that he understands where Ange is coming from. He then stated that Muki is merely the crown prince. His power is not the same as the emperor. He cannot retaliate against Yunle should Ange decide to defy him. He assures Ange that everything will be all right. Luzi is about to tell Ange to come with him but stops himself. His eyes are glued on the mark on Ange's neck. It is a kiss mark. Luzi can't help his violent reaction at the sight of the hickey and asks Ange what the mark is. Surprised by the other's outburst, Ange covers the mark. He is unaware that the crown prince left a mark on him. He realizes that it must be from that morning Muki leaned in to tease him. He curses internally in mortification. Luzi correctly guessed that the crown prince of Yi country was the culprit. He grabs Ange by his shoulders, trying to shake the answer out of him. He asks if the crown prince forced Ange to be intimate with him. At Ange's embarrassed look, Luzi's heart breaks. He withdraws his hands as if burned. Luzi finds it puzzling why the crown prince wanted to take Ange away. He never expected that the crown prince would be attracted to their monarch and had an ulterior motive. He puts his hand on Ange's shoulder in a comforting gesture and admits that he is too late. Ange did not correct him. Turning his head from side to side, he assures Luzi that he is not at fault. He finds a silver lining in his predicament. By being close to Muki, the crown prince enacted several policies that were to Yunle's benefit. Luzi screams at Ange. He does not want Ange to defend a monster like Muki. They must be really close. Nobody can just scream at their country's ruler. Understanding the former monarch's situation, he vows not to leave Ange behind. He cannot allow him to stay in Muki's hands. Grabbing Ange's wrists, Luzi levels him with a stare, disclosing his plans. He assures Ange that preparations have been made. In 3 days, between 5 and 7 in the morning, he shall come to free Ange. You're playing a dangerous game, Luzi. Ange hesitates, but Luo cuts him off, reminding Ange of his birthright. He insists that Ange must not let the crown prince humiliate him. The people of Yunla meet him. Luo looks at him pleadingly. What he cannot say is that he needs Ange too, so he has feelings for Ange. Remembering the past, Luo has been a good teacher to Ange. He taught him the duties of a monarch. He taught him that a king's priority is to enact civil laws. Punishing criminals only comes second. Ange would sometimes forget key information, but he has always been patient with him. He did this so that Ange could avoid punishment from the then emperor should the emperor quiz him. Ange, who was crown prince at the time, finds his duties very tiring. He wanted to play outside. He would allow Ange to play for an hour as long as he continued reciting the edicts. Ange would always smile at him warmly, calling him the best. Luo was Ange's study companion. Their main job is to make sure that their charge studies well and does not get into trouble. Luo promises to himself to never allow Muki to hurt Ange ever again. A rustling sound catches their attention. Luo shouts at the possible eavesdroppers, demanding that they show themselves. From the bushes, the fourth prince appears, accusing Ange of being so wanton that he would dare to meet another man secretly in the garden when the crown prince treats him so well. Ange wonders why the fourth prince is in the yard. The fourth prince walks closer to them. Luo discreetly asks if the man is a prince of Yi country. He cannot allow the fourth prince to ruin their plans. He pulls out a knife hidden in his sleeves, ready to attack. Ange, who is standing behind Luo, sees the knife and immediately stops him. He asks Luo to keep his calm and allow Ange to think of a plan. Ange knows that should the fourth prince perish in their hands, they will face severe consequences. Luo needs to leave immediately. The fourth prince will surely report it to the crown prince, and when Muki sees Luo, he shall punish him. But Luo may find it difficult to leave without Ange. The most that Ange could do at the moment is to assure Luo and keep the fourth prince from telling Muki. Turning his attention to the fourth prince, Ange tells him that since he hates Ange so much, it would surely make him happy to see Ange leave. The fourth prince looks at him stunned. He asks Ange what he means. Ange tells him, mockingly, that even if he tells Muki about Ange's plan to escape, the crown prince will not hurt Ange. He proposes that the fourth prince keep his mouth shut so Ange can leave and be out of his hair. He threatens the fourth prince that if he has to stay, he will do everything he can to make the brothers turn against each other. The fourth prince angrily shouts at him. He tells Ange that if only his brother can see how much of a rat Ange is, then there's no way that he would like Ange. Ange smiles at him, telling him that the crown prince will never know of Ange's true nature. He looks at the fourth prince, asking him if he agrees to Ange's proposal. The fourth prince wants him gone so badly that he agrees. He promises Ange that he shall make his life a living hell if he sees Ange after 3 days. He then walks away in a huff. Luo turns to Ange and asks him if letting the fourth prince go is a good idea. Ange tells him that they need more time. Killing the fourth prince will surely raise an alarm. He tells Luo to prepare for their departure. Ange promises to come with him after 3 days. Secretly, Ange only wants Luo to get away and hide himself. He needs to find a way to make him leave Yi country without him. Should the fourth prince babble to the crown prince, he has an explanation ready for Muki. Assured that Ange will be coming with him, he puts his hand on Ange's shoulder and tells him to leave the escape preparation to him. In the crown prince's study in the eastern palace, Muki busies himself with the memorials he received. He calls for his loyal guard, Long Feng. The guard quickly heeded his call, asking what he could do for the crown prince. Muki tells him that he noticed that Ange's face paled during the theatrical performance. He suspects that the former monarch must have seen someone familiar. He orders Long Feng to go undercover and discreetly investigate the theatrical group. Long Feng obediently followed his orders. Ange comes to Muki's study, but before he can enter, the door opens. Muki's loyal guard, Long Feng, exits the study quickly. Ange knows that Long Feng is Muki's shadow guard and wonders what the man is doing in Muki's study. Ange fears that Muki must have known about the intruders. Seeing his favorite person, Muki invites Ange to his study rather than standing by the door. He then teases him that he will get him himself and carry him bridal style if he does not come in. Ange did not respond to his teasing. He approaches Muki, asking him why he called Long Feng to his study. Muki teases him that Ange has acted like he owns the Eastern Palace. Not only has he been telling Muki to work harder, but he is also poking his nose in the guard's business. He draws Ange closer, making the smaller man look at him. Muki teases him that he will soon confer the position of crown princess to Ange. The title of crown princess makes Ange blush. He reasons that Muki already gave him the position of subdirector. Therefore, he also must ensure the safety of the palace. Muki observes that Ange stutters when he becomes flustered. He wonders if Ange is starting to get shy around him. He wonders if Ange is finally allowing him to enter his heart. Ange is unable to answer him. He thinks to himself that Muki can read him so easily. He can push Muki away from him. But he does not want to. Not this time. Ange tugs at the front of Muki's clothes, leaning his head on the man's chest. Muki is astounded to see Ange respond to him. Ange has yet to do this. It can only mean one thing. Ange is hiding something from him. This man can read Ange so easily. Seeing the tears in Ange's eyes, he asks him what's wrong and who made him cry. Ange denies that he is upset. There's no way that he can be upset when Muki took the time to celebrate his birthday with him. Muki reaches from inside his sleeves. He brings out a small box and tells Ange to open it. It is his birthday gift to Ange. This guy is extra. When Ange opens the box, he is stunned by what he saw. Lying on a bed of red velvet is the tassel with the dice containing a red bean. A thought creeps into his mind. With it came a memory from long ago. A child presents the tassel to another boy, promising that he will come back for him within a year. He remembers himself looking at the tassel, playing with it in his hands. The influx of memory makes his head hurt. Worried, Muki grabs Ange to steady him. As easily as the memory came, it went. He thanks Muki for the gift, telling him he loved it. Muki tells him to always wear the tassel. The tassel will keep Ange safe as it was blessed in the Ming-Guan temple. Isn't that the temple of general pay from heaven's official blessing? Attaching the tassel to Ange's hip, Muki sincerely wants to keep him safe. Ange is touched that Muki prepared a gift for his birthday and even went to Ming-Guan temple to have it blessed. That was yours a few days ago. However, he has returned his kindness by keeping Luzi from him. Muki tells him that the red bean in the exquisite dice symbolizes his sincere yearning for Ange. Touching Ange's hand, Muki confesses his love for Ange. Ange is unable to answer him. Muki continues that he does not expect Ange to accept him now, but wants Ange to stop being afraid of him and running away from him. He wants him to stay with him. Ange asks that Muki gives him more time. Muki agrees. He's waited so long, so what's a few more days? Suddenly, his mood changes as he grabs Ange by the waist. He warns Ange that this better not be a delaying tactic on the former monarch's part. Ange promises not to make him wait long. In his mind, he decides that he shall give Muki an answer after he is sure that Luzi has left the Yi country. On the third day, Ange couldn't stop pacing in the crown prince's study. He asks the maids why the crown prince has yet to return when it is almost breakfast. The maids tell him that the crown prince said he would be in the imperial study with his courtiers to discuss national affairs. He also does not want Ange to wait for him. Pressing his lips together, Ange dismisses them. He will stay in the crown prince's study in the meantime. The maids obey his commands. Ange lets out a sigh of relief. With the crown prince gone, this is the best opportunity to go to Luzi to get him out of the palace. He intends to send the man away and return to the crown prince's side. He must ensure no one will see him or Muki might find out. When the maids and eunuchs leave the study, Ange enacts his plan. Opening the window, a eunuch peeks through, ensuring no one is in sight. The eunuch is none other than Ange in disguise. Where did he find that costume? He quickly jumps out of the window, landing on a twig that splits in two with a resounding crack. Ange sweats bullets at his carelessness. The sound alerted some patrolling eunuchs, asking who caused the sound. Ange realizes that he must hide or risk being found out too early. You've only taken one step out of the building and already found out. A eunuch asks his companion if he has been imagining things. There is no one where the sound came from. They decided to leave it be. If they disturb the subdirector, the crown prince will surely punish them. Relieved that he was not found out, Ange places his hand on his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. He must now meet Luzi. He will return as soon as he sends the other man out of the city. At their meeting place, Ange cautiously looked around and found no one. It appears that Luzi has not yet arrived. He can only wish that the other has not come to harm. Kicking the stone to pass the time, Ange waited patiently. When 15 minutes have passed, he grows impatient. He wonders why Luzi has yet to come, and if his friend has met any accidents. Determinedly, he decides to check. Do you even know any of the plans? How can you check? From behind him, a man greets him politely, calling him Majesty. This man must be from Yunlei. He turns around, but to his disappointment, the man is not Luo. The man has gray hair and a goatee. Ange asks him who he is. The man replied that the plans had changed. He tells Ange that Luo is preoccupied and sends him to get Ange. The old man asks him to come with him, and he shall take him to Luo. He even tells Ange that he must hurry. At the sound of footsteps walking towards them, Ange quickly makes a decision. He follows the man. The man bows his head, but hidden behind his sleeves is a sinister smile. They walk towards an arch gate, but Ange can easily tell they are both heading towards the city gate. He asks the man what he does for Luo. The man replies that he is but a groom. Ange becomes suspicious. Why would Luo entrust him to a groom? He observes the man. Although poorly dressed, the old man is neat, and his smell is not that of a groom. He wonders if the fourth prince set this man with the intention of leading him to a secluded place and ending his life. Ange shakes the thought from his mind, believing that the fourth prince is incapable of such schemes, still not trusting. Ange asks the old man who he is and where Luo is. The man looks back at him, asking him what's wrong. He then leads Ange to a moon gate, telling him that Luo is inside waiting for Ange. Ange is eager to see what the man plans to do to him. I think this is the time to start running. Listen to your gut. The old man leads him to a building. A curtain covers the entrance. The old man parts the curtains, inviting Ange to go inside. Ange enters the building. To his horror, it is not Luo who greets him. Is it the fourth prince? Ange can't believe his eyes. He can only see the man's back from where he stands. Ange can recognize that back from anywhere. The man turns to Ange, calmly asking why he's panicking, even addressing him with his nickname. This guy has villain written all over him. It is none other than Muki. Ange takes a few steps back, afraid of what Muki will do to him. But there's no escaping the crown prince. Muki stares darkly at him, angered that Ange would run from him. He quickly calls for somebody to prevent Ange from running away. Two guards stop Ange in his tracks. They snicker as they apologize to Ange for going against his wishes. When they grab his arms, he screams at them to let him go. To keep him from thrashing, they kick him behind the knees, causing him to kneel on the hard ground. Ange grunts out pain, but this is nothing compared to his fear. Muki towers over him. He is angered by the fact that Ange would secretly meet up with a thief when Muki has been so kind and generous to him. He tells Ange to think about how well Muki treats him. He lifts Ange's chin and asks him why he would repay Muki's kindness this way. He's really mad. How can Ange get out of this one? Ange tells him he did not intend things to go this way. Menacingly, Muki asks Ange what that man means to him while grabbing Ange. Why would that man risk his life to help Ange escape? Ange realizes that Muki is referring to Luo and that it can only mean one thing. It means that he has Luo. Ange screams at him, demanding to know where Luo is. He grabs Muki's hand, begging him to listen to him. He tells Muki that it is not what it looks like. He admits that he will go with Luo, but before he can continue, Muki lets him go with a sad look. He pulls his hand away from Ange and asks him if he cares for Luo. Having had enough, Muki tells Ange that he shall allow him to meet Luo. Muki orders a guard to bring Luo in, and the guard quickly complies. The sound of something heavy rolling on the smooth floor permeates the room. Finally, it screeches to a halt. A platform set up on wheels stops in front of Ange. When he looks up, he sees Luo tied to a tree trunk attached to the rolling platform. Ange looks up at him in mortification and dread. Memories flooded back to Ange's vision. He remembers crying in front of a prone Luo, whose body bears the marks of several slashes. He apologizes to him profusely, begging for his forgiveness. Luo was flawed at the court for allowing Ange to skip class and play. Luo tells him it is not Ange's fault and that his current predicament is nothing to him. Since Ange is the crown prince, no one can harm him. So, whenever he does something bad, another person will punish him. He looks remorseful, though. This is probably how it was ingrained in him that his actions have an effect on other people. Back to the present, Ange runs towards Luo while screaming his name. He is stopped by a hand grabbing his waist, preventing him from coming close to Luo. Muki hugs him tightly, keeping Ange close to him. Disturbed, Ange asks Muki what it is he wants. With tears threatening to spill from his eyes, he promises Muki that he does not intend to run away. He tells Muki that they are only going out for the day. As I said before, Ange is bad at lying. Muki looks at him in the eyes, correctly guessing that Ange is still lying. Addressing the guards, he tells them to pour water on Luzi's body. As the guards splash water on Luzi's broken body, Ange screams for them to stop. When the cold water hits his body, Luzi lets out a grunt. He opens his eyes blearily, unaware of the horror that awaits him. When he looks up, the first person he sees is his beloved Xiaozhong. Seeing that Ange is standing beside his abominable captor, Luzi screams for him to run. Unable to escape, Ange can only call Luzi's name in tears. Ange turns to Muqi tearfully. He tells him that he already has an answer for him. He's referring to when Muqi asked him to stay with him and not run away. He tells Muqi that he already made his decision. He promises to stay with Muqi forever and will never run away from him. Muqi bitterly points out that Ange would make the decision easily for Luzi when Muqi did everything he could to please Ange and get him to stay. He tells Ange that his feelings are hurt and his dignity is trampled. Ange pleads with him. He tells Muqi that he decided before seeing Luzi on the stage. He asks Muqi why he can't believe him this time. Still bitter, Muqi points out how the two address each other intimately. Ange calls Luzi by his given name, and Luzi calls Ange by his nickname, Xiaozhong. It can only mean that the two are in love with each other. Ange tells him that he's talking nonsense. Still, before he can explain his relationship with Luzi, Luzi tells him not to plead with this horrible man. Luzi tells Ange that he does not fear death. As the monarch of Yunle, Ange should never bow down to the villainous crown prince. The way he speaks triggers a bell in Muqi's head. Wanting to anger the man further, Muqi grabs Ange closer to him. He tells Muqi that Ange may have been the monarch of Yunle, but he is no longer in a position of power. Muqi realizes that Luzi is the person who has been poisoning Ange's mind. Luzi has been the one who told Ange that he must die for his country. Muqi cannot stand this guy for putting such nonsense in Ange's head. He hugs Ange closer as he grits his teeth, trying to control his anger. He tells Luzi that Ange is now an ordinary man, and like everyone else, he has his own feelings and sometimes hurts other people. He tells Luzi to stop treating Ange as their savior and not use him to further their agendas. Hearing that he can live normally, Ange can't help but hope. Luzi screams at Muqi. He tells him that he grew up with Ange and no one knows him better than Luzi. Ange is a pillar in Yunle who can do no harm. He is appalled by Muqi's claims that Ange could be as bad as Muqi portrays. He can't believe that Ange has feelings, or that he's an ordinary human. Ancient China worshipped their emperors as heavenly beings. Luzi must have put Ange on a pedestal. Muqi teases Ange, asking if Luzi was his childhood sweetheart. It is no wonder that Luzi would cross the border between Yunle and Yi country and risk his life for Ange. Muqi suspects he must have done it out of affection for Ange. Ange insists that he does not have an intimate relationship with Luzi. He insists that Luzi is his best friend. Luzi shouts at Ange, telling him he should stop talking to Muqi. He insists that someone as villainous as the prince won't understand the relationship between Ange and him. It seems like he's making it appear that you and Ange have a deeper relationship. Is he doing it on purpose, or is he delulu? Luzi tells Muqi to end his life. He does not want to be used as blackmail against Ange. Muqi chuckles at him and sarcastically tells Luzi how his words have moved him. While hugging Ange, he tells a guard to teach Luzi a lesson. Fearing for his friend's life, Ange struggles from Muqi's grasp, screaming for them to stop. When the guard got too close to Luzi, Ange escaped from Muqi's grasp and ran toward Luzi. Muqi screams at him, but is already too late. In an attempt to save Luzi from further pain, Ange's hand grazes the hot iron, making him recoil, his hand burning. Ange draws back his hand, grunting in pain. Muqi grabs his hand to see how much damage the hot iron has caused on Ange's hand. Seeing that Ange's hand is an angry red color, Muqi furiously shouts at Ange for putting himself in harm's way. Ange tries to explain, but words fail him. In a soft voice, Muqi asks Ange if his hand hurts too much. The gentleness in his voice surprises Ange. Tearfully, Ange asks himself how Muqi could be so caring even when Muqi thinks that Ange plans to run away from him. The man is head over heels in love with you. Luzi screams at Muqi, calling him various names. He demands that Muqi let Ange go and not touch him. Muqi is losing patience with this man and orders a guard to teach Luzi a lesson. The guard swiftly complied. The iron burns hotly as the guard puts a brand on Luzi's skin. Ange is saved from looking at the ghastly sight with Muqi, making sure that he is not facing towards Luzi. Luzi grunts in pain, his face showing how much torture he's enduring. Unable to keep himself from looking, Ange turns to see what's happening. At the sight of Luji in extreme pain, Ange escapes from Muki's grasp and runs towards Luji. Luji can only repeatedly apologize for not taking Ange away as he promised. Ange places his hand gently on the brand-marring Luji's skin. He insists that it is not Luji's fault but his. It is Ange's actions that make Luji suffer. To Ange's credit, he did try to send him away. Watching Ange fawn over Luji makes Muki angrier by the minute. The thought that Ange chooses Luji over him turns his anger from a quiet simmer to a boil. Ange begs Luji to go home to Yunlo, where he will be safe. To free Luji, Ange tries to untie the ropes that's keeping Luji on the wooden cross. Muki stops him by grabbing his hand and asking if Ange has gone crazy. Now that Ange had a good look, the ropes tying Luji to the cross are ridden by thorns. Ange's hand has been bleeding. The stress of the situation made him unable to feel the pain. With tears streaming down his face, he looks at Muki. The sight of his tears made Muki's anger reach new heights. His blood boils and Ange shedding his tears for another man. He grabs Ange's hand and drags him towards the door. Ange does not want to go and asks Muki what he plans to do. Muki only tells him to come with him. Muki's grip hurts Ange, and the smaller man demands that Muki let him go. In Muki's bedroom, Muki does not let go of him. Ange begs him to let him go. He wanted to go back to Luji as the man was suffering from many injuries. Muki pushes Ange on the bed, and Ange grunts in pain. Towering over Ange, Muki unwraps his belt as he looks down on Ange. He shows Ange his displeasure at seeing him worry about another man and for trying to escape. Ange must be spoiled to think that he can get away with defying Muki constantly. Muki looks at him without mercy. Ange can only cry as he watches Muki, understanding what the Crown Prince plans to do. Ange shakes in fear as he begs Muki not to go through with it. Muki grabs his wrists and pins them on the bed above Ange's head. He punishes Ange for discarding Muki's love when the Crown Prince has been treating him so well. Muki ties his belt around Ange's wrists, asking the former monarch why he should show him any leniency. Ange cannot stop himself from crying. He knows that he is powerless against Muki. A grunt of pain can be heard from inside the Crown Prince's bedroom. Outside, the flowers open their petals, soaked by the evening rain. The scene change is a great euphemism for what happened between the two. When morning came, water droplets dripped off the roof of the Eastern Palace. Muki dresses himself while Ange continues to lie in the bed. The thick blanket covered his whole body and face. The room is unusually untidy, with clothes thrown haphazardly to the floor. Unbothered, Muki makes himself look presentable. Once done, he sits on the bed beside Ange and touches Ange's head. He gently coaxes Ange to get his attention. Still, Ange refuses to face him, demanding Muki leave him alone. He has all the right not to want to see your face right now. Muki tells him not to be too upset as his beloved Luji is still alive and kicking. He tells Ange to stop crying. Upon hearing this, Ange peeks from under the blanket. Muki plans to keep Luji alive as he wants to know the nature of Luji's and Ange's relationship. Jealous much. Ange pulls down the blanket to reveal his displeased expression. He insists that Luji is not his beloved. He rejoices internally at the thought that Muki has kept Luji alive. Seeing Ange care for the other man too much, Muki's mood soured. Wrapping the blanket around the naked Ange, he carries him in his arms. To Ange's mortification, he demands that Muki put him down and not touch him. He tries to get away from the Crown Prince's iron arms. Muki tells Ange that if he does not want Muki to touch him, he must be partial to having other people attend to him. The exposed skin on Ange's shoulders is ridden with love marks. Muki tells him that if Ange does not mind seeing others see him in his current state, he can call on his servants to dress Ange. Realizing that his body is littered with love marks, Ange holds onto the blanket tighter and curses Muki. Muki teases him that if he has the strength to curse Muki, Ange must not have learned his lesson. Ange looks at him tearfully. I think he had enough for now. Leave him alone. Muki finds his response very pitiful and kisses the top of his head to assure Ange. He tells Ange that if he is feeling tired, then he can spend the day resting as long as he stays good and does not piss off Muki. Ange tries to retort that it is Muki who starts their fight by bullying him. Still, before he can finish his sentence, a wave of drowsiness overcomes him, and he falls asleep on Muki's chest. Ange dozes off while Muki watches him sleep. Muki knows Ange is just trying to act strong before him, but he knows his beloved, so he shall not punish him. He, at least, considers Ange's upbringing as a monarch who seldom bows to people. With Ange sleeping soundly in his arms, Muki tells a guard to imprison Luo Ange in the dungeon and to get the imperial physician to attend to Luo Ange's wounds. He can't allow Luo Ange to die. The guard quickly left to do his bidding. In the Eastern Palace's bath pool, two maids greet Muki, their heads bowed in respect for the crown prince who carries his beloved in his arms. They tell him that they have prepared the medicinal bath as the prince instructed. Muki tells them to leave, and they comply quickly. Muki steps into the pool with Ange in his arms, soaking the ends of his robes. He sits at the pool's edge, placing Ange on his lap. The feel of water soaking his feet wakes up Ange. He looks up and sees Muki's face. Muki realizes that Ange has been resisting him previously, but now he clings to him, not wanting to let go. Ange grunts in his sleep. Muki thinks that Ange must be thinking about him. Muki remembers that when Ange got sick, he asked the imperial physician why Ange had not yet awakened. The imperial physician tells him that Ange is simply tired. He offers to prescribe a medicinal ointment concocted to help Ange recover. If the ointment is applied to his body daily, he will surely recover in just 2 days. Is this the early version of Vicks Vapor Rub? However, Ange's long-term recovery is not guaranteed. As long as the toxins are inside his body, he will not be able to recover fully, and he may have a relapse that might forfeit his life. Muki tells him that if he needs any ingredients for the medicine, the imperial doctor can ask his servants and guards to fetch them for him. However, should the doctor fail to find a cure, he shall be punished for his lack of skills. The doctor nervously accepts his commands. That's an entirely different take on working under pressure. Meanwhile, Ange suffers from a vivid dream. He finds himself in a crowd of strangers, seemingly lost. From afar, a boy calls to him, beckoning him. He is relieved to see the boy and calls out to him. The boy is Muki. Ange reaches out his hand to grab Muki's hand. They hold hands in the crowded street. Muki smiles at him, happily reminding him that Ange promised to give him a tour of Yunla and cutely chastises him for forgetting. Ange looks at him dumbly, wondering when he ever made such a promise, but in his dream he promises Muki to take him to all the beautiful places in Yunla. Ange opens his eyes. The promise he made in the dream seemed to shock him to wakefulness. Ange is jolted awake from the dream. He sits up abruptly, and Muki is immediately by his side to comfort him, calling him by his pet name. Ange is surprised to see the subject of his dream hovering by his bed. Ange realizes that what he saw is merely a creation of his subconscious and is far from reality. Muki grabs Ange's hand and asks him who Ange has dreamt of. Ange denies dreaming about anyone and simply tells Muki that he does not remember. Ange is confused. He wonders why he dreamt about promising to give Muki a tour of Yunla. He does not understand why he would even dream of such a thing. That's basically how dreams work. It could get wild and you can't control it. Seeing Ange's disappointment at seeing him when he woke up, Muki suspects that Ange must have dreamt about Luo Ange. Tugging on Ange's wrist, he asks him if he has been dreaming about Luo Ange. He accuses Ange of dreaming about returning to Yunla with Luo Ange. Ange cannot process why Muki would even think that he has been thinking about Luo Ange when it is Muki's carefree smile that haunts his dreams. Because you don't communicate. Muki asks if Ange has ever slept with Luo Ange. Surprised by the question, Ange quickly answers that he has done no such thing. Luo Ange and Ange grew up together and became the best of friends. The gap between their status is very prominent. Ange is the monarch of Yunla, while Luo Ange is his courtier. Their relationship is not romantic at all. Ange is also sure that Luo Ange has many concubines and prefers women. At the sight of Muki's darkening gaze, Ange stops himself. It is probably useless to explain anything to Muki as he would never believe anything Ange says. Unexpectedly, Muki smiles. He teases Ange for acting nervous when there is nothing between him and Luo Ange. Ange is at a loss for words. Petulantly, he tells Muki that he will also take many concubines so that people will not suspect anything is happening between him and Muki. Ange realizes that his attitude will only make Muki angrier, but he can't help himself. The crown prince yet again shows his unpredictable side. Instead of being angry at Ange, he hugs and puts his chin on Ange's head. He tells Ange to spend the rest of the day in bed to improve his health. He even offers to apply the medicine to Ange. He promises Ange that he no longer has to deal with any hardships. This guy switches from hot to cold rather quickly, or murderous to angelic. Ange faces him, his eyes pleading. He explains that Luo Ange is acting out of loyalty to Ange. as the man has served him as a courtier in the past. Luo still believes that Ange is his master. He begs Muki to let the Luo go. His response made the look in Muki's eyes darker. With warning lacing his voice, Muki tells Ange that he shall apply medicine to him. Ange grabs Muki's outer robes, begging him to promise Ange that he shall let Luo go. Muki asks him what Ange would do for him in exchange for keeping Luo safe. Leering over Ange, Muki grabs Ange's belt while pushing the former monarch down on the bed. Ange stops him. Muki asks Ange if he does not want to sleep with Muki. Ange grits his teeth with a shaking hand. He touches Muki's robes and places his head on Muki's chest, showing his willingness to serve him. Another day in the crown prince's bedroom, a maid wakes Ange up, offering him his breakfast. She is also tasked to help him get dressed. Ange opens his eyes and sits up. He tells her that he shall get dressed himself. Shakingly, Ange puts on his boots while the maid puts the bowl containing Ange's medicine on the table. She insists on helping him get dressed. She tells Ange that he has not yet fully recovered, which worries the crown prince. He even asked her to bring the medicine bowl to Ange, insisting that she watch him finish the whole bowl. It occurs to Ange that Muki usually wakes him up and asks the maid where the crown prince is. Ange is thinking about Luo, who risked his life to save him. The crown prince may show leniency by not ending Luo's life abruptly, but he will not bother to treat his wounds. Ange concocts a plan to bring medicine to Luo to treat his injuries. How very thoughtful of Ange. The maid answers that the crown prince is in the Imperial Academy, helping the royal members review their lessons. He will be there for a long time. She assures Ange that he should not worry. Ange hesitates, his face ridden with guilt. He turns away from the maid, giving the excuse that he is not feeling well and wants to go for a walk. When Ange steps out to the garden, he is stopped by two guards. Ange tells them that he only wanted to take a stroll. One of the guards answered that the crown prince ordered them not to let Ange venture too far from the crown prince's room and asked Ange to excuse their rudeness. Ange looks down dejectedly, knowing that Muki does not trust him and has been keeping tabs on him again. Feigning disinterest, he tells the guards that he does not care. Ange somehow finds a way for the guards to allow him pass and is able to reach the dungeon gate. The prison guards raise their spears to prevent him from entering the dungeons. Ange tells them that he was permitted by the crown prince to go wherever he likes and challenges them to stand in his way, thus disobeying the crown prince's orders. The guards hesitate. Knowing that they are facing the crown prince's favorite, how can they challenge his words? Ange barges past their spears before the guards can even think to stop him again. He walks briskly, thinking that he shall leave immediately as soon as he's able to deliver the medicine to Luo. He can't allow for another misunderstanding to happen. In the Imperial Academy, the crown prince teaches his siblings. Those are cute little princes. The young members of the royal family watch him write the memoirs in awe, complimenting his handwriting. He instructs them to hold their brush steadily and push the tip back when they start with their calligraphy. He encourages them to practice while patting one of his siblings' heads. He ushers them to give it a try, and they thank him sweetly for his time. "Oh, these cuties, don't adore your brother too much. He's a little crazy." The sweet moments between the siblings are interrupted by hurried footsteps belonging to Muki's personal guard. He reports to Muki that Luo Ange went to the dungeon. Muki's anger resulted in his nicely written memoirs being ruined. He slams his hand on his desk and spits out his beloved's name angrily. Back at the dungeon, Ange shivers as he walks deeper into the dark passages. The dungeon was designed like a labyrinth, and Ange finds it difficult to navigate inside. He also has no idea where Luo is being kept. Ange has never seen a dungeon as dark and complicated as the Eastern palaces. Suddenly, he hears someone calling for help. When Ange turns his head, he sees that a part of the dungeon is on fire. The poor souls behind the cells beg for someone to come aid them. Ange shakes in fear. He does not expect to encounter such tragedy in the dungeon. The sound of explosives reverberates in the already chaotic dungeon, and a group of masked men rushes in. The prison guards draw their swords, attempting to capture these intruders. Based on how they're dressed, Ange suspects that they are assassins. Cosplay is too easy in ancient times. All that you need to do is cover your face with a black bandana and you can be an assassin. He wonders what they are doing in the dungeon. The prison guards fight off the assassins. With their hands full, they fail to stop the fire from spreading and save the people trapped in the dungeons. Ange worries that Luo may not be able to escape and will be burned to a crisp. Ange cannot allow it to happen. He must save Luo, who is in this dungeon because of Ange. A prison guard catches the attention of the other guards. calling for reinforcement to help them capture the assassins. In the chaos, a knife drops in front of Ange. Hesitantly, Ange picks it up, not knowing what to do with it, but he decides to bring it with him just in case. All he knows is that he must save Luo before the dungeons are completely engulfed in flames. When he rounds a corner, Ange finally finds Luo slumped on the floor of a cell. Surprised by the appearance of his monarch, Luo rushes forward to see him, the cold prison bars separating the two. Luo asks what Ange is doing in such a place. Ange explains that he came to bring him some medicine, but flame erupted in the dungeons, and they must hurry to get out. Ange uses the knife to dislodge the locks and opens the cell for Luo. I don't know how he did with a knife, but he did it. Seeing Luo in this state, he feels pity for his friend and asks him if he is all right. Luo assures him that all of his injuries are shallow and not life-threatening. He reveals that the fire is part of his plans. Ange looks at him with a combination of surprise and horror. He thinks that the assassins might be a part of the plan too. Luo admits that those assassins are trained to distract the guards and sacrifice themselves for the purpose of getting Luo out. He thought that the mission to save Ange was a failure, so he decided to escape from this dungeon and wait for another opportunity to save Ange. Luo had the foresight to create a backup plan in the event that he failed to get Ange out of Yi country. One should always have a backup plan and a backup plan. He did not expect to see Ange in the dungeons and believed that it must be the god's will for Ange to be here at the most opportune time. He excitedly convinces Ange to come back with him to Yunlei. He thinks that all this is divine intervention. Ange looks at him helplessly. He lowers his eyes, unable to meet Luo's hopeful gaze. He tells Luo that they should focus on getting out. He removes Luo's hand, grabs his robes, and leads him out of the dungeons. Luo can feel that Ange is not at all thrilled to be saved. As they get near the flames, Ange gives Luo instructions on where to go once he is out of the dungeons. Luo can tell the Ange's instructions are only for Luo. He plans to let Luo escape alone. He halts in his steps, preventing Ange from moving forward up the stairs that would lead to his freedom. He begs Ange to come with him. Ange replies that Muki has been very helpful and that he has decided to stay. He adds that he would be grateful if Luo watches over Ange's younger brother, Yanyu. Ange worries about his brother, who is too young and needs guidance. He's such a great brother. Full of conviction, Luo shouts that the only monarch he wants to serve is Ange and continues to convince Ange to come with him. Ange chastises him for acting impulsively. He knows that Muki will never let him go. If Luo attempts to take Ange away and if they are caught, the chances of Luo ever getting out of this alive will be slim to none. Luo suspects that Ange does not want to leave. Taking the lead, Luo drags Ange up the stairs leading to the exit. Ange coughs as the acrid smoke assaults his throat. Above them, the roof became brittle due to the fire. The wooden ceiling splinters and caves on them. Ange sees this and pushes Luo out of the way. From outside, Muki arrives at the dungeon entrance. Smoke sifts out of the opening while guards stand at attention. Muki asks them what has happened. A guard reports that assassins infiltrated the dungeons and a fire broke out. Furthermore, Subdirector Ange is still inside. The news causes Muki to panic. Without hesitation, he enters the dungeons. As he steps in, he hears someone scream Ange's name. The guard tries to stop him, as it is dangerous to venture in, but Muki does not hear him. As he goes deeper, he sees Ange protecting a slumped Luo from the fire. Fear grips his heart as the ceiling caves in on his beloved. Is this the end of Ange? Ange freezes as the burning ceiling falls on them. From the shadows, he hears someone call his name. Ange wakes up in a lavish room. Sweat drips from his forehead, and he tries to catch his breath. The thumping of his heart is uncontrollable. A maid approaches him, relieved that Ange is awake. Ange asks where he is and how he got there. The maid tells him that Ange has slept for 24 hours and asks if he wants to eat. Ange is surprised that he slept that long. Ange tries to piece together the events before he wakes up. He remembers that he was in the dungeon, and the beams supporting the ceiling collapse. Looking at his hands, Ange realizes he is not hurt, which would have been impossible. Ange is reminded of his dream. One person comes to mind. He asks the maid if Muki saved his life. The maid's eyes become shifty when she tells him she has no idea. The maid remembers the crown prince's strict instructions to allow Ange to rest and keep quiet about what she knows. Ange looks down dejectedly. There's no way that Muki would save him, and he's a fool even to entertain the thought. Muki would punish him if he saw Ange taking Luo out of prison. Muki has no reason to save him. Remembering Luji, Anga asks the maid what happened to him. The maid answers that Luji is alright, to which Anga smiles, relieved that his friend is still alive. The maid is disappointed by Anga's response, risking being punished for speaking out of turn. She reprimands Anga for asking about another man's well-being as soon as he wakes. He has not asked if the crown prince is alright. She sees in anger, about to reveal what Muki has done for Anga. How could he know if you don't tell him? From behind her, a voice shouts for her to stop talking. When she turns, she quickly prostrates on the floor, hoping to be granted leniency. Muki enters the bedroom. He walks towards Anga while laying out all of his crimes, jailbreaking, conniving with the assassins to cause havoc and start a fire in the dungeons, all this to save Luji. Never in his wildest imagination did he think that Anga was capable of such things. Anga looks up to him dumbly. When Muki crosses his arms in front of him, his sleeves slip down his wrist, revealing that his hands are covered in bandages. Anga sits up and gently grabs Muki's arm. He raises Muki's sleeves and reveals that the bandages cover both arms up to the elbows. Anga finally connected two and two. Muki is the one who saved him from the fire. When he asks Muki this, the crown prince pulls his arm back and tells Anga that none of it is his business. Anga feels torn. Muki still saved his life even when he believed Anga was working with the assassins. He realizes that Muki has protected him all this time. There must be a reason for Muki to take him away from Yunle. Muki has never lied to Anga and has never hurt him deliberately. Anga reaches out, grabbing Muki's arm. He begs him to listen even if Muki does not believe him. He explains that he only intended to treat Luji's injuries. Tears stream down his face due to his need to be heard. He further explains that his involvement is all coincidence. When he arrived at the dungeon, a fire broke out. He does not want Luji to die in the fire, so he attempts to get him out. Luji saved him once, and Anga wants to repay him for his kindness. He confesses that he only sees Luji as a friend who once saved his life. However, his feelings do not go any deeper. He wipes his tears away, and between sobs, he begs Muki to believe him. Muki turns his head towards Anga. He stills for a moment, then touches Anga's hand that was clinging to him. He can't help but be enamored by Anga. Looking at Anga's pitiful face, his heart softens. He lets out a sigh and sits on the bed. Putting his hand on Anga's face, he promised not to punish Luji severely and would have a doctor attend to his wounds. However, there is a condition. Anga must no longer shed any tears for Luji. He kisses the top of Anga's head, his hands working towards his sash. All of Anga's tears are his and no one else's. Two lovebirds happily sing outside of the crown prince's window. Muki lies beside Anga, watching his eyes flutter due to drowsiness. He asks Anga if he is tired. Anga denies being tired, and Muki teases him that Muki must not have exhausted Anga enough. Anga panics, not ready for another round. Muki lifts him up and promises not to tease Anga further. He needed to help Anga change his clothes so that they could go to the dungeon and release Luji. Anga blushed and insisted on getting change on his own. Shyly, he thanks Muki for fulfilling his promise. Muki looks at Anga in disappointment. He pats Anga's head, lamenting that his gratitude is the most that he can get out of Anga. However, he has yet to attain the one thing he wants the most, which is all of Anga. That's asking a little too much. Aim a bit lower. They visit Luji in the dungeon. On top of his previous wounds, Luji suffers some burns due to the fire. When he looks up, the sight of Muki holding Anga is like vial in his mouth. Calling Anga, Luji does not understand what's going on. Anga runs towards Luji, but is stopped by the metal bars keeping the prisoners in. Muki orders a guard to open the door for Luji. Luji shouts at Muki, asking what he intends to do next. His distaste for the crown prince is so strong that he does not care to show respect. Anga tries to calm him down by telling him it is not what it seems. He opens the door and enters the dank cell. He explains that Muki will not punish Luji for infiltrating the imperial palace and causing havoc in the dungeons. He tells Luji that he will be set free. Luji can't believe it. There's no way that Muki would do such a thing. You won't be kind to Luji. The only reason for Muki to pardon Luji is if Anga promises him something. At Anga's look of guilt, he realized that he guessed right. He screams at Anga to never forget his status. As Yunli's monarch, he should not stoop so low. It will be better if he dies rather than subject himself to the whims of the enemy. Anga tells him that he has not forgotten. Luji insists that he shouldn't let Muki threaten him and that Luji came to save him. As Lu Ji has failed to save Ange to keep their honor and for the sake of their country, they should both enter the gates of the afterlife together. Lu Ji would rather pass away than be humiliated and lose his integrity. Lu Ji seems to be severely brainwashed to believe that they should just off themselves if they don't succeed. Mu Qi step in. If Lu Ji is so eager to face the gods of the afterlife, then Mu Qi would gladly make it happen. Ange shields Lu Ji and looks at Mu Qi pleadingly. He realized that he must stop Lu Ji from coming back to get him. He must break his resolve in spirit so that he would not endanger his life again for Ange. Ange kneels in front of Lu Ji and tells him to go back to Yunle and help his brother Yanyu or live the rest of his life in seclusion. Whichever he decides, he must never come back to Yi State. As he releases Lu Ji from his confines, Ange confesses that he is a coward and does not wish to die. He is not someone worth saving. Lu Ji couldn't believe what he was hearing. He wonders if Ange truly fears death or if he has fallen in love with the crown prince of Yi. Betrayed, Lu Ji takes it out on Ange, demanding to know if Ange has forgotten what they've been taught since they were young. He grabs Ange, reminding him that a scholar may bow his head in the face of death, but not when humiliated. Lu Ji will not allow Ange to grovel at Mu Qi's feet. Ange coughs as he tries to take in as much air. Mu Qi calls his name in a panic and punches Lu Ji to get him off Ange. After dealing a hard blow to Lu Ji's face, Lu Ji slumps onto the cold ground. Mu Qi quickly attends to the coughing Ange, asking if he's all right. In his disheveled state, Lu Ji turns to Mu Qi, his voice laced with venom. He accuses Mu Qi of making Ange the way he is now. He lifted himself off the ground and proceeded to attack Mu Qi. Mu Qi dodges the attack and grabs Lu Ji by his shoulder and throws him back to the ground. He towers over Lu Ji, telling him he has no right to say such things. Mu Qi blames Lu Ji for imposing his ideology on Ange. Mu Qi blames Lu Ji and all the other people who place the responsibility on Ange's shoulders, making him carry the burden. He's kind of born into it, too. Mu Qi cannot contain his anger as he throws punches upon punches at Lu Ji. Ange screams at him to stop. Ange runs to Mu Qi, grabbing Mu Qi's arm, begging him to stop. Mu Qi looks down on Lu Ji with unbridled hate. He tells him that if it were not for the promise he made to Ange, Lu Ji would have been beaten up so badly that he'd meet his ancestors in the afterlife. He tells Lu Ji that his self-righteousness and integrity are toxic to the one he wants to save. He finds Lu Ji's actions ridiculous. Ange realizes that this is what differentiates Mu Qi from the rest. Everyone sees him as a proud monarch, but only Mu Qi sees him as a person. Mu Qi leads Ange out of the cell and orders someone to restrain Lu Ji and send him back to Yunle. He tells Lu Ji never to come to see them again. Lu Ji struggles as the guards grab a hold of him. He screams at Ange, calling him a traitor for being the crown prince's plaything. Ange realizes that even Lu Ji treats him as a shameful person. There is nothing left in Yunle for Ange. He wonders what he should do. Mu Qi can't bear to see him sad. He calls Ange's attention, touching his face to make him look at him. Ange tells him that he is all right and wants to return to their bedroom. As Ange walks in front of Mu Qi, he passes by his old cell. Compared to the rest of the prison, this space is clean, fully furnished, and well kept. He is touched that Mu Qi cares about him that way. Mu Qi reminds him that Ange suggested the improvements. Ange is touched. He remembers joking that he wanted to renovate the place but did not expect Mu Qi to maintain the cell. The day has been an emotional roller coaster for Ange. Tears stream down his face. Mu Qi asks him what made him cry. He tells Ange to forget about everything Lu Ji says. Ange does not owe anyone anything. Ange answers that he is not crying because of Lu Ji. He's crying because no one has ever treated him this way. No one has ever taken his jokes seriously and takes on troublesome tasks to bend to his whims. Mu Qi watches Ange wipe off a stray tear from his eye. He wonders how he could make Ange forget about the people who made him sad. He asks Ange if they are returning to his old habits of not saying anything. Ange must be so moved that he is left speechless. Mu Qi teases Ange that since he loves this place, they can also do it in the cell. Mu Qi suggests that it would be far too exciting. Ange pushes Mu Qi off of him, annoyed that he would tease him. Ange tries his old bed and slumps on the soft, bouncy mattress. He tells Mu Qi that he feels nostalgic about the place and that Mu Qi should stop talking nonsense. Mu Qi comments that Ange has been acting like a spoiled little boy, which made Ange more annoyed. Mu Qi tells him that he is only joking. The cell is too damp and humid that it will not do any good to Ange's health as he has not yet fully recovered from his illness. Ange pouts and tells Mu Qi not to treat him like a child. Suddenly, An extreme headache assaulted Ange, which made him slump deeper on the mattress. Muki immediately runs to his side in worry. He asks if Ange had another headache, to which Ange weakly answers that he has been having many of them recently. Muki presses his lips together and lifts Ange up with his arms. Ange tells him to put him down as many people are waiting outside, and they will surely see them. He asks Muki why he is fussing over a minor ailment. Muki threatens him that if Ange does not want to be intimate now, he better behave. In his head, Muki panics. Ange's condition is only taking a turn for the worse, yet they still don't know how to care for him. He worries about what could happen if this continues. Ange slept in the crown prince's bedroom again that night. When morning comes, a maid greets him as he wakes up, offering him his medicine. Ange looks at the bowl and realizes that Muki must have ordered the maids to care for him. He thinks that when one is presented with true feelings, it is hard to reject them without reservations. His thoughts move on to Luo, who must have arrived at Yunle. Luo must be very disappointed, if not ashamed of him, for succumbing to the will of the enemy prince. Ange coughs while the maid tries to soothe him, reminding him that he must take good care of himself and not worry the crown prince. Ange rushes her off, telling her that he's used to his poor health and does not think that the medicine could help his condition. In Muki's study, Muki listens to the maid's report. She tells him that Ange has been taking the medicine, but his condition has not improved. The maid suspects that Ange is probably depressed, which is why he seems weak. Muki stops what he is doing and dismisses the maid, giving her instructions to continue caring for Ange. The eunuch assisting him presented an idea of what would make Ange happy. Muki smiles at him, encouraging him to stay more. The eunuch suspects that Ange must be sad because he is homesick. He recommends sending in some of Ange's previous assistants to serve him, as having familiar faces around would make him feel at home. Muki thinks it is a good idea and immediately writes a letter to Yunle to have 2 of Ange's former servants come to Yi country. The eunuch receives the letter and sends it to Ange's brother, Luo Ange. In Yunle, the letter arrives in the hands of Luo Ange, the current vassal of Yunle. When the letter arrived, he was at the Hun Nuan Pavilion in the Yunle Imperial Palace. He shouts in surprise. He can't believe that the Crown Prince of Yi would request 2 of Ange's trusted servants to come over to Yi and serve him. He does not understand what the Crown Prince wants. He thinks the Crown Prince must be hinting at replacing him with Ange. He wonders if he has been caught. His frantic worrying is stopped by a soothing voice telling him to calm down. A man dressed in a vermilion robe taps at a birdcage, seemingly teasing the trapped bird inside. He tells Yanyu not to lose his calm and assures him that the Crown Prince only wants some servants to serve his brother. Does this mean that Yanyu has a hand in what happened to his older brother? The eunuch dressed in red robes eases Yanyu's worries, assuring him that the Crown Prince of Yi only wanted servants with whom Luo Ange is familiar with. The man in red robes was introduced in previous chapters as Kong Guang. He reasons that the Crown Prince probably only wants to make Ange happy. Luo Yanyu doesn't understand. He concludes that the Crown Prince and his brother must be like them. Like what? The man wearing red robes walks closer to Yanyu, touching his face. He tells Yanyu that it is possible, but it may not be consensual. He smiles at Yanyu, telling him it will be a good opportunity for them to get rid of Ange for good. Yanyu tells him that it is enough that Ange cannot return to Yunle. Therefore, there is no need to take any more drastic actions. The other man's eye darkens as there is no guarantee that Ange won't return. Now that Ange is in a relationship with the Crown Prince of Yi, he may gain more power and one day be able to take the throne away from Yanyu. He asks Yanyu if he wants to go back to being a powerless second prince. So, he was in it. He plotted his brother's fall together with his lover Kong Guang. He reminds Yanyu of what they have been doing but have not yet succeeded. This is their chance to make it happen. Yanyu caves to his suggestions, not wanting to disappoint the other man. The man wearing red robes licks his lips. Success is near, he can taste it. He touches Yanyu's face, assuring him that they will succeed this time. He's manipulating the second prince. He's the mastermind. In the Eastern Palace, maids assist Luo Ange in his bath. Medicinal herbs fill a bath as large as a regular pool. If this is the tub, how big is their pool? That is if they have one. The Crown Prince instructed them to prepare this bath for Ange. The medicinal herbs were specially formulated by the imperial physician to help Ange get better. A maid tells Ange to relax as the herbs will take an hour to take effect. Ange does not feel any better and thinks that Muki is wasting resources by making him bathe in these expensive herbs. He thinks to himself that he shall chastise Muki when he returns. Soon, He is dozing off as the relaxing properties of the herbs take effect. Mu-Ki walks to the bath, and the maids scramble to kneel in front of him. He tells them to leave, and they quickly comply. He notices that Ange has been sleeping a lot. He kneels down, touching Ange's hair. He kisses Ange's hair, promising not to let anything bad happen to him. When Ange wakes up, he sees Mu-Ki's face. He reaches his hand to caress Mu-Ki's face, asking him why he looks upset. Mu-Ki explains that he saw Ange sleeping in the bath and was worried that he would drown. That's a valid thing to worry about. Ange shyly turns his head away, explaining that a recent cold made him sleepy and that he does not usually get so sleepy. Mu-Ki reprimands him for working too much and encourages him to take occasional naps. Ange blushes at Mu-Ki's caring words. Mu-Ki tells him that he should get out of the water as it is getting cold. There are two people that he'd like to introduce Ange to. Ange asks who they are, but Mu-Ki wants to keep it as a surprise. He asks Ange if he wants him to carry him there, and Ange quickly tells him no. Ange dresses in his usual lavender silk robes. He wonders what Mu-Ki is up to. Stepping out of the changing screen, Ange asks where those people are. To his surprise, two familiar faces greet him. The two kowtow to the ground, expressing how much they missed Ange. One of them even cried, but he smiles sinisterly behind his sleeves when he asks Ange if he's all right. Ange recognizes these two men as Yu and Ting. He helps them up and asks them to stop crying and to explain why they are at Yi State. One of them explained that the crown prince ordered Ange's favorite servants to come to Yi State to serve Ange. The two took this chance to volunteer. Ange turns to Mu-Ki for an explanation of why he did that. Mu-Ki explains that Ange has been depressed and thought that seeing familiar faces would make him happy. That's very thoughtful. It won't be a problem for Mu-Ki if Ange has his own servants from home to take care of him. Ange appreciates the gestures and asks why Mu-Ki would go to this extent to make him happy. Mu-Ki shyly tells him that it is probably because he owes Ange in a previous life. Ange squeezes Mu-Ki's arm, telling him that he may never get to pay him back for all the good things he did for him. Ange might think so, but Mu-Ki can think of many ways for Ange to pay him back. He pulls Ange towards the bed and pushes him down on the mattress. Embarrassed, the two servants cover their faces, and Mu-Ki tells them to leave. You showed them pretty early what they will be dealing with. One of them turns his head back to have one last look at Ange before leaving. He prays that Ange would never blame him. Another one with nefarious motive. This manga does not run out of characters to unlock. In the Crown Prince's bedroom, Ange wakes up in the Crown Prince's lavish bed. He hears the voice of one of his favorite servants calling him. He identifies the servant to be Yu, who asks him if he is ready to get up so he can help him wash and dress. Ange happily tells him to help him get up. He notices that Ange's health has improved. When he was a monarch in Yunlu, Ange couldn't even get up early, especially during the cold months. Ange chucks it to the tonics that he receives daily. If not for those medicinal herbs, he could not bear Mu-Ki's stamina in bed. He tells him that the Crown Prince even instructed them to make sure that Ange is happy and eating well. Yu believes that the Crown Prince must love Ange and that he can be trusted. I like this one already. Ange reprimands him for talking nonsense, but the other tells him frankly that he is telling it as he sees it. Ange tells Yu to be more careful with his words as they are not in Yunle. Cowed, Yu promises to be more careful. Ange is worried for his servants, who are still so young. He needs to make sure that they do not get in trouble. Ange walks closer to his other servant, Ting. Ting bows to him, calling him by his old title. Ange tells him that he must address him as Sir from now on and asks him why he looks upset. Ting explains that he is only reacting to a new place and that he is a bit homesick. Ting remembers the instructions given to him by a man dressed in red robes. The man tells him that if he accomplishes the task he has placed on him, then he will be rewarded handsomely. Otherwise, he will end his sister's life. Ting looks down in worry, and Ange can see the change in him. Poor guy, he's being blackmailed into it. Ange steps closer to Ting in an attempt to comfort him. Ting realizes that he is unable to hide his worry, which could make Ange suspect that something is going on. He apologizes to Ange and explains that he was distracted due to being homesick. Ange pats his head, telling him to join him on his little stroll around the garden. He then instructs Yu to tell the servants not to send the tonics during lunchtime. Yu quickly obeys. Ange Kaimi thinks to himself that Ting is just a kid who is prone to daydreaming. Ange is the kind of boss you'd like to work for. They walk towards the Imperial Garden. As he watches his reflection on the pond, Ange contemplates the fact that even Yu can clearly see that Mu-Ki has feelings for Ange. He asks himself when he would stop lying to himself. Maybe it's really time to open up to Muki and tell him about your dreams. Behind him, Ting is having his own issues. The cups and bowls in the Eastern Palace are closely guarded, and he can't find a chance to put poison in Anga's food. As Anga nears the pond, Ting realizes that it is deep. It opens up an opportunity to get rid of Anga, who does not know how to swim. Thinking that this may be his only chance, Ting quietly sneaks behind Anga, ready to push him. Yu's voice stops him before his hand can connect with Anga's back. Yu cheerfully screams at them that the cook made Anga's favorite snacks and that the servants will bring them over. Instead of pushing Anga, Ting's hand connects with Anga's cheek. Anga wonders about Ting's weird behavior and asks what he's doing. Ting pretends to fuss over Anga's clothes, wiping off non-existent dirt. Anga wonders why Ting is being too bold. Anga tells Ting not to mind the dirt and asks him to sit under the pavilion with Anga. Yu lays the snacks on the table in the pavilion for Anga's enjoyment. He explains that the crown prince asked the cooks to prepare the snacks for Anga and asks Anga if he would like to try them all. Anga quickly took a piece. Seeing that Yu's mouth was watering, he offered him some snacks. He's cute. He tells Ting to take a seat and partake in the snacks. Ting appreciates the snacks. He came from a poor family and did not have the money to buy snacks. They would pick some sweet leaves from the woods to satisfy any craving for sweets. When he became Anga's servant, he was grateful as the monarch treated them well. He did not treat them like servants, and he had a taste of these wonderful snacks. I feel so sorry for him. He takes a bite of the treat as his eyes water. A tear slides down his cheek as he thinks to himself that he is now forced to betray the one person who has been so kind to him. Anga looks at Ting, worried that he is acting weirdly. Anga remembers that Ting would buy too many sweets. He reprimanded him once for getting too many as they would spoil if not preserved properly. But Ting insists that it is necessary as he can only leave the palace a few times and wants to bring nice things for his sister, who loves sweets, wanting to cheer up Ting. Anga asks him about his sister. He tells Ting that he envies the love between him and his sister as the two can rely on each other. But Ting does not look happy and shifts his eyes away from Anga. He tells Anga that his sister got married before the new year. He clenches his fist in anger. It is Unique Kong's fault. If he does not do what the Unique tells him, his sister will not survive. She will be married off. He tells Anga that he saw some of the sweet leaves he used to eat when he was young, and that he shall get some of those so that Anga can taste them, too. Anga delightfully agrees while Yu continues to munch on the sweets happily. Ting runs to the garden until he comes across a tree with red blooming flowers. It's an oleander tree that his mother once told him not to eat as it is highly toxic. Every bit of the tree can end a man's life when eaten. Breathless from his run, Ting brings a handful of leaves to Anga, promising him that the leaves taste like sugar. Anga excitedly extends his hand towards the leaves and takes a bite. Ting watches Anga consume the leaf, his hand shaking at his side. In his head, he begs for Anga's forgiveness. His sister is his only family, and he can't afford to lose her. This poor guy, but there has to be another way. Anga's face contorts in disgust at the bitter taste of the leaf. He tells Ting that he must have gotten it wrong. Ting tells him that he must have made a mistake as it had been so long since he had gathered those leaves to eat. He asks for Anga's forgiveness. Anga tells him not to mind it and invites them to return to the Eastern Palace for lunch. When the three enter the dining hall, Muki is waiting for them. The sound of their laughter makes Muki smile. He's glad he ordered these two to come to Yi State and care for Anga. Anga seems to be happier with him around. He tells Anga that he heard reports that Anga is having a good time with his servants in the garden. He pouts that Anga might have forgotten about Muki, if not for the food. Anga realizes that he must give Muki some attention too. As he sits down, he explains that the two are very young and are in a new environment. Anga is just helping them settle down in the palace. Muki lets out a sigh. He walks over to Anga's seat and tells him that he does not want to be replaced. He hints that he wants Anga to invite him for a long walk. Anga remembers the dream where he promises to take Muki on a tour to see all of Yunlu's wonderful scenery. This feels like deja vu. Anga shyly tells him that the crown prince grew up in a beautiful palace surrounded by beautiful things. He does not need Anga to give him a tour. The rejection stings Muki, and he pulls back from Anga, upset that even now, Anga treats him like a stranger. Anga smiles and tells him that one day in the future, he shall give Muki a tour of the city of Yunlu, a place that Anga is familiar with. Muki looks at him, his heart soars at hearing the promise. Anga changes the topic by focusing on the food. He even tells Muki to stop talking while they are eating and reminds him of the scholar's teaching. Muki tells him to forget about what the scholars say. What's important is the promise made today, and he wishes that Ange does not forget it again. He looks like Ange promised him the moon, and he's finally hinting that Ange made the same promise in the past. Hearing this, Ange pauses, wondering if his dream is indeed true. Suddenly, Ange shivers and drops the chopsticks he'd been holding. He holds tightly to his stomach as he shivers. Muki grabs him quickly, immediately calling the imperial physician. Despite the pain he's feeling, Ange tells Muki to stop worrying as he probably ate something that made him like this before he completely blacks out. The sound of Muki's voice is the last he heard before succumbing to darkness. Oh no, the poison is finally taking effect. Muki lifts Ange up from his seat and tells the maids to hurry up and call the imperial physician. The two maids frantically exited to do his bidding. Muki assures Ange that the doctor is on his way and that he will be fine. In the Crown Prince's bedroom, Ange continues to suffer the pain. Muki stays at his bedside, making sure that he gets better. He lifts up Ange to help him drink his medicine. Ange cannot take the bitter taste and proceeds to vomit all over the blanket. Muki assures him that the medicine he drank is an emetic that will make him vomit the poison out of his system. This is nothing new to Ange. Since he was a child, his life has been in constant threat of people trying to kill him. Even when he was no longer emperor, the people who wanted to kill him had yet to give up. He weakly lays his head on Muki's shoulder and asks what poison it is. That is so sad. To live with the constant threat of assassination is just too much. The imperial physician reports that Ange's symptoms are probably caused by the oleander leaf that he ate by mistake. It's good that he only ate so little and was treated quickly. Ange contorts in anger, realizing what this means. Muki asks when he ate the leaf and if he did not know that the leaf was toxic. Ange did not answer him, upset that his constant companion had tried to murder him. That is betrayal of the highest form. At 2, Brutus. Muki tells him that he is under full control of everything that is served from the kitchen, and it is impossible for any mistake to occur. There must be someone who plotted against Ange. Muki wants to know who it is that tried to kill Ange from under his nose. It can only be someone currently in the palace. The imperial physician agrees with him. Before he could leave, Ange grabbed his hands, begging him to stay. Muki assures him that he's not going anywhere and that Ange should not get scared. Muki kisses his forehead, assuring Ange that nothing can harm him when he's around. Ange cannot stop the tears forming in his eyes and hugs Muki. Ange has never felt safe in anyone's arms before. Muki calms his hands through Ange's hair. Pulling at the curtains of their 4-poster bed, he pushes Ange on the mattress, keeping him safe. He just got poisoned. Give him a break. Outside their window, 2 lovebirds sleep beside each other, basking in each other's presence. Muki covers Ange with the blanket, worried that Ange must be too tired. He assures Ange that he'll be here to watch him. He watches Ange as he sleeps restlessly, his neck marred by their most recent lovemaking. Knowing that Ange is safely tucked in bed, Muki leaves his bedside, vowing to punish whoever dared to poison his beloved. He will not let them get away with it unscathed. 2 soldiers greet Muki as soon as he steps out of his palace. He tells them to report what happened that day. He gave them strict orders to watch Ange's every move and protect him. How could they miss Ange eating an oleander leaf? The 2 soldiers kowtowed, begging for leniency. They explain that Ange does not like them near him when he's taking a stroll and did not notice when he ate the oleander leaf. They admit to their lapse of judgment and ask Muki to punish them. Muki waives their request to be punished and asks who else is in the garden with Ange. The 2 answer that Ange's 2 servants were with him during the day and ask if they should take them in for questioning. I can't blame them. Ange has been refusing their presence since day 1. Muki catches on. He tells the guard not to alert Ange's servants. If the 2 were involved, Ange would be the first to interrogate them. However, he orders the guards to keep an eye on the 2. Turning away from the 2 guards, Muki tells them to go to the Office of Punishment to get what they deserve. It will be their punishment for failing to protect Ange. The 2 obey. It's weird that they have an office solely meant for punishing people. Although, I've seen it in other manhwas, so such things must have existed. When Ange opens his eyes, the first person he asks for is Muki. That's a great improvement. He now looks for Muki whenever he wakes. A maid tells him that the Crown Prince went out to discuss an official summons with the members of the cabinet. She asks Ange if there's anything he needs. Ange answers that he does not need anything now and asks her to tell Ting to put some ink in the study so that Ange can practice his calligraphy. Ange realizes that whoever it is that plotted his death has not yet given up and even used someone close to him to carry out the evil deed. I'm glad that Ange understands what's going on and does not lash out of anger. When Ange enters the study, he finds Ting dazedly standing beside the desk, grinding the ink. Ange asks him if the ink is ready. The sound of his voice startles Ting, and the inkstones crash to the ground in pieces. Ting kneels on the floor and apologizes for dropping the inkstone. Ange walks over to him, kneels down, and helps Ting get up. He tells Ting that dropping the ink is no big deal. He can start over with a fresh inkstone, and there's no need to panic. Ange is such a nice employer. Ting thanks him for his kindness and tells him that he's just being hard on himself. Ting wonders why Ange looks at him the way he used to. There's no change in his demeanor. By now, they would have known that it was him who poisoned Ange. He's really shaking in his boots now. Ange tells Ting that they grew up together, and he is aware of Ting's absent-mindedness. He wonders if he only pointed it out once. Kneeling on the floor, facing each other, Ange holds Ting's hands. Ting tells him that Ange has always been generous and kind and that he is happy to be his servant. Finally cutting to the chase, Ange looks at him straight in the eye. Ting knows that Ange is merciful and nostalgic. He asks if Ting thought that Ange would show him mercy after doing something so horrible. Ting bows to the ground, begging for forgiveness. Ange asks Ting if he is truly unaware that the leaves he presented to Ange are oleander leaves, which are very poisonous. Ting insists that it was an honest mistake, begging Ange to believe him. Ange gauges Ting's reaction. He knows him well. Ting wouldn't panic like this if he really gave it to him by mistake. I admire Ange for keeping his cool. I could never be cordial to someone who tries to poison me, even if it is an old friend. Ange tells Ting that he believes it is just an honest mistake and is messing around with Ting. Ting did not expect Ange's response. Ange picks up the brush. Nostalgia overcomes him as he reminds Ting that he watched him grow up. He knows that he is timid yet soft-hearted. There's no way that Ting would do anything to hurt him. He tells Ting not to mention what happened to anyone. Surprised at the kind response, Ting kneels beside Ange's seat, grabbing his arm with both hands. He leans forward, a guilty look on his face. The face of someone about to confess. Go ahead. Tell them the truth. Ting approaches Ange holding his hands. Before he could confess, he hesitates. He knows that if he tells Ange, Kong Guan is a heartless man. He will surely know and will never release his sister. Ange holds his hand, encouraging him to speak. He lets go of Ange's hand shakily. He tells Ange that he only wants Ange to know that he is very sorry and promises to never make the same mistake. Yeah, Kaju could kill someone by a simple mistake. He thanks Ange profusely for his mercy. Ange realizes that Ting must be in such a bind. Whoever set Ting up to do this must have thoroughly planned for everything. At this time, Ange must act as if he suspects nothing. Otherwise, the enemy may be alerted that Ting has failed and changed course. Ange can only investigate in secret to discover who these people are. Ange plans to reveal who they truly are. You're in for a great surprise. In the cabinet, Muki does some investigations of his own. He throws various objects off his desks in his anger. Muki found out about the traitor in his palace. His mother sent him a pure white fox as gift. It looks nice and innocent and has been sitting in his backyard. He wanted Ange to see the fox and orders the guard to see to it. He tells his trusted guard to distract Ange long enough to stay in his backyard with the fox. While Ange is in the backyard, he orders the guard to take Ting to the dungeon. He will be the one to interrogate him later. I pray for Ting's soul. In the Crown Prince's study, a maid approaches Ange to tell him about the fox. Ange is curious about the fox and wants to know if the fox is in the Eastern Palace. The maid tells him that the Crown Prince specifically asked to have it sent to the palace to impress Ange. The prince asked the empress to send the fox over and pestered her until she agreed. Realizing the extent of Muki's efforts, Ange agrees to see the fox. The maid eagerly leads the way for him. As Ange follows the maid, Ting watches him leave, full of regret. From the shadows, two guards lurch forward and grabs hold of him before he can shout for help. He realized that the Crown Prince must have figured out his involvement in Ange's poisoning. He thinks about what he would do. Thinking about his cute sister, whom he loves, he has no choice. He must not confess. He just can't. If he confess, Kong Guan will harm his sister. If Muki catches him, he will surely punish him severely. Ting pushes them off him and makes a run for it. From inside his sleeves, he grabs a black pill. He swallows it quickly before the guards can stop him. As blood dribbles from his mouth, his life flashes before him. He remembers serving Ange, always making mistake after mistake, always apologizing to him. But not once did Ange severely punish him. He falls down to the cold floor, lifeless. In the meeting room, the guards report to Muki. He asks them what happened, and they explain that they did not see the poison hiding in Ting's sleeves. They tell Muki to punish them for their incompetence. Muki tells them to not worry about it and to bury Ting's body somewhere. How is he going to explain Ting's absence to Ange? He warns them to never mention this event to anyone. He also tells them to observe the other servant who came with Ting. No, not you. He tells them to watch Yu's movements, and if they find him suspicious, then they are free to dispose of him, too. I sincerely hope that Yu is as innocent as he looks. Ange comes back from his excursion to the palace's backyard to see the white fox, bringing the fox with him. He enters the dining room. Muki waits for him at the table and asks him if he likes the fox. Ange puts down the magnificent creature, while telling Muki that it is his first time to see a fox as beautiful as this one. The little fox barks at him, competing for his attention. Ange is delighted that the fox can even do tricks. Muki comments that the fox seems to have taken a liking to Ange and obeys him. Ange tells Muki that he once raised a red fox and tamed it. Muki tells him that since Ange likes the fox so much, then he should reward Muki for making him happy. That's a new take on give and take. Ange fires back that Muki is so shameless to ask for repayment. Seeing that the white fox has Ange's complete attention, Muki stares at the fox, making it bark at him in fear. Muki wants attention too and demands it from Ange. He pouts that Ange has been cuddling with the fox since he came in and Muki is jealous. Ange pushes him away, telling him that he's making a big deal out of a little fox. He tells Muki that they should first enjoy their meal. Ange sits down at the dining table and notices that someone is missing. Ting is not around to serve him. He asks Yu why he is the only one serving him, to which the servant answers that he has no idea. Muki tells Ange that Ting came to him requesting to go home as something happened at home. Muki tells Ange that he rightfully sent the poor man back home and even had the guards escort him to ensure his safe return. Muki lies through his teeth, telling Ange that he had asked Ting to tell Ange first, but the man does not want to wait. Ting is probably out of the city by now. He lies so smoothly through his teeth, and without a hint of remorse. Ange decides to just let the man go. If he chooses to leave, then he can go. Ange thinks to himself that in spite of Ting's predicament, he would never let anyone who tries to murder him get off without punishment. This is probably for the best. Muki sets his chopsticks down on the table. He turns to Ange and asks him why he looks so unhappy. He shall send another courtier to Yumla to request for another servant that Ange likes. Ange tells him that he is not sad that Ting left, but he has lost his appetite after consuming a lot of light food. He tells Muki that he wants to eat dishes with more meat starting tomorrow. Muki tells him that the imperial physician recommends staying away from eating meat as Ange may not be able to digest it fully. He tells Ange not to be too stubborn. He tries to coax Ange out of his mood by teasing him. He reminds him that Ange promised to reward Muki after they had their lunch. Ange blushes as he does not remember making such promises to Muki. You told him that you can eat first, and he must have taken it as a promise to get a reward after having lunch. Ange continues to pout while Muki contemplates on how to get Ange to agree. He decides that Ange needs help in fulfilling his promises. Wrapping his arm around Ange, he leans down on the table and picks up a piece of dumpling with his chopstick. Blowing on the hot dumpling, Muki watches Ange's face contort in confusion. He grabs Ange's chin, making him open his mouth and puts the piece of dumpling inside Ange's open mouth. The reward he wants this time is to feed Ange. Ange blushes as he chews on the dumpling. Late at night, all is still in the Eastern Palace. A rustling sound can be heard in the kitchen and a figure opens a window to let fresh air in. Luo Ange surmises that his stomach cannot give his words justice. Avoiding Muki from infantilizing him, he excused himself telling the crown prince that he was full. Alas, it is midnight and he prowls the kitchen looking for food. His stomach growls while he thinks petulantly to himself that Muki will surely make fun of him when he finds out. Ange decides to rummage through the kitchen stores to look for some meat, but his brain keeps coming back to the intimate moment he shared with Muki. He shakes his head, chastising himself for thinking about that despicable crown prince. Hoping for some dried venison, Ange opens up the lid of a pot. From behind, he hears a rustling sound which makes him stand still. As he turns to see where the noise is coming from, a chill runs through his spine as he brings the pot lid up to his chest. Treating it like a shield, he asks the shadowed figure who it is. Startled, the figure drops the bun he's been munching on. When the figure turns around to face Ange, he introduces himself as Ji Xiang and tells him that he came to the kitchen for a late-night snack, still holding the pot lid. Ange seems familiar with the name but is unable to recall where he heard it. Ji Xiang tells him that he has not eaten anything as he was locked up as punishment for breaking a glazed vase when he was cleaning that morning. Ange places the lid on the table while calming his wildly beating heart. He tells Ji Xiang how scared he was at seeing another figure prowling the kitchen with him. Ji Xiang mistook him for a guard who missed his meals for making a mistake and offered him the bun that he'd been eating. The kind gesture surprises Ange, and he smiles at the kid kindly. Grabbing Ji Xiang by his wrist, he leads him towards the table where the good stuff is kept. He tells Ji Xiang that since they made the effort to come to the kitchen, then they should be rewarded with delicious food. He tells Ji Xiang that the cold, hard bun is not enough. Ji Xiang grabs his sleeves in fear of the kitchen supervisor finding out. He knows that the punishment will be harsh beatings. You poor kid. He just wants enough to fill his belly. Ange's stomach growls at the perfect moment as he sadly tells Ji Xiang that it has been 2 days since he last had any meat. Ji Xiang mistook his words for not having any food at all for the past 2 days and takes pity on this poor guard, who must have erred big time to warrant 2 days of no food as punishment. Using his newfound friend as a lookout, Ange continues to rummage through the pots until he lets out an exclamation of delight. Holding up 2 drumsticks of chicken, he offers one to Ji Xiang. The two found a secluded spot to enjoy their loot. Ji Xiang warns Ange to eat the chicken fast, otherwise they will be caught. Confidently, Ange tells him that nobody will come as everyone will be asleep after midnight. From outside the window, footsteps can be heard. When they took a peek, they found a battalion of guards bearing down on them. Ange jinxed it. The two panics, still holding onto their chicken. This will be the perfect time to say, "Freeze. Drop the chicken." Ji Xiang cries in misery, thinking that he finally met his end. He should not have listened to this random dude he met in the kitchen. Ange realizes that there's only one person who will notice his absence in the dead of night. Sure enough, a foot connects to the kitchen door, making it ring open with a bang. Ji Xiang quickly throws himself to the floor, begging for forgiveness. Mu Qi enters the kitchen, his arms crossed in front of him. He calls Ange by his full name, complaining that Ange must be deliberately adding more work for him to do. Meanwhile, Ange munches on the chicken as he shakes in fear. Ange takes a precarious bite of the chicken as Mu Qi towers over him, chastising him for causing trouble. Ange blushes as he hides the drumstick. "I think you already saw what's in your hands." He explains that he went to the kitchen to get some food, not knowing that it would cause too much trouble. Mu Qi notices that Ange's lips are oily and asks him what he's hiding, knowing that Mu Qi will laugh at him. Ange cannot bring himself to admit that he's hiding a piece of chicken behind him. Mu Qi lets out a sigh and decides to let it go as long as Ange goes back to bed. He wipes Ange's mouth with a handkerchief. He tells Ange that he can ask the maids to get him something to eat if he gets hungry again. He also chastises him for wearing light clothes during the night. Mu Qi threatens Ange that if he gets sick, he will be punished and not eat meat for at least 2 weeks. Ange reluctantly agreed with him. Finally, noticing the other guy prostrating on the floor, Mu Qi asks how he is and why he's with Ange. Ji Xiang introduced himself and admitted that he too was hungry. Mu Qi waves him off and tells the guards to punish Ji Xiang for breaking the rules. Ange comes to Ji Xiang's rescue and tells Mu Qi that it was his idea to raid the kitchen and drag the poor kid along with him. Mu Qi realizes what Ange is doing. Ange tells him that the kid is probably about 20 years of age, and he reminds him of his brother, Yanyu. Mu Qi promises to let the matter go. He turns to Ji Xiang and tells him to thank the sub-director Luo Ange for his mercy. Ji Xiang kowtowed enthusiastically as he thanked Ange for his kindness. Ji Xiang watches the crown prince leave with Luo Ange. He realized that the rumors were true. The former monarch of Yunlei is being pampered by their crown prince. It's been a few days since the kitchen incident. While enjoying the afternoon snack with Luo Ange, Mu Qi invites him to a family event. He entices Ange with the delicious food that will be served at the party. He also wanted Ange to meet some people. Ange hesitates as the attendees will be from the royal family of Yi. There's no reason for the former monarch of Yunlei to attend. Mu Qi relents and tells Ange that he shall stay with him at the West Palace. He shall suffer through the mild food as long as Ange is with him. What a sweetheart. Having had enough of the mild food, Ange agrees to come to the party to Mu Qi's delight. At the banquet, Ange realizes that Mu Qi has so many siblings. Muki points towards his third brother, Muqing, while he puts more food on Ange's plate. He tells him that Muqing and Ange will get along nicely as his third brother is the straightforward type. He then points towards the person behind him, who is Muqi, the second son. He tells Ange to be wary of him as Muqi is the ambitious type. Ange feels a chill down his spine as he feels Muqi watching him. He decides to stay away from Muqi as the man appears to be hostile to him. A woman clad in rich robes enters the banquet. She presents herself in front of the throne and introduces herself as Wanrong. She apologizes profusely to the Empress and Emperor of Yi country for being late. Her carriage broke down on the way, making her late. The Empress waves off her apologies and tells her to take her seat. The Empress offers the seat next to Muqi, as the two have been childhood friends. Blushing, Wanrong sees this chance to get close to Muqi and daintily walks over to him. Ange can see the swooning spark in her eyes, and he realizes who the woman is. Wanrong pays her respects to the crown prince and introduces herself. Muqi does not pay her any attention and continues to put food on Ange's plate. The Empress decides to interfere and introduces Wanrong as the second daughter of the imperial astronomer, Xiao. Hoping that Wanrong can catch the attention of the crown prince, she tells him of her virtues and expresses her worry that Muqi no longer recognizes her now that she has grown into a beautiful and elegant woman. Ange studies the woman. She is indeed elegant and beautiful. He realizes that this woman is the one that the Empress has chosen for Muqi to be his crown princess. Ange's heart sinks knowing that there will be a need for Muqi to take in many women in the future as he is crown prince. Muqi assures him by holding his hand. He tells Wanrong that it won't be appropriate for her to sit on their side as it is for men only. She tells Wanrong to join the side of the princesses. Embarrassed, Wanrong looks to the Empress for help. The Empress quickly chastises Muqi for being rude. Muqi answers that it will ruin Wanrong's reputation if she sits beside so many men. Unable to argue, the Empress can only scowl at him, a sight that the second prince finds amusing. Ange tells Muqi that Wanrong probably wants to sit with them as she admires Muqi. Ange tells Muqi to be nicer to Wanrong and to not argue with the Empress. Ange knows that Muqi should take care of his image and he should not sow any disputes with the Empress, otherwise his enemy will use it to discredit Muqi. The lives of royalty are full of betrayal and deceit. Ange cannot be the reason for any misunderstanding between the Empress and Muqi. Muqi turns to Ange asking him if he wants Wanrong to sit with them. Ange clenched his fist, thinking that there was no way that he'd want a woman to sit with Muqi. Muqi whispers in his ears and his heart must be made of stone. The fourth prince stands up to smooth things over. He teases the Empress for being partial to Muqi. She tells her that Wanrong is clearly more of his age and should sit beside him instead of his older brother. So the fourth prince is not so bad. The Empress sighs and chastises the fourth prince for being jealous. She tells Wanrong to sit beside the other guests. The Empress looks in Muqi's direction. Seeing how close her son is to the former monarch of Yunla, she concludes that the rumors about her son's preference may be true. She decides to take matters into her own hands. After the banquet, Muqi drags Ange to a private room in the West Palace, his face clouded with anger. Pushing Ange to a chair, Muqi leans over him and asks what Ange meant to do at the party. In response, Ange asks him why Muqi is so angry when he only wants to stop any quarrel between Muqi and the Empress. Muqi wanted to know if he only said that to prevent any argument between him and the Empress or if Ange wanted to use Wanrong as an excuse to leave Muqi. Ange denies the accusation. Muqi grabs his chin and tells him to not even think about leaving Muqi. Knowing what's coming next, he tells Muqi to let go of him. But his struggle is not as eager as it used to be. Behind the curtains, he allows Muqi to claim his lips. Ange sits in the reading room, practicing his calligraphy, as if having a life of their own. His brushstrokes spell the first syllable of the crown prince's name. Ange crumples the paper in his hands and throws it to the floor. Ange does not understand why Muqi would suddenly get angry at the banquet. He got mad cause he thought you wanted to push him off towards Wanrong. You enters the study with him with Ji Xian following behind. You ask if Ange has gotten tired of calligraphy and would rather take a walk in the garden. Ange assures him that he wants to stay where he is. Turning to them, Ange notices that the one behind you is Ji Xian and asks what he is doing with you. Ji Xian thanks him for his help when they were caught in the kitchen and explains that the crown prince chose him to serve Ange. Ange realizes that Muqi is just being thoughtful and knows that Ange likes the kid. Ji Xiang tells him that the crown prince instructed him to take care of Ange. As Ange's health has almost recovered, his job includes reminding Ange to change his clothes so that Mu Qi can take him outside. Mu Qi will take Ange hunting to give him some fresh air. Ange complains that Mu Qi can go on his own and Ange does not need to come. Ji Xiang cries pitifully, telling Ange that he will be punished if Ange does not go. Having no choice, Ange decides to go and change his clothes, resenting that Mu Qi is yet again using other people to control him. In the main palace, Mu Qi lets out a sneeze in front of the emperor. Worried for his son's health, the emperor asks if he is well. Mu Qi thanks him for his care and assures him that he is well. Mu Qi smirks as he thinks to himself that Ange must be stomping his feet while cursing Mu Qi in his head. He assures himself that Ange's mood will lighten after their trip to the hunting grounds. He'd be fine as long as you and your siblings don't hunt Yunla people for fun. At the hunting ground, Mu Qi helps Ange get down the carriage. From a distance, Ange sees Wang Rong looking at them. Ange realizes why the empress chose Wang Rong to marry the crown prince. She is, after all, beautiful and elegant. Ange reaches out his hand to Mu Qi. When their eyes meet, he tells him that he does not need help as he is not a lady. Mu Qi pulls him towards him and remarks that if Ange were a lady, things would have been easier for him. He tells Ange that only Ange can order him around. Wang Rong sees the two being lovey-dovey and becomes envious. She thinks that Ange, who is a mere prisoner of war, is deliberately fighting with her. She approaches the two, explaining that the empress sent her to greet the crown prince and to escort them to the hunting ground. Mu Qi turns to her and declines her help. He looks toward Ange to see his reaction and becomes extremely disappointed when he sees Ange looking the other way. Thinking that Ange does not seem to care, he accepts Wang Rong's invitation to walk together to their camp. Wang Rong enthusiastically walks beside him. Seeing that the two are having a cordial conversation, Ange pulls his hand away from Mu Qi's and walks in another direction. Looks like someone is jealous and having an issy fit. He tells them that he won't be joining their walk. He has not practiced his archery skills for a long time and is eager to hold a bow once more. Mu Qi resents his attitude and calls towards the former monarch. Ange kept walking, not looking back. Ange mounts a horse, bow, and arrows on his back. He wonders what set him off. He was rude to Wang Rong for no apparent reason. He sees the empress on a horse heading in his direction. Ange thinks that it is better if he stays out of the empress's sight for now, as he knows that she does not like him. When he pulls the horse's rein to turn back, he hears a scream. When he looks, he sees a wild boar charging towards the empress. Ange quickly charges his horse forward and pulls out his bow. With steady hands, he points his arrow towards the boar. Sensing danger, the boar sees him, his eyes blazing red, as if possessed by the devil. Wang Rong happily walks with the man of his dreams. She asks the crown prince if he could teach her how to ride a horse, as her horse riding skill is not very good. Mu Qi flat out tells her that he can't teach her. Emotional damage. Undeterred, she walks up closer to the crown prince and tells him that the empress wanted them to interact more and that he should be nicer to her. Before Mu Qi can answer, they hear someone scream Ange's name. Mu Qi immediately rushes toward the scream, leaving Wang Rong alone behind. When he breaks through the shrubs, he sees a boar charging towards Ange. Ange points the bow towards the raging boar. A calm feeling overcomes Ange. He lets go of the quiver and it flies straight to the wild boar, piercing his heart. Ange towers over the boar, a vision that can only be described as regal. Mu Qi is frozen on the spot. This image gives him hope. Hope that Ange is the same person he fell in love with years ago. Later that day, Mu Qi and Ange go over to the queen's tent. Mu Qi asks Ange if he's alright. Ange answers that he's okay, but the queen must be scared. A eunuch comes out of the tent, announcing that the empress wants to see Ange. She asks Ange to follow him inside. Mu Qi does not like the idea of Ange being alone with his mother. He asks the eunuch what his mother wants from Ange. The eunuch carefully answers that the empress naturally wanted to thank Ange for saving her life. He assures the crown prince that nothing will happen with Ange. Mu Qi finds it suspicious that the empress does not want his presence in the tent with Ange. He can only watch as Ange enters his mother's tent. The empress lies on her side when Ange stops inside. She sits up to greet him properly and thanks him for saving her. She graciously asks him if there is anything he wants and assures him that she will do her best to make it happen. Ange bows to her respectfully and tells her that his only wish is to have the taxes reduced for the citizens of Yunmo so that they can live comfortably. The empress tells him that Mu Qi has already made the proposal to the emperor and the emperor already granted it. She tells Ange to ask something for himself. At a loss, Ange cannot think of anything he wants for himself and thinks about the crown prince. Ange tells her that apart from Yunli's prosperity, he has no other wish. The Empress finally decides on a more direct approach and asks him if he wants to return to Yunli. She assures him that she can play his case to the Emperor. Ange tells her that he promised the crown prince that he would stay by his side. Ange does not intend to break his promise. The Empress thinks that Muki is not the only one who's stubborn, and it makes her worry. Ange excuses himself and bids his farewell. The Empress tries to keep him for a while longer. She asks him to encourage the crown prince to take on many concubines. As crown prince, it won't be good for rumors to surround him. She asks Ange to help her advise the crown prince. This request is too hard for Ange to fulfill, but the Empress keeps pushing, wanting the best for her son. Ange tells himself that this is to be expected. As crown prince, Muki has to take in as many concubines to continue his lineage and produce future heirs to the throne. He can't continue playing around with a male lover. As appointed subdirector of the Eastern Palace, it is Ange's duty to give his counsel to Muki and show him the right way. The answer is obvious, but Ange cannot bring himself to agree to the Empress's request. Realizing what he wants, Ange looks at the Empress, telling her that it is not his place to meddle with the crown prince's personal affairs. He declines the Empress's request, making her mad at him. Ange excuses himself a final time and leaves the test. Ange decides to be selfish. He does not want Muki to have concubines. Watching him leave, the Empress decides that for her son's future, she can't allow the two to be together. No, don't be the evil queen. While Ange is talking to the Empress, Wangrong approaches the crown prince and asks him if he's been waiting for Ange. Muki decided to be forward with her. He tells her to not waste her time on him. She is beautiful and came from a good family. Many men will surely want to marry her. Wangrong does not want to give up yet. She cannot fathom how two men can be together. She believes that with time, the crown prince will look at her with love. Changing tactics, Wangrong tells Muki that she is envious of Ange who does not realize the wonderful gift presented to him. Interested, Muki turns to her, wanting to know what she has in mind. Wangrong sees Ange exit the tent. She smiles knowing that she can turn this to her favor. She stares up at the crown prince, happily basking in his full attention. She tells Muki that he's been treating Ange so well that Ange must have feelings for him. However, he must be wary of the gap between their status. She draws closer to the crown prince, making them look like a couple having a good time. Ange sees them together, and jealousy creeps in his heart. He realizes that the Empress has nothing to worry about. Muki and Wangrong were childhood friends and will find their way to each other even without interference. Turning away from them, he walks behind the tent. Muki turns to Wangrong, curious about what she plans to do. Wangrong proposes to play the act of a happy couple to make Ange jealous. Doing so will make Ange realize that he is in love with Muki, despite her innocent face. Wangrong plans to make Muki fall in love with her by pretending to be his friend. Muki thanks her for caring and for coming up with a plan to make Ange fall in love with him. She happily tells him that she'll be honored to help. A eunuch approaches them to deliver Ange's words. He wants Muki to know that he has already left. Muki's face contorted in anger, annoyed that Ange left without him. Ange stares out one of the windows of the East Palace, watching the leaves fall off the trees and be blown by the wind. Muki barges in calling his name, menacingly. He walks towards Ange, asking him why he went home without Muki. He's annoyed that he waited for Ange to come out of the tent, only to find out that he already left. Yeah, not cool. Ange tells him that since there is a beautiful woman besides Muki, he decided not to interrupt them, realizing that Ange must be jealous. Muki smiles giddily. He raises Ange's chin, his face getting closer to Ange's, and asks him if he is jealous. Teasing Ange, Muki leans closer, making Ange blush. Ange pushes him off, telling him that he's talking nonsense. He screams at Muki that there's no way that he is jealous. Your tantrum makes it obvious. Try to conceal it better. Muki pushes some more and asks Ange why he left when he saw Muki standing close to Wangrong. Ange answers that he was just tired and wanted to go home. Muki does not believe him, his lips curving in a smile as he watches Ange blush. Muki touches Ange's face and places his forehead on Ange's, happy to know that Ange has feelings for him. He pulls him into a hug. Meanwhile, a maid peeks at them from the door and discreetly closes the door. Who set this maid? My guess is on the Empress. Muki asks Ange how hard it is to admit that he has feelings for Muki. Anga denies this, but Muki insists that Anga is jealous. He correctly deduced that Anga left in anger after seeing him talking with Wang Rong. Fed up with Muki's teasing, Anga grits his teeth and bites Muki. What? That came out of the blue. Nice response, though. That's one of the first things you teach a kindergartner. Don't bite at people who annoy you. Instead of pushing Anga off, Muki savors the feeling of Anga's teeth on him. He tells Anga that he is free to vent his jealousy in whichever way he wants. But he does not leave him like he did today. Anga petulantly agrees. Anga's so funny. He's like a kid. The two walk to the garden. Muki tells Anga that he wants to spend the following days with Anga as he does not need to go to court. He asks Anga if he will act up again and bite him. Anga tells him that he is not at all angry. People who are not angry do not bite. From behind Anga, a woman walks closer to the pagoda where the two are lounging. Muki agrees with him in a patronizing tone, teasing him that it is Muki who wants to be with him. He openly admits that he wants to be with Anga. Anga puffs up his cheek and turns away from him. Their sweet teasing is interrupted by Wang Rong greeting the crown prince. Annoyed, Muki asks her why she's in his palace. Dumbfounded, she asks if Muki forgot what they discussed that day. She tells him that she came to help Muki out. Wang Rong looks at Anga and realizes that it will be hard to defeat Anga. Muki grabs Anga's hand while telling Wang Rong that she must have misunderstood. She tells her to stop visiting the Eastern Palace before her honor gets sullied. She tries to stop him, but he orders the guards to escort her out. Not willing to give up yet, she runs to the crown prince, insisting that they made a plan. Muki pushes her off him, telling her to get out. She stumbles back and trips, her eyes widen in horror as she falls into the cold pond. She screams as she plunges into the water. Trying to keep herself floating, she waves her hands in the water, coughing up water. She tells the crown prince that she cannot swim. Unbothered, Muki orders the guard to rescue Wang Rong. With her clothes wet and disheveled, she coughs up the pond water she accidentally drank. The guard apologizes for desecrating her in his haste to save her life. It's either you desecrate her or you let her die. By desecrating, he meant he had to touch her or hug her to save her. Muki does not want Anga to see the alluring sight of a woman with her wet clothes clinging to her body. He covers Anga's eyes from the lewd sight. At least, it's the ancient Chinese standard of lewd. Anga insisted that he did not look. Wang Rong looks at Muki betrayed. She is not yet engaged in rumors of her coming out of the East Palace in such a state will ruin her. Claiming that she has lost her innocence, she cries as she laments that she will not be able to marry. Poor girl. She did come to get the prince to fall in love with her, but she did not intend things to go this far. Or did she? Muki contemplates how to resolve this. He admits that it is he who stained her honor by accident. She bows to him, admitting that she was careless. All she wants is a title to not shame her family. She wants to be a concubine or a crown princess. Muki comes up with a solution. To preserve her honor, he shall promote Yan Cheng, the guard who saved her, to the position of Sword King's Guard and will plead with the emperor to grant them the gift of marriage. Poor girl. It will be a cute story if she falls in love with Yan Cheng. Not believing his luck, Yan Cheng prostrates in front of the prince and thanks him. Wang Rong cannot believe what she is hearing. She expected that the crown prince would be pressured to make her a concubine. She grits her teeth in anger. After thanking the crown prince, she promises to not bother them again. Muki turns to Anga and asks him if his jealousy is eased. Anga insisted that what happened had nothing to do with him. Therefore, there's no reason to assure him. Muki is astonished at Anga's insistence on denying his jealousy. Hugging Anga close to him, he tells him that the emperor sent him on a business trip the next day. He can't take Anga with him and asks that Anga stay away from trouble while he's gone. He also asks Anga to not miss him too much. Anga tells him that there's no way he'd miss him, but his words do not match his body language. He hugs Muki close to him as he secretly laments how much he would miss him. In the main palace, a eunuch reports to the empress. She shouts incredulously at hearing what transpired in the Eastern Palace. She can't believe that her son rejected Wang Rong and made her fall into the pond, desecrating her honor. She realized that as long as Anga stayed with Muki, Muki would never take in any concubines. Drastic actions need to be made. She orders the eunuch to call the imperial Dr. Xian so she can ask him a favor. The eunuch is quick to do her bidding. 3 days have passed and Muki has not returned. Anga is bored out of his mind as all he can do to pass the time is calligraphy. His mind strays back to his last interaction with Muki, which he tries to erase from his mind. There's no way that he would miss Muki. a eunuch comes to the study and invites him to meet the empress. Ange raises his guard up and thinks that she must have called for him to get Muki to take in concubines. Ji Xiang watches Ange leave with the eunuch. Judging by the eunuch's cold voice and the time of the summon, he decides that he must protect Ange. When he follows Ange, the eunuch stops him, telling him that the empress wants to see Ange alone. Ange assures Ji Xiang that he will be fine. Ji Xiang pouts, but there's nothing he can do but obey. Watching Ange go, Ji Xiang wonders why the empress called for Ange at a time when the crown prince was not home. From out of nowhere, another eunuch enters the eastern palace, his face contorted with panic. This eunuch's name is Ji Li, who was supposed to be working with the crown prince. Ji Li tells him that he must find the crown prince right away, whispering to Ji Xiang what the empress intends to do. Upon hearing what's going on, Ji Xiang panics. His face pales in shock. Ange is unceremoniously pushed towards the doors of Ji Yaofang Palace. A eunuch chastises him incredulously for not showing the proper respect. He got pushed, didn't you see? The empress waves off the disrespect, stating that Ange was her savior, and he does not need to show proper decorum. Ange asks why the empress called for him. She glances at the eunuch, prompting him to present a wooden pass to Ange. She opens the conversation by pointing out that Ange is not an official citizen. Therefore, Muki has no right to keep him in the palace. She grants him the option to leave Yi country. Ange looks at the token in his hands. This token will allow him to pass through the gates without trouble. She will be the one to tell Muki about Ange's departure and will not tell him that Ange went to Yunlei. Muki will surely try to find Ange in Yunlei. Ange looks at the token in his hands, thinking how once was ready to give anything just to get hold of these tokens. He can't believe that the token was handled to him just like that. Before, he wanted to leave for Yunlei, but now he does not know. She thanks the empress for her kindness. Ange realizes that he no longer wants the token. He bows to the empress, telling her that he plans to uphold his promise to Muki that he would never leave without telling him. He hands over the token, intending to return it permanently. The empress stands up abruptly, resulting in the side table toppling over. She is at the end of her patience, and now she is forced to resort to a more drastic approach. She calls the guards to restrain Ange. Ange asks her what she plans to do. The empress expresses her gratefulness for saving her life. However, he can't allow her son's reputation to go into ruins. She knows that as long as Ange is around, Nuke will never let him go. She takes out a vial from a velvet box and tells Ange what it is. It is He Ding Hong, which is a poison. Once Ange drinks it, he shall leave the world of the living within 3 hours. She apologizes for being the villain to end his life. She passes the vial of poison to a eunuch and orders to give it to Ange. Ange tries to escape, bemoaning the fact that the empress does not have the guts to poison him herself. He coughs as the poison enters his throat. The empress denies that she sentenced him to death. She will make it appear that Ange decided to end his own life. She will make it appear that he wrote a goodbye letter before drinking the poison. She tells him that she is doing this for Muki's sake. If Muki continues to postpone his marriage, rumors will spread about him and may impede his chance to be emperor. Should Muki fight with her, then Muki will have no one else on his side. She tells Ange that if he really cares for his son, then he would know the best course of action. What action? You just ended him. Ange sways on his knees, his eyes blurring. As he succumbs to the effects of the poison, his last thoughts are of Muki's reaction when he returns and finds that Ange is not there. Muki will be mad. A coffin passes through the peace gate. The eunuchs try to make haste as they pass by the crown prince. Muki tries to come home as fast as he can. In his haste, he pants as he sprints back home. A sinking feeling overcomes him as he passes by a group of eunuchs carrying a coffin. He stops the eunuch in their tracks. They went down on their knees and greeted him. Muki asks whose coffin it is. The eunuch's eyes shifted between him and the coffin. Muki does not have time for his stammering and orders them to open the coffin. The eunuch tries to dissuade him, reasoning that they cannot allow Muki to get dirty. Muki tells him to shut up. He pushes the coffin lid. Light enters the coffin, revealing that the corpse inside wears a lavender robe. When the lid is completely open, lying in a bed of flowers is Luo Ange, the former monarch of Yunlei and Muki's beloved. Muki stands frozen in shock. With trembling hands, he reaches for his beloved, touching his face. The pale, beautiful face looks as if it is only sleeping. He calls out to him, but no matter how many times he tries to wake him, Luo Ange does not wake up. Ji Xiang approaches him with worry, wondering why the crown prince stopped to check out a coffin. Looking at what's inside the coffin, His heart sank at the sight of Luo Ange's lifeless body. Ji Xiang's knees weaken and he cries in sorrow at the loss of his wonderful master. Mu Qi looks at him indifferently, asking him why he's crying. Ji Xiang believes that it is his fault that Ange is dead. Had he known sooner, then Ange would not have met his untimely fate. Mu Qi asks him why he would say that Ange is dead. Ah, there's his corpse in front of you. Ji Xiang looks at the crown prince dumbly, wondering what he means. Mu Qi tells him that Ange's body is still warm and thinks that Ange is just pretending to die to trick him. He lifts up Ange's body in his arms. One of the eunuchs tries to stop him. He explains that Luo Ange died by self-poisoning not too long ago, which is why the body is still warm. He begs the crown prince to not cause them trouble. Mu Qi does not want to listen to his nonsense and kicks him. He tells the eunuch offer implying that Luo Ange is dead, with a threat to bury all the eunuchs carrying the coffin. The crown prince leaves with Luo Ange's body cradled in his arms, intent on bringing him home. Mu Qi takes Ange to his bedroom and tucks him into bed. He watches the prone body on the bed, intending to wait until his beloved wakes up. Meanwhile, Luo Ange gains consciousness. However, his body cannot move. His head throbs but is unable to voice his complaints. He wonders why he's still alive. He can feel his surroundings and hear the people around him. He can hear someone calling him sweetly by his pet name, telling him to continue resting. He hears a voice promising to take him outside to visit the theater when he wakes. He realizes that it is Mu Qi. There must be others in the room. He hears you telling the crown prince that Ange has passed and that Mu Qi should not grieve too much. A maid chimed in, advising that Mu Qi could not bring back the dead, and tearfully begs him to bury Ange so he can rest in peace. Mu Qi does not listen to them, believing that Ange somehow came up with this convoluted plan of pretending to be dead to punish Mu Qi for leaving him alone in the palace. He thinks that Ange is only being petty and will wake up soon. Ange thinks that Mu Qi is delusional and does not believe that he is dead, but the fact remains that he is still alive. Ange wonders what's going on. He thinks back to the day the Empress gave him the poison. The Empress told him that he would thank her. He deduced that the Empress probably did not intend to kill him, and just wanted him to be dead for a while so that Mu Qi would give up on him. He realized that the Empress miscalculated for not thinking that Mu Qi wouldn't let him go even after death. Ange decides that he needs to wake up before Mu Qi does something foolish. Ange reflects on when he started to care about Mu Qi. He now realizes how deeply Mu Qi's feelings run. After caressing Ange's face, Mu Qi tucks him to bed, ignoring the pleas of his servants. He tells Ji Xiang to prepare Ange's usual medicinal bowl, thinking that Ange will wake up after drinking it. Ji Xiang can look at him dumbly, not knowing what to do. The door violently opens, and a scream is heard in the Eastern Palace, asking the crown prince when he'll stop being delusional and insisting that Luo Ange has passed away. Mu Qi did not even spare the visitor a glance and ordered Ji Xiang to escort the visitor out. Ji Xiang cannot obey as the visitor is Empress, Mu Qi's very own mother. She can't believe that Mu Qi would turn his back against her all for some boy. She shakes in anger and asks Mu Qi if he thinks that she is the cause of Ange's death. She fabricates a story and tells Mu Qi that Ange begged for death when she asked him what he wanted as a reward for saving her life. She hands him the goodbye letter she alleges that Ange wrote, insisting that Ange did not want to stay in the palace, but Mu Qi has been forcing him to stay. Mu Qi cannot believe what he's hearing. He takes the goodbye letter in his hands. Ange hears them and wants to shout at Mu Qi to tell him that they are all lies. Ange wants to tell him that all he wants is for Mu Qi to be successful and to stop quarreling with his mother. When Mu Qi reads the letter, a tidal wave of regret clashes through him. He realizes that Ange wants to run away from him. It was he who caused this. Mu Qi concludes that Ange hated him so much that he'd rather end his life than be with him. This is probably Ange's way of punishing him. The words, "leave a long life," seem to mock him. Ange cruelly wants him to live long so that he can suffer for the rest of his life and wallow in regret. Behind him, Ange wants to comfort him and tell him that he never thought of getting back at Mu Qi. All he wants is for Mu Qi to live a wonderful life. Ange resolves that he must wake up and comfort Mu Qi. The Empress seems to regret her decision to see her son sad, but she must harden her heart and push through with the plan. She needs to find a way to get Luo Ange's body out of Yi City. Otherwise, all she did will be for naught. The Empress asks Mu Qi if he will continue to keep Ange in the palace now that he knows that Ange hates him. She begs Mu Qi to let Ange go so that his soul can be laid to rest. Mu Qi needs more time to process all this and asks his mother to give him more time. There are things he needs to tell Ange before he parts with him forever. The Empress calculated the time on how long the poison will take effect. She still has time as the potion will keep Luo Ange in a state of coma for 3 days. If she continues to pressure Muki, her son may become suspicious. With a sigh, the Empress allows Muki to have his time with Ange. Taking her leave, the Empress tells the other servant to join her outside. Once he is alone with Ange, Muki confesses that the first time he met Ange was not in the Great Hall of Yunle. Holding Ange's lifeless hands, he bares his heart to him. He tells Ange that they met 3 years ago. Ange thinks hard about the timeline and remembers that he did not leave Yunle that year. Muki continues with his story. When he was 19 years old, he went to Yunle in disguise with only a few guards to travel with him. In a twist of fate, he met Ange, who was also in disguise. Ange sneaked out of the palace. 3 years ago, Muki introduced himself to Ange as Mo Ran, a mere fabric merchant, and asked Ange who he was. Ange introduced himself as Luo Xiao, a student who came to the capital to take the exam. Muki was able to see through him. Ange is not so smart. Muki deduced that the other was lying. The surname Luo is the reigning family in Yunle. Coupled with his rich robes and age, Muki can easily tell that this is the Emperor of Yunle. He was amused that the Emperor was not a great liar. Muki made friends with Ange and eagerly tried to spend more time with him. Ange enthusiastically grabs his hands, agreeing to travel together. They spend time traveling, even staying in the same inn. That night, he discovered something about Ange. The rain pours down hard on the inn they're staying in. The rumbling thunder echoes in the halls of the inn. Muki was about to get ready for bed when he heard a knock on the door. When he opens the door, he sees Luo Ange hugging a pillow to himself. Ange asked to stay with him that night as the thunder frightened him. He discovered that Ange is such a scaredy cat. Muki finds this side of him adorable and he blushes. He allows Ange to sleep in the same room with him to Ange's delight, and that's when it started. When they parted ways, they confessed their feelings for each other and even exchanged love tokens. Muki gave Ange the dice, promising to come back to Yunle to see Ange once more. Ange can't believe it. It appears that he has a shared past with Muki, but he is unable to remember any of the events that Muki described. When Muki returns to Yunle, Ange no longer remembers him. He was heartbroken and angry. He thought that Ange was just playing with him and did not want anything to do with him. It upsets him that Ange forgot about him so easily. Ange finally understands why Muki acted strange when they met at the Great Hall of Yunle. Ange blames him for forgetting about Muki. Muki continues with his story. When he took Ange back to his country, he treated Ange poorly out of anger and wanted to take his revenge. He later realized that there was a reason why Ange forgot about him. When he started to treat Ange better, the seed of hatred had been sowed. There's a reason why communication is key. If you had told him about it before, then you could have avoided all this. Muki regrets it as it is now too late. Now that Ange is gone, he missed his chance and he worries that Ange would probably hate him even in the afterlife. Tears stream down on Muki's face. This is the first time he cried since he discovered Ange's body in the coffin. Ange wanted to scream that he does not hate him. He wants Muki to wait for him to wake up so that they can start over. Ange wants to promise him that he will never forget Muki again. Muki admits to using Ange's country and friends as tools to threaten Ange, but he really does not want to follow through with the threats. He gave Ange whatever he asked for. Watching Ange's lifeless face, he finally makes a decision. He carries Ange in his arms. It is time to set Ange free. Ange no longer has to see his tormentor whenever he wakes. Ange wants to tell him that he never hated Muki and beg him to wait a bit more. He will soon wake up and hope that he does before Muki does anything foolish. A funeral is held to send off Ange properly. White garlands adorn the place, and he lays Ange on a bed of blue flowers in the coffin. A eunuch tells him that it is time to bid his final farewell. The coffin should be sealed. Reluctantly, Muki allows them. Ange tries to scream at them to not close the coffin. This is nightmare-inducing. I hope I don't get nightmares about being trapped in a coffin after reading this. Unable to move or speak, Ange is at a loss on how to tell them that he's not dead. The coffin lid closes and Muki touches the coffin one last time. He instructs the eunuchs and guards to send Ange's body back to Yunle and bury him with the honors befitting a former monarch. Ange can't give up yet. It cannot end like this. He does not want to go back to Yunle in a coffin. Forcing the poison out of his system with his sheer willpower, he coughs up blood. Muki has a lot of explaining to do, and he must wake up to hear them. When the guards lift up the coffin, a sound can be heard. The coffin lid seems to creak open a bit. Mookie is alerted to the sound. I hope he does not ignore it. Up next, Zombie Apocalypse, the beginning. It starts as a soft creak, which evolves to loud banging. There is no doubt that the sound is coming from inside the coffin. Those who carry the coffin can feel the wood vibrate with each banging noise. In their fear, they drop the coffin to the ground, distancing themselves from the start of the zombie apocalypse. Mookie runs towards the coffin, his grieving heart still hopeful. And the first victim walks up to the coffin. The others flee for their lives. When Mookie opens the coffin, he finds Ange resting peacefully, but a string of blood flows down from his mouth to his chin. Ange opens his eyes. It's alive. Run. Mookie can't believe it. He reaches his hands to Ange and hugs him, relieved that he's back in his life. Then Ange bites him and turns him into a zombie. Everybody becomes a zombie. The end? Just kidding. Mookie does not care. He's just happy that Ange is back in his arms. Ange cries, calling him stupid. Mookie admits that he was indeed foolish, which made Ange hate him. He thinks that Ange must have been so resentful that he came back as a devil to haunt him. Even if Ange is turned into a devil, Mookie would happily take him back. He'd let Ange haunt him for the rest of his life. Ange realized that Mookie's being stupid. Mookie thinks he really died and has become a ghost. He pushes Mookie off of him to shake him out of his stupid thoughts and bring him back to reality. He tells Mookie to have a good look at Ange, and he insists that he is alive. Ange realized that Mookie looked disheveled and haggard. He asks him why he let himself look like this. Mookie teases him that had he known that Ange would come back from the dead to haunt him, he would have made himself look dashing. Ange lifts himself up with his tiptoes and kisses Mookie. The kiss feels like a new dawn for them, a new beginning. Ange places his forehead on Mookie's and asks him if he finally believes that Ange is really alive. Mookie needs further proof of Ange's life. He pinches Ange's cheek, stretching it to the limit. To Mookie, everything feels surreal. There's no way that the real Ange would ever kiss him. Even if Ange turns into a devil, he would never kiss Mookie. With his cheek sore, Ange looks at Mookie in frustration. The stress has finally taken its toll on the crown prince. Mookie drops to the ground, unconscious. Ange scrambles to help Mookie, but he too feels a severe headache, consuming him, making him drop to his knees. The eunuchs enter the room. Panics overcome them at seeing the once dead Ange looming over their crown prince. Ange tries to call them for help, but they step back out of fear. In their eyes, Ange has turned into a devil who came back from the dead to take their souls. Up next, the devil takes the poor eunuch's souls. The eunuchs ran for their lives, screaming devil cannibal. With the voice of a monarch, Ange orders them to stop. He finally got through to one of them, who turned around to ask him if he was indeed the sub-director. Ange lifts up Mookie to a sitting position and asks them how they could compare him to a devil. He coaxes the eunuchs to come closer to give him a hand. Eunuchs, don't do it. This is how the clown from the movie It gets his victims. The eunuchs observe him more closely. One of them noticed that Ange still has a shadow, which means that he's human. Relieved that the devil was not after their souls, they stop running and hesitantly walk closer. Ange orders them to call the imperial physician to attend to Mookie. He then orders the remaining eunuchs to help him get Mookie to bed. The eunuchs finally move to action, carrying Mookie with them. One of the eunuchs assisted Ange so he could stand. Another eunuch explains that Mookie is suffering from dehydration. He has not drank any water since returning to the palace with the dead Ange. Ange orders them to make a bowl of soup for the crown prince to restore his health. In the crown prince's bedroom, Mookie opens his eyes. Someone exclaims happily that he finally woke up. Thinking that it is Ange, Mookie is disappointed to see a eunuch attending to him. He smiles humorlessly to himself, thinking that it was all a dream, something that his grieving heart has come up with to delude him further. The eunuch explains that the imperial doctor has examined him and concluded that he passed out due to grief and hunger. He further explains that the sub-director ordered the eunuch to prepare a bowl of soup for Mookie. Hope floods Mookie's heart, and he turns to the eunuch to repeat himself. The eunuch repeats that the sub-director and the imperial physician wanted Mookie to rest. Ange enters the room planning how to approach Mookie when he wakes. Time seems to stand still as the two look into each other's eyes. It's like seeing each other again for the first time. Mookie asks if he's dreaming. The eunuch enthusiastically tells him that it is not at all a dream. The sub-director returned from the dead. Unconvinced, Mookie tells Ange to come closer. Feeling the warmth in Ange's hand, he finally believes that Ange is alive. He asks how it happened but stops himself. His brilliant mind suspects that Ange and his mother made an elaborate plan to fake Ange's death so that he could escape without Mu-Ki running after him. Ange denies the accusation. He tells Mu-Ki that he did not know about the Empress's plans. Mu-Ki does not care. He hugs Ange tightly, telling him that they can lay the past to rest. He does not intend to investigate it further. As long as Ange is beside him, nothing else matters. This is not enough for Ange. He pinches Mu-Ki's cheek to get him to listen to him. Mu-Ki has a habit of not listening. Infuriated, Ange tells him that he had no idea that the poison would put him in a state of coma. When he refused the Empress's offer to let him leave, the Empress got upset as she did not want Ange around Mu-Ki. Mu-Ki smiles at what he hears. He asks Ange if he truly wants to stay with him even at the cost of his life. Ange defiantly explains that he just wanted to be a person who honors his words, and his decision has nothing to do with Mu-Ki. Mu-Ki touches Ange's face to tell him how happy he is. His face is very close to his beloved's, and he kisses him behind the curtains. Ange sheds a tear, knowing how happy he is at this moment. The two lay on the bed, hugging each other tightly. Ange chastises Mu-Ki for acting perverted when he has not eaten anything for the past 2 days. He must have a death wish. Mu-Ki explains that he can't pass up the chance to indulge when it is the first time that Ange has taken the initiative. He wonders if Ange finally understands how he feels. Ange turns away from him, unable to take his teasing. He tells Mu-Ki that he fears that Mu-Ki will be the first crown prince in the history of Yi country to die of malnutrition. Ange brings up his experience while he was in a coma. He tells Mu-Ki that he heard him talking about their shared past and that they even exchanged tokens of love. However, Ange cannot remember any of it. Mu-Ki decides to shield Ange from the fact that someone has been poisoning him for a long time. Mu-Ki explains that the memory loss may be due to Ange's poor health. Ange does not think that this is the case. There's no way that he can easily forget his first love. He tells Mu-Ki that there must be something that happened and asks Mu-Ki to help him remember. He wants to know everything that happened. Mu-Ki promises to help Ange remember how they fell in love. This time, they will do it together. He can't afford to lose Ange again. Finally, that's how it should have been from the very beginning. I'm glad that they are finally communicating. Several days have passed since the zombie apocalypse. The day that Ange came back to life. Mu-Ki dresses him up in expensive traveling clothes. He wonders why Mu-Ki is taking him out of the palace. Mu-Ki explains that Ange must be feeling cooped up and decides that they go on a trip. He ties the love token he gave Ange to Ange's belt, admiring the dice with the red bean. Ange asks what he gave Mu-Ki as a love token. Mu-Ki touches his face and tells him that he received a strand of Ange's hair in return. Ange realized that the strand of hair he found belonged to him. Mu-Ki kisses his hair and teases him about the meaning of the gift. He's heard that women from Yuma give a strand of their hair as a love token in the hope that their hearts will intertwine. He teases that Ange must have loved him more during that time and does not want Mu-Ki to leave him. In his embarrassment, Ange tells him that he has so much hair and that giving away a lock of hair does not mean anything. He insists that Mu-Ki loves him more as he gives him a unique, exquisite dice that has his name on it. Mu-Ki laughs at him, which further aggravates Ange. Mu-Ki tells him he's right. Mu-Ki did like Ange more. Oh, he admits he likes him more. That would make any girl's heart melt. Ange stops their mini competition on who likes the other more and tells Mu-Ki that they should go. Mu-Ki watches Ange walk in front of him. He no longer cares if Ange remembers their shared past. He is content with what they have right now. Their mini excursion leads them to a tea house named Cheonji Luo. It is said to be the most sought-after tea house in the capital. Ange asks him why they came here, to which Mu-Ki answers that they will be meeting someone soon. The two enter the tea house with their hands joined. Before Ange could ask who it is, he is shocked by the sight of a scantily dressed man greeting him. Dressed in a thin inner robe and holding a flask of alcohol, the man is exposing a scandalous amount of leg and smooth chest. The man greets Mu-Ki, asking him how he's doing. Ange cannot believe that he is seeing someone who's dressed so wantonly. The amount of legs being shown is too much for him, and it makes him blush. He can't believe that the man is not even wearing any pants, so it's just hanging there. The man teases Ange for staring too long. He asks Ange if he finds him attractive. Ange tries to deny it, but is too flustered to string 2 words together. Mu-Ki grabs Ange, shielding his innocent eyes from the lewd sight. He chastises the man for not dressing properly during the day and calls him rude. The other man complains that Mu-Ki has never bothered with his clothes in the many years they've known each other. The man teases that the man who came with Mu-Ki must be special. He introduces Ange to the other man, with instructions that Ange be treated like the crown prince himself. The man realizes that Ange does hold significant sway over the crown prince and bows an apology. Ange tells him that they do not need to be so formal. Muki warns him to not be deceived by the man's innocent look. He tells Ange that this guy is a weirdo who likes to eat men. I see what you mean. Fearing that the man is a cannibal, Ange sticks to Muki closer. The man grabs him, which scares Ange more. The man asks that he does not believe the crown prince. He tells Ange that he is a picky eater and does not eat people at random. Ange fears that the cannibal is onto him. No matter how he looks at it, eating another person is wrong. Bless his innocent soul. He really believes that the guy is a cannibal. The man breathes in Ange's scent and tells Ange that he is his type. A chill runs through Ange's spine, and he jumps away from the cannibal. Trembling in fear, he hides behind Muki, who pushes the cannibal off of him, keeping him away from Ange. Muki calls the other man by the name, Qian Huan. Qian Huan admits that he is only joking and asks Muki and Ange to not be angry at him. Ange does not find the man funny. Feeling uncomfortable, he excuses himself and tells Muki that he shall wait for him in the carriage. Fearing that the cannibal would chase him, Ange ran for his life, leaving Muki behind. Leaving home behind in a room with a cannibal is not the sweetest thing to do to your lover. After Ange left, Muki turns to Qian Huan to ask him what he thinks. Qian Huan tells him that based on Ange's pulse, coupled with his memory loss and his inclination to sleep a lot, many poisons have the same symptoms. However, finding a cure for these poisons is risky. If they don't find the correct ingredients, Ange's condition will turn for the worse. So this guy is some sort of epic antidote maker who eats men on the side. Muki asks if there is another way. Qian Huan presents another solution. Instead of blindly guessing the poison used on Ange, they can lure the enemy into coming out and revealing which poison it is. Ange stays in the carriage, still trembling in fear. He learned from the Grand Tutor that there are tribes of cannibals. He never thought them to be true, but meeting one makes him shiver. Muki opens the curtain, keeping the carriage's privacy, and laughs at Ange. Ange is miffed that Muki is making fun of him. Muki pats his head, telling him that he wouldn't do such a thing. He promises Ange that no one can harm him when Muki is around. Ange blushes but lets Muki assure him. Muki tells him that he'll be able to free up his schedule and would like to take Ange back home to Yunlei. Ange cannot believe it and wonders what Muki plans to do. Muki suspects that the one behind Ange's poisoning is from the royal palace of Yunlei. That makes sense, as there will be very few people who have access to the emperor. He wants to drive the enemy out of hiding, but he fears that Ange would not want to go back with him once he returns home. He strengthens his heart to ask Ange, but is smitten by the smile Ange throws at him. In his excitement, he hugs Muki, happily thanking him for taking him home. Ange is always confused by what Muki wants, but this time, he will happily accept this gift. Infatuated, Muki looks at Ange. He lifts his chin up and then calls him stupid. Not a very nice thing to say. Lol. Behind the carriage curtains, two figures can be seen so close to each other that their shadows can be mistaken as one. When Muki finally gets his free time, he and Ange travel by boat to Yunlei. Ange is surprised that the emperor would allow Muki to travel like a commoner and wonders what strings Muki pulled to convince his father. Muki remembers his discussions with the emperor. The emperor pointed out that the relationship between Yunlei and Yi country has changed, and he fears an uprising. He tells the crown prince to protect himself from any risk and be wary of a possible attack. Muki assures his father that he prepared well for the trip and has accounted for any possible risks. The emperor knows that he cannot sway his stubborn son from his plans. However, he has a responsibility to his country, and if something happens to Muki, he has to appoint one of his siblings to replace him as crown prince. Muki decided not to tell Ange the full story. He tells Ange that his father needs to send someone to Yunlei to handle some political issues. As Muki plans to go anyway, he asks the emperor to let him. Ange is no fool. Ange knows that they should be careful. As crown prince, Muki should be wary of any risk outside of the imperial palace, especially when going to Yunlei. He knows that asking the emperor to send his crown prince out incognito is not an easy thing. Ange clenches the cup of tea. He needs to recall his lost memory or he'll never deserve Muki's love. Their boat arrives at Jiangxia harbor, and Muki helps him alight the boat. Ange asks if they plan to go to the capital as the important officials will be there. Muki smiles at him, telling him that the officials can wait. On the side of the road, a peddler sells his toy figurine, shouting out to potential customers. Muki holds his hands as they stroll on the streets. He asks Ange if he remembers this place and tells him that this is where they first met. Ange looks around the place and thinks that the place is indeed familiar. The toy peddler calls to Ange saying that he recognizes him. He asks Ange if he has come to pay for the toy he stole from him. Ange cannot believe his ears. There's no way that he would steal. The sight of toys staring at him brings back a memory from 3 years ago. Ange remembers walking along the streets of Jiangxia and seeing a man browsing the toys. He stands out among the citizens of Jiangxia with his extraordinary aura. The man is not much older than him, but his presence is very noticeable. The man turns to Ange and Ange reels back at being caught staring at a stranger. The stranger is Muki. The man approaches him, making Ange step back until his back hits a wall. Teasing him, the man leans over him asking why he's been staring. Ange denies that he's been staring at him. He tells the stranger that he was just looking at the toy figurines. Muki asks him if he can see the toys from where he's standing. Ange blushes and insists that he can indeed see the toys from where he is. He points at a toy black dragon, telling the stranger that he finds it pretty. The stranger agrees that the dragon is indeed exquisitely crafted and that he intends to buy it. However, he shall refrain from doing so if Ange likes it so much. Embarrassed, Ange admits that he does not have the money to buy it. Muki chuckles and tells Ange that he shall buy it for him. Ange beams at him in delight. Muki remarks that the boy is so naive that he's unable to hide his emotions. Reaching from inside his sleeves, he finally tells Ange that his wallet is missing. Lamenting his misfortune, Muki tells Ange that someone must have stolen his wallet. One of the guards watching Muki can't believe that they've been so lax as to allow someone to steal from their crown prince. Another guard tells him not to fall for the crown prince's antics who has been teasing the boy. As the monarch of Yunlo, Ange felt that he had to apologize to this man on behalf of his people. Muki asks him if he's the one who stole his wallet. Ange denies it and tells Muki that he did not expect that there would be thieves in this town. Ange thinks to himself that he is at fault for not being a good enough ruler that his people felt they had to resort to stealing. Like the devil whispering to an angel's ear, Muki convinces him to steal a toy figurine. Ange tells him that there's no way he'd steal. Muki tries to reverse psychology on him and tells Ange that he should have known that Ange could not do it as he looks like a man full of virtue. Ange tells him that he's never done it before and is worried about getting caught. Excitement runs through him at the thought of doing something illegal. What happened to your integrity, Ange? You're an emperor. You shouldn't be stealing. Muki is no better. Muki laughs at him and assures Ange that he won't be caught with Muki as his partner. They set out their plan. Muki approaches the peddler and asks if he can customize a toy figurine. Excited that he finally get a sale, the peddler asks Muki what he wants. While the peddler is distracted, Ange reaches for the black dragon. He successfully swiped the toy, but the top part fell down on the peddler's feet. A moment of silence engulfs them as the peddler realizes that someone is trying to steal from him. The peddler turns to Ange and angrily confronts him for stealing. Muki grabs Ange's wrist, dragging him away to safety. Back to the present, Ange reaches for Muki's sleeves. Muki turns to Ange asking him what's wrong. Ange jumps to hug Muki, telling him that he wants to make a little black toy dragon. He cries at the possibility of gaining back the memory he's lost. It's great that Ange is gaining his memory. This trip will be good for Ange to remember the things that made him fall in love with Muki. Hopeful, Muki asks Ange if he remembered how they met 3 years ago. He is delighted that his beloved remembers the black dragon and the little trick they played. Ange admits that he remembers bits and pieces of what transpired. He retells the story to the delighted Muki and apologizes for forgetting. Muki forgives him and assures him that he never blamed Ange. He's just happy that Ange remembers him. Whilst he forgave Ange, he will never forgive those who poisoned his beloved, as he should. Ange insists that he is at fault and apologizes for making Muki wait so long for him. Ange acknowledged that he must have been the one to fall first. However, he was also the first to forget. That night, it rained heavily, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Ange sleeps alone. However, his slumber is not restful. In his sleep, he mouths the name Moran, which was the identity Muki assumed when they first met. 3 years ago, the two slept together on the same bed. They're just talking, I promise. Ange asks Moran if he is married. Someone as talented and as young as him has probably been snatched. Moran smiled and told him that he was not yet committed. He asked Ange the same question, and Ange bragged that he has many concubines. This pissed off Muki. Deep down, Ange scolds himself for talking nonsense. Ange holds onto Moran's sleeves and asks why there would be a need for many concubines when you can have your one true love. Intrigue. Moran asks him if there is someone he wants. Ange hesitated but ultimately decided to answer the question head-on as a man should. Sitting up, he blurts out that he fell in love with Moran when he first saw him on the street. Whoa, that's very forward of Ange. Even before Moran dragged him away, he's been attracted to Moran. However, they are both men. Should Moran accept him, their union will be harshly criticized. Doubting himself, he steels himself for the oncoming rejection. Moran quells his fears, calling him foolish. Leaning down, Moran kisses him on the lips. So, that was their first kiss. Their worried voice cuts through his dream, waking him. When he opens his eyes, Ange returns to the present. Muki looms over him, asking if he has a nightmare. Speechless, Ange can only scream his name in his head. He cries for Muki, tears threatening to spill from the corner of his eyes. Surprised, Muki is about to ask him what brought this on. But Ange shuts him up by pushing him onto the bed, begging Muki to not leave him. Things are taking a turn in the right direction. Muki reaches out his hand to Ange's face, comforting him. He asks Ange what he dreamt about. Ange repeats what he said to Muki 3 years ago. If he has the one he loves, then he has no use for a house full of concubines. Touched by these words, Muki can only keep himself from crying. Muki has been waiting so long for this moment. Ange tells him that he must have a rare disease, which is why he does not remember their shared past. He promises Muki that he will do his best to remember everything about him and Muki, and asks the crown prince to put his trust in Ange. Ange does not need to beg. Muki hugs him, declaring that he trusts Ange wholeheartedly. He promises to never let Ange forget him again. When morning came, the rain stopped, marking a new beginning for our beloved duo. They continued their journey to Yunli's capital city in a carriage flanked by their entourage. Suddenly, their carriage came to an abrupt halt. Ange peeks out to see what's happening. Muki tells him that something is blocking their way. He plans to leave the carriage to check what's going on. He tells Ange to rest in the carriage. Ange warns him to be careful, to which Muki responds cockily that no harm will befall him with Ange worrying for him. Ange's cute when he's worried. Ange huffs in annoyance but is unable to refute Muki's claim. As Muki observes what's keeping them from moving forward, an attendant explains that the tree must have been struck by lightning, causing it to fall on the road, blocking their path. The attendant tells Muki that 2 guards will take care of removing the tree. Muki tells the attendant to stay put. He noticed that the trunk did not appear to have been struck by lightning as the trunk was cut cleanly. Panic overtakes him, and he shouts back to his men to protect Ange. As he looks back, he sees 2 men quickly approaching the carriage. They fell into the enemy's trap. Meanwhile in the carriage, Ange coughs due to the smoke permeating the cabin. He wonders where the smoke is coming from. He sees a shadowed figure behind the curtains that serves as the carriage entrance. Putting himself on high alert, he grabs a knife and hides it behind him. Mustering his courage, he demands that the shadowed figure show himself. When the curtain parts, he sees his longtime friend, Luo. This guy never gives up. It baffles him how Luo could have come to see him at a time like this. Before he could scream, Luo covered his mouth with his hand and pushed him to the floor. This man is no longer the man he knew. The obvious hatred is plain for him to see. Ange struggles, but his demands to be let go are muffled. Finally, Ange loses consciousness. When Luo lets go of Ange's face, a cloth saturated in ammonia is clutched in his hand. Guilt etched on his face as he watched Ange succumb to the chemical. But it's all for the best. He whispers his promise to take Ange away. Muki and his attendants ran towards the carriage. Some of the guards warned them to be careful as the carriage has been saturated with poisonous smoke. Meanwhile, Luo carries Ange with him, stealing him away. Muki parts the curtains, calling for Ange. An empty carriage greets him, and he slams his fist against the carriage wall, splintering the wood. The guards kneel, begging that he give them mercy for their incompetence. Muki orders them to track the culprits. Even if they have to go to hell, they must come back with Ange and bring him to safety. They all agreed in unison. Luo slung Ange to the back of his horse. He pushes his horse to its limits as he makes a mad dash away from the crown prince of Yi country. The uncomfortable position and the jerky movements of the horse rouse Ange from the chemical-induced sleep. Realizing the peril that he is in, he gathers his wits and observes his surroundings. He remembers that Luo came to kidnap him, and now his hands are tied. He demands that Luo tell him what he plans to do with him and for the other man to let him go. But Luo does not heed his demands. He would not even spare him a glance. Luji's very scary, right now. Ange tries to figure out what Luji wants to do with him. Luji thinks that he is a traitor, so there's no reason for him to come and save him. It is possible that Luji wants to use him as a hostage to get Muki to surrender, but Ange does not think that Luji will have such a motive. Realizing that he's not strapped to the horse, Ange rolls towards the horse's rump until he falls to the ground. Hoping that Luji would not notice, he keeps himself quiet, swallowing the pain he felt when he fell off the horse. Alas, Luji notices him. Ange holds his breath as he hears Muki stop and get off his horse. Ange sits up to face the man and asks him what he wants. His once best friend now looks at him, calling him by his cherished nickname, Xiao Zheng. He still endearingly addresses him. Hopefully, he still cares for Ange. Back when Ange was a prince, Luji was his steady companion. Ange would whine and complain that being crowned prince is such a tedious role. Ange wants to frolic outside and wouldn't stop complaining. With a resigned sigh, Luji tells him that he can rest for an hour, but he needs to be focused when he gets back. Ange would cheer, delighted that Luji is being an indulgent friend. This time, they face each other as enemies. Luji gathers his resolve and looks at Ange in anger. He grabs Ange's hand, pulling him towards him. Cryptically, he tells Ange that he came to make him do the things that he should have already accomplished. Ange tries to get out of his grasp, demanding to be released. The rope tying his hands together digs through his skin, chafing his wrists. Luji tells him that his struggles are futile. Ange continues to struggle, telling Luji that Muki will find them soon. He warns Luji that he would not like the consequences of Muki finding him here. Luji better give up now. He wouldn't want to know what Muki will do to him once he catches up. Luji is not afraid. Forebodingly, he tells Ange that things will come to an end once Muki finds them. A shiver runs down Ange's spine at hearing this. Luji sweeps his arm around the clearing, asking Ange if he remembers where they are. Beyond the path is the celestial ceremony site on the outskirts of Yunlei. Realizing what Luji came here to do, Ange panics, begging Luji not to go through with his plans. What does Luji plan to do? Luji kneels facing him and holds Ange's face with both hands. He smiles at the emperor he once revered, the crown prince he used to indulge. His heart made up, he tells Ange that he shall die with him so that he can join him in hell. Why are you so focused on ending Ange's life? Ange can't believe that Luji would ever utter such words. Luji tells him that he never wanted to harm Ange, but Ange needs to die. You're being contradicting. He holds Ange tenderly the way a lover would. Endearingly, he calls Ange by his nickname. Luji tries to make him understand that Ange acted disloyal and treacherous by allying with the enemies. His actions are not befitting of an emperor. Ange ponders on this. He tells Luji that their one true dream is for the Yunlei citizens to live happy and comfortable lives. Ange tells him that Muki has done wonders for the citizens of Yunlei. He extended relief when Yunlei was hit with disasters and created policies to improve agriculture development. As a result, it elevated the standard of living of Yunlei citizens. Ange does not understand why it should matter who rules. That makes sense. It doesn't matter who's in power, as long as the citizens are happy and the country is thriving. Luji shuts him up. Ange's words make Luji angry. Luji sees all of Ange's reasons as an excuse to run away from the inevitable. Luji strongly believes that a king must die for his kingdom after his throne is usurped. It is the king's responsibility to protect his land. He shall not allow Ange to stray from the path of a responsible king. Ange rises to calm him down. In the clearing, Ange's cries for Luji's name are the only sound that can be heard. Luji is batshit crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if he's involved in some cult. Muki returns to the hostel, gathering his men. He barks orders at them. He appoints one of them to take his letter to Xuan Wang, so that the latter can send more people to search the city for his beloved. He gave the task of finding Ange to the remaining guards. The guard tasked to protect Muki objects, as it does not feel right to leave the crown prince unprotected. Muki tells him that Ange's life is as precious as his. Should something happen to Ange, he shall not be forgiving. His bodyguard has no option but to obey. In the Yun State Palace, the current vassal, Luo, tells Kong Guan that his brother has been kidnapped. In a panic, he tells his advisor and lover that it must be the works of Mei Luji, who has not returned since news of his brother's return reached them. Kong Guan corners Luo Yanyu against a pillar, asking him what makes him worry. He explains that Mei Luji must have gone to force the former monarch, Luo Ange, to enter the gates of hell with him. How does he know all this? Luo Ji is foolish and is set in his ways that he will find Ange's relationship with Muqi to be unacceptable. Luo Ange grabs his arms and Kong Guang assures him that the action cannot be traced back to them as Luo Ji took action on his own. He caresses Luo Ange's face and explains that Ting's attempt to poison Ange has alerted the crown prince. They can take advantage of what happened to divert Muqi's attention. Kong Guang concocts a plan to send someone to where Luo Ji is and scare him into harming Ange. They cannot skimp on this wonderful opportunity given to them. I cannot fathom how a sibling could do this. Luo Ji drags Ange to the site where celestial ceremonies are held. No matter how much Ange struggles, Luo Ji does not let him go. Finally, upon reaching the center of the rune, he throws Ange on the ground. Ange knows that Muqi will stop at nothing to find him. He needs to buy more time. He trusts Muqi enough to know that he's going to be saved. Tugging on Luo Ji's heartstrings, Ange asks him if his hatred runs so deep. Luo Ji looks at him with guilt. He kneels down so that he is at eye level with Ange and admits that he does not hate him. In fact, Ange has no idea how much Luo Ji cares about him. Luo Ji places his finger on Ange's chin, making them stare into his eyes. Ange panics, not liking what Luo Ji is implying. Luo Ji tells him that he understands Ange the most as they grow up together. He sees Ange as his king and idol. His world revolves around Ange. He can't bear to lose Ange and wants Ange to be only his. You're just gutted that you can't have Ange and you're using your idolatry as an excuse. It looks like Luo Ji has the mentality of if I can't have you, then no one can. With the gap in her status, Luo Ji was forced to hide his feelings for Ange. He buried it deep within him that no longer matters. He finally has a chance to be with Ange forever. As Luo Ji's lips get closer to his, Ange tries to calm Luo Ji and tells him to let him go. He turns his face away from his once best friend, evading the kiss. Hurt that Ange does not respond to his advances, Luo Ji wraps his hands around Ange, demanding to know why he would rather accept the enemy's affection. Ange tries to tell him that his feelings for Luo Ji are not the same. He only sees him as his best friend. Ouch, he got friend-zoned really hard. With Muqi, it is different. Ange thinks to himself that he never liked anyone other than Muqi. Muqi is irreplaceable to Ange. Luo Ji raises Ange up forcefully while he rages, upset that Ange still thinks about Muqi. Meanwhile, Ange's feet dangle at the edge of the cliff. Luo Ji rages as unrequited love for Ange makes him go crazy. He demands to know why Ange would still think about Muqi even at a time like this. Ange coughs from this savage treatment, which makes Luo Ji come to his senses. He puts Ange down, finally releasing his hold of him. Luo Ji feels pity for Ange and quickly switches back to the once indulgent best friend. He smiles as his eyes stare at Ange with reverence. He tells Ange not to be afraid as it will end swiftly. He promises to jump off with Ange. To Luo Ji, there is no other king but Ange. This guy's a lunatic. Luo Ji's crazy talk was interrupted by the sound of hooves rapidly approaching them. Seeing that someone has come to save Ange, Luo Ji panics. He must act fast or this chance to be with Ange will pass him by. He pushes his beloved king despite Ange's protests. Muqi, steering his beloved thither towards the edge of the cliff, urges his horse to run forward. He forces his horse to run at breakneck speed until his arms can wrap around Ange's torso and lifts him up on the horse, embracing him. Again, let's not think about physics when discussing ancient Chinese BL. Ange sits on the horse, his eyes staring up at Muqi's face, a face he thought he'd never see again. Muqi unties the rope on Ange's wrists and asks Ange if he has sustained injuries. Ange lies, telling him that his injuries were his fault. Muqi assures him that he can speak freely as he is here to protect him. Luo Ji screams Ange's name. Gon is the endearing nickname he used to call Ange. He accuses Ange of being shameless for showing affection towards the enemy on this ceremonial site. We all know what really made you mad, so just admit it. Ange defends Muqi. He tells Luo Ji that Muqi is not an enemy of Yunle. However, Luo Ji is past the point of listening to reasons. His broken heart amplifies the unfairness he's feeling. Even now, Ange defends the man he loathes. He believes that Ange is just making excuses to avoid his responsibility as a monarch. Luo Ji takes out a knife, intent on ending Ange's life. Muqi moves forward, grabbing his hand. He mocks Luo Ji's words of loyalty and responsibility when he has come to an end with his own king. Muqi asks who is really the shameless one. Muqi pushes the blade toward Luo Ji, but Ange stops him. Muqi does not want to upset Ange, so he pushes Luo Ji towards the hard ground. Luo Ange still believes that death is the answer and that one must sacrifice for a good cause. Luo Ange is using the good cause as a front for his actual agenda. He loves Ange and is just using fancy words like honor, duty, and responsibility to justify his actions. Walking towards the edge of the cliff, he curses Mu Qi. He then turns to Ange, and he calls Ange by the endearing name he's always called him. Spreading his arms wide, he allows himself to fall freely towards the dark abyss, bidding Ange a quiet farewell. Ange runs towards him, almost falling off the edge, but Mu Qi stops him in time. Ange slumps on the ground, mourning the loss of an old friend. He realized that Luo Ange would rather die than understand Ange. Mu Qi comforts him, telling him to stop crying. He points towards the moon and asks Ange if he noticed how brightly it shines. Despite the moon's bright light, the ceremonial site is lit with torches. Ange asks him what he means. Is Mu Qi implying that Luo Ange wants to be found? Mu Qi suspects that Luo Ange lured him to this place. He comforts Ange by telling him that by lying to Mu Qi about this place, Luo Ange saved Ange from himself. That's a little far off the mark if you ask me. But, okay. It's hard to understand crazy people. Ange looks at him hopefully, relieved to hear that Luo Ange does not hate him. Luo Ange must have been trying to stall so that Mu Qi could save him in time. Mu Qi assures him that Luo Ange does not seriously wish to harm Ange and that he shouldn't be sad. I really don't think so. Mu Qi tells Ange that he'd be jealous if he continued to think about Luo Ange. I don't think this is the time to be cutesy. A man just jumped off the cliff. You should be calling for someone to search the bottom of the cliff for the slim chance that he might have survived, or at least get his body to his family for a proper burial. Ange can't help but mourn the loss of his best friend. He grew up with Luo Ange. Aside from his family, Luo Ange was the one who treated him most nicely. Mu Qi explains that Luo Ange severed his friendship with Ange because he did not want Ange to mourn his death. Ange tries to quell the tears about to spill from his eyes, as he realizes that he is all alone now. Mu Qi is the only one left at his side. Mu Qi promises that he and Ange will be together for eternity. Mu Qi promises him that when it is time to depart from this world, he and Ange will share the same coffin, under the same blanket, buried under the same grave. That is morbidly sweet. It reminds me of Morticia and Gomez Adams. He even promises that even in the afterlife, they will be husbands. This cracks up Ange and he smiles, amidst the tears, blushing. Ange turns away from him, petulantly asking who wants to be Mu Qi's ghost husband. Ange tells Mu Qi that he'd rather reincarnate quickly after death. Mu Qi excitedly tells him that they can reincarnate at the same time. Maybe in their next life, they can be reborn as ordinary people with a peaceful, stress-free life. That would be nice. Mu Qi lets their forehead touch, promising Ange that wherever Ange goes, Mu Qi will surely follow. Bringing their faces closer, he promises to never part ways. Finally, the two arrive at the Yunma Palace. A legion of servants led by Luo Ange and Kong Guang greets them. Mu Qi immediately tells them to rise. Ange parts the curtains, ready to step out of the carriage. Mu Qi immediately approaches him, offering Ange his assistance, embarrassed by Mu Qi's public display of affection in front of Ange's previous servants. Ange declines the offer. Mu Qi knows that Ange would say no, yet he is unstoppable. He wraps his arms around Ange's waist and lifts him up off the carriage. Carrying his beloved bridal style, Mu Qi tells Ange that he should listen to Mu Qi more as he is putting pressure on his wounded body. Mu Qi has a thing for public display of affection. Ange tells him that he understands while pushing Mu Qi off him. When Mu Qi finally sets him down, Ange hears his brother call him. Luo Ange realized that Kong Guang was right all along. Crown Prince of Yi country cares deeply for Ange. Ange greets his brother cordially, commenting how Luo has grown a lot since they last saw each other. He compliments his brother for ruling Yunma well. Luo tells him that it was all due to Kong Guang's help that he was able to rule the country well. Ange compliments his brother for being good at utilizing his manpower. The relationship between these brothers looks so good on the outside, but truly it is rotten. He turns to Kong Guang and thanks him for helping Yanyu. Kong Guang graciously bows, telling Ange that it is his duty to do so. He then tells Ange that he prepared Ange's previous palace for him so he can rest and offers further assistance should Ange need anything else. Ange thanks him for his hard work. Mu Qi looks at Kong Guang suspiciously. He turns to Ange and comments that Ange has never mentioned that he had very talented people assisting him. Ange explains that his father chose Kong Guang to care for him and Yanyu, but since Kong Guang is closer in age to Yanyu, Ange allowed him to be Yanyu's assistant when he was crowned king. This made Muki scrunch his eyebrows. Meanwhile, Kong Guang is listening in while Yanyu looks down guiltily. Muki comments that Kong Guang must know the Luo brothers very well. Muki is suspicious of Kong Guang. I hope he exposes them soon. Muki continues with his questions. He concludes that Kong Guang must understand the royal siblings. Ange happily tells him that Kong Guang does indeed understand them both. Kong Guang has been so helpful that even the former king was not able to criticize his work. Kong Guang soaked up the place but humbly bowed to Ange, saying that he owes it all to him. Ange finally dismisses them so that they can attend to their tasks. He tells them that he will take a walk first before adjourning to his room. The two take their leave, but Muki's eyes continue to trail after Kong Guang. Don't take your eyes off of him. That guy is bad news. Ange notices that Muki has been unusually attentive to Kong Guang. Muki tells him that it is nothing. He was just upset that he was not present when Ange was younger. He laments the fact that everyone in Ange's life witnessed his earlier years. Ange takes his hands and shows him around the palace where he spent his youth. He tells Muki that he had wonderful memories there and wants to show his favorite places to Muki. Ange points to an archery target and tells Muki that he uses it a lot to practice. He brags that men from his country are skilled in horse riding and archery. When he was young, his father told him to practice archery at least 2 hours a day. Even after being king, Ange continued with honing the skill. Muki is impressed and tells Ange that it is no wonder that he is good. He tells Ange that they once hunted together and he was not able to defeat Ange as his archer skills are superb. Ange tells Muki to stop teasing him. Muki looks at him, his eyes sincere. He tells Ange that he is genuinely complimenting his talents. He confesses that it is no wonder that he fell in love with Ange at first sight. Ange pushes him off, thinking that Muki has been mocking him. There's no way that Muki's claims are true. He has never seen him hunt on a horse before. From the bits and pieces that Ange remembers, he is sure that it was he who confessed first. Muki doubled down by telling Ange that at first glance he already knew that Ange was excellent at what he did, including skills in archery and horseback riding. This answer does not appease Ange, judging by his lackluster response. In Ange's bedroom, two maids gossip amongst themselves regarding the rumors surrounding the crown prince of Yi country and their former king. Someone saw them embrace outside of the main hall. The other maid tells her that their former king was able to whittle his way to the crown prince's harem by winning his favor. They theorize that their king must want to become crown princess. One maid comments that the two do not adhere to proper decorum and have shamelessly slept in the same bedroom. Gossiping should be forbidden. Unbeknownst to the maids, Muki and Ange have entered the room. They shook in fear after hearing the crown prince reprimand them. They shiver in fear and proceed to prostrate on the floor, begging for forgiveness. Muki reminds them that gossiping about members of the royal family is punishable by death. As Muki calls for the guards to escort the maids to prison, Ange stops him, reasoning that the maids are merely chatting with each other. He asks Muki why he suddenly got mad. Muki rescinded his decision to punish the maids severely. Instead, he told them to subject themselves to the punishments from the Internal Affairs Department. They will be working in the wash area moving forward. If I were those maids, I would run to the wash area and hide. I would never show myself to Muki ever again. The two cry in fear, but accepts their punishment. Once they had the chance, they ran off fleeing the scene. Muki looks back at Ange, noticing how the maid's words must have hurt him deeply. Muki pinches the bridge of his nose and tells Ange that he shouldn't let the rumors bother him. His proclivity to stick to Ange caused those rumors, and he tells Ange that he shall move to another room. It's all because you were too clingy. Ange notices that it is rare for Muki to apologize, and teases Muki for being weird. His smile confuses Muki, and clarifies whether Ange is angry or not. Ange smiles at him warmly, telling him that he has no reason to be upset. The two of them have been through a lot, even staring death in the eye multiple times. Ange will not allow such words to bother him. Ange reminds him that he wants to have a fresh start with Muki, and nothing will hold him back. Such sweet words. Ange demurely tells him that Muki must trust him, but before Ange can finish his sentence, Muki pulls him towards him and kisses him outside the hall, not caring about rumors. Ange pushes Muki off of him, upset that he was being serious yet Muki would pull tricks on him. Blushing, Ange looks at Muki, who smiles at him. Muki leans in, telling him that he is happy to hear that Ange cherishes him in his heart. Ange gives in and allows Muki to embrace him. In the library, Ange reviews some documents for Yanyu. He explains that the lands in Yunli are dry, resulting in drought and famine in the past year. It was fortunate that Muki sent help by building a water irrigation wheel in Yunli's farms. The harvest this year must have been abundant. Muki turns to him and asks whom did he it all for, and pats Ange on the head. Ange pulls away and covers his head, teasing Muki that he must have done it solely out of love for his people and country. Surely, it was all for the sake of the people. Yeah, right. Muki insists that he is not as mighty as Muki gives him credit for. He playfully stretches Ange's face, who begs him to let him go. Their lovey-dovey banter is met with awkwardness from those witnessing it. Yanyu fakes a cough and excuses himself. Meanwhile, Muki continues to rub Ange's face. As Yanyu takes his leave, he realizes that Ange's personality has changed a lot. Before he can leave, he hears Ange trying to stop him. Ange insists that they should focus on the topic at hand and that Muki should stop playing around. Muki leaves him alone for a minute, mockingly telling him that he shall heed Ange's advice. Gathering his composure, Ange continues with the meeting. He proposes that some business policies should be adjusted now that the citizens' lives are back on track. He asks Yanyu if he has anything he wants to propose. Yanyu hesitates and meekly tells him that he shall follow Ange's land with Muki's lead. Ange worries that Yanyu's personality has not changed. He remembers that Ange used to defend him a lot when they were younger. However, he is no longer in a position to help Yanyu. Muki extends his hand in Kong Guang's direction, complimenting his talents, and asks him if he has any suggestions. Ange turns to Muki, trying to make him stop. Muki tells him that he dislikes incompetent people. If Kong Guang can present a good solution, he promises to reward him. However, there will be consequences if the solutions he presents are useless. Muki's threat hangs in the air, and Yanyu immediately comes to Kong Guang's defense. It's so obvious that these two are in a relationship. Muki tells Yanyu not to stress too much, as he does not kill people indiscriminately. The most punishment he shall dole out is a few dozen hits. Ange looks at Muki suspiciously. His lover is clearly up to something. Kong Guang finally speaks. He tells Ange and Muki that the most pressing issue at the moment is the establishment of the new dynasty. The landlords and merchants should be rotated. They must reduce land expansion, and they must make food more affordable. He's really insightful. Muki praises him for his insight. He is satisfied with Kong Guang's answer and compliments him for coming up with a good strategy. Kong Guang accepts the compliments. Muki concludes that Kong Guang's fluency and knowledge are not that of a mere servant. Kong Guang purses his lips, worried that the prince is on to him. Yes, he's definitely on to you. Pretending that he voiced his opinion outside his station, he apologizes to Muki. Ange does not understand what's going on and tries to defuse the situation. He tells Muki that despite Kong Guang's humble background, he can come up with good strategies. He should not be faulted for his good opinion and should be rewarded instead. Kong Guang pretends that he would not dare demand a reward. Ange tells him that he is dismissed, as he and Muki have a lot to discuss. Yanyu and Kong Guang take their leave. Ange turns to Muki, asking him why he would threaten Kong Guang with harsh punishments. Muki hugs him, telling him that he was merely curious. Someone as talented as Kong Guang would be better suited to become an imperial official instead of a mere servant. Ange explains that Kong Guang lived a harsh life. His mother passed away in his younger years, and his own father sold him to the palace. Although he's obviously talented, he cannot be an official due to his background. Muki asks if the rumors he heard were true. It was rumored that Kong Guang once set a whole village on fire. What? He set a village on fire? Ange tells Muki that it was indeed true. The village that Kong Guang was born from suffered from a plague that killed its inhabitants, including Kong Guang's father. To prevent the disease from spreading, Kong Guang set the village on fire. Muki finds the story suspicious. He had his trusted guard investigate Kong Guang. It turned out that Kong Guang had deep influence within the palace and none of the servants dared to tattle on him. His trusted guard even went as far as to visit the village where Kong Guang was born. In the neighboring town, he learns that Kong Guang was bullied when he was a child. Shunned and treated as an outcast, he exacted revenge by surrounding the village with his men and burning the citizens alive. No one survived. What a despicable person. I get that he got bullied, but there are other ways to take revenge without annihilating a whole village. The best revenge is to be happy and content, which he probably was after offing all of them. Back to the present, Muki listens to Ange as he recounts tales about Kong Guang. Ange sees Kong Guang as a pitiful soul and is glad that he found a good life with Yan Yu who treats him well. He tells Muki to not come between the good relationship between Kong Guang and Yan Yu. Muki takes it in stride and playfully smacks Ange's cheeks with both his palms. He tells Ange that he's just being cautious. Conducting an investigation should not disturb Ange's brother. With his cheeks squished, Ange tells Muki that he is just being anxious. He grew up with Kong Guang, and there's no way that he'd betray them. He assures Muki that they do not need to worry about Kong Guang. Ange, that's one of the reasons why you're no longer king. You trust me too much. Muki realized that Ange was indeed clueless. He decides to continue with his lovey-dovey banters with Ange, pretending to be upset that Ange does not appreciate him for being vigilant and worrying for Ange's safety. He hugs Ange, protecting the one he loves the most. The life of those born for royalty is full of treachery. Kong Guang may be loyal to Yan Yu, but it does not mean that his loyalty will extend to the royal family. Luo Ange walks back and forth in his chambers while Kong Guang sits on the chair, seemingly relaxed. Yan Yu turns to Kong Guang and asks why the crown prince would suddenly pay attention to Kong Guang. He fears that the crown prince must have discovered something. Kong Guang wraps one arm around Yan Yu's thin waist, assuring him that there is nothing to worry about. If the crown prince found anything that he could prove, both of them would be in jail by now. There is no reason for the crown prince to suspect him. At this time, Luo Ange is merely acting as a figurehead. However, he is powerless against them, especially when the crown prince starts supporting them. Even if Ange finds anything, he can do nothing against them. Yan Yu frantically raises his voice, his fear very apparent. Muki favors Ange, so there's no way that he would help them. Kong Guang tells Yan Yu that he does not seem to understand men. Kong Guang extends his hand to the exit, bidding his guest to enter. When the door opens, Yan Yu cannot believe his eyes. In front of him is the spitting image of his brother, dressed in women's clothes. Who is this woman? The woman greets them respectfully. Kong Guang put his hand on Yan Yu's shoulder, pointing out that the woman bears a striking similarity to Ange. This sister is very similar to Ange. Kong Guang asks if Muki would fall for a woman with similar features to Ange. Yan Yu answers that there is a possibility. Lifting the maiden's chin and squeezing her face harshly, he explains that men will always upgrade to the better option, and the old toys are treated as trash. A unique proposes a family party to Ange and Muki. As their king seldom, it is the best opportunity to throw a banquet with the lords and ladies in attendance. It will also bring them great honor if Muki would attend. Muki thinks about it for a few seconds, then turns to Ange and tells him that he is not a member of the Yunle royal family. He teasingly asks Ange whose identity he should assume to be able to attend. Ange tells him that he is welcome as an honored guest of Yunle. He's implying that he should attend as Ange's boyfriend or husband. Muki scoots closer to him, teasing Ange if he'll be treated as a mere guest. Ange looks away, asking whatever role Muki will take at the family gathering. Muki leans in telling Ange that he would like to attend as a family member. He asks Ange what he thinks. Ange shots back that they've been like family for a while now. Muki rubs his cheek on Ange's head, asking him how he could be so cute. He requests to have his seat beside Ange. Finally, Muki orders the Unique to leave the room. Poor Unique. He's been standing dumbly in front of them, suffering through the lovey-dovey scene. Soon, a banquet in honor of Ange was held. Yan Yu steps up to the honored seats and invites Ange, who has been out of state for a long time, to drink with him. Ange tells him that he shall take the first swig. Muki grabs the cup from his hand. Worried that Ange's body has yet to recover, Muki drinks the alcohol for him. Ange protests that he is not drinking heavily and that he should not stop him from drinking. Muki explains that alcohol will make him lose himself. He teases Ange that he probably wants to use the liquid courage for something. Ange chastises Muki with just his name. An entertainer comes forward and introduces herself as Yao Ge. She announces to the spectators that she will dance the Flying Phoenix. Ange is stunned by the beauty of the dancer. Yan Yu tells him that it is a surprise that he specifically picked out Ange. The beautiful dancer smiles at Ange. Ange drops the pea he's been drinking from, shattering it. Ange stands up abruptly as he stares transfixed on the dancer that bears his face. Why did Ange react like that to the dancer? Muki turns to the side as he watches Yan Yu and Kong Guang observe them with rapt attention. Muki is amused by this foolish move. The woman steps forward and Ange confirms her name. He asked her where she hailed from and her age. Yao Ge shyly answers that she is from Fuzhou and that she was born on January 1. She is 18 years of age. Ange notes that her birthday is on the same date as his sister's. Is this girl Ange's long-lost sister? When he was young, Ange sneaked out with his sister. Trudging along, he asks his sister if sneaking out is a good idea. Their father ordered him to shoot 100 arrows per day and must not rest until he completes the task. His sister shush him, telling him that he can tell their father that it was his sister's idea to go out. With Ange being so obedient, their father would surely believe him. Ange stares at the girl as if bewitched. Had his sister survived through adulthood, this is how she would look like. Yao Ge felt awkward by how much Ange would stare. He tells her not to be afraid. Before he could finish what he wanted to say, his wrist was grabbed by Mu Qi. Mu Qi excuses himself and Ange as they have urgent matters to attend to. Ange looks at him, unable to catch on. The look on Mu Qi's face clearly spells trouble for Ange. Heading out, Mu Qi drags Ange with him. Ange observes that Mu Qi has been doing just fine, but his mood suddenly changes. Yan Yu turns to Kong Guang worried that they made the crown prince mad, and asks what they should do. Kong Guang did not expect Mu Qi to be so sentimental, more like extremely jealous and possessive, but it should not be an issue. They still have a chance as long as Yao Ge can find another opportunity to be with them. Outside the banquet hall, Mu Qi continues to drag Ange along. Ange asks him what made him so mad, and is worried that walking out of the banquet will fuel more rumors to spark. When Mu Qi finally lets him go, he complains that Ange is acting too casually with the maid. Ange's big eyes stare at him until Mu Qi can't take it anymore. When he tries to elicit a response from Ange, his beloved giggles. Ange accuses him of being jealous. Mu Qi denies this but explains that he's never seen Ange take an interest in anyone before, and it made him mad. Ange touches Mu Qi's face and confirms that Mu Qi's birthday is on the 10th of September, and that he was born in Yi country. Ange proving that he is interested enough to know Mu Qi's birthday. Mu Qi confirms that Ange is correct. Ange explains that his interest in Yao Ge is due to her resemblance to his sister, and it makes him nostalgic. He reasons that even if he's a narcissist, there's no way that he would fall in love with someone who looks like him. Mu Qi blushes. Is this the first time we see him blush? He tells Ange that he should still keep his distance from her as he's already spoken for. It is Ange's turn to blush as he asks who said that he's taken. Ange dumbly thinks that he has no bride. Mu Qi teases him that Ange remembers his name well because he intends to marry Mu Qi. In ancient China, a marriage match is also determined by the couple's date of birth and place of origin. He also tells him that his heart belongs to Ange, therefore there is no question that they are destined for each other. Ange points out that Mu Qi is the crown prince of Yi country, and everyone knows when his birth date is. Mu Qi cuts off Ange's prattling by kissing him. Mu Qi promises that when they return to Yi country, he shall tell his father that he only belongs to Ange. Ange complains that Mu Qi should not be so reckless as he is the crown prince. Mu Qi promises that he shall force his parents to agree. A scenario forms in Ange's mind, and he feels like an evil concubine who led the prince astray. Mu Qi asks him which direction his imagination took. Ange puffs out his cheeks, telling Mu Qi that he got scared first. Mu Qi kisses the top of Ange's head, promising to never let him down. On the next day, Ange sits in his reading room pondering what Mu Qi meant the day before. Mu Qi has been acting mysteriously. Getting his parents to accept his relationship with Ange is nearly impossible. Ange's musing is interrupted by a maid who enters his reading room. Ange recognizes her right away as Yao Ge and asks what she is doing in his chambers. She tells him that the crown prince sent her to serve Ange. Ange asks if she meant Mu Qi. Ange thinks that his beloved crown prince probably sent her to make Ange happy. Mu Qi steps out of the shadows and apologizes to Ange for dragging him out of the banquet. He asks if Ange likes this present and if this is enough to make up for what he did. Ange cautiously asks if his words would be taken against him. He asks if Mu Qi will get jealous if Ange answers that he likes the present. Mu Qi tells Ange that he trusts him. In response, Ange tells him that they should return to the Yi capital. Mu Qi did not expect this answer. Ange rushes towards him and gives him a hug. Ange tells him that he misses their home, spreading his arms wide to hug him. This gesture is touching for Mu Qi. He kisses the top of Ange's head. Ange turns to the other person in the room. Yao Ge watches them quietly. Ange separates himself from Mu Qi and walks towards Yao Ge. Ange hands a pouch filled with money to Yao Ge. He tells her that he will instruct Yan Yu to release her from her services. Muki watches the interaction, baffled. Ange turns to Muki, telling him that he only needed Muki by his side. In turn, he also wants to make Muki happy. Muki basks in his beautiful smile, telling him that it shall happen, as long as it is Ange's wish. Yaoge grits her teeth in anger. She draws attention to herself, telling Ange that she belongs to Ange as she is a gift. She begs not to be kicked out. Ange tells her that he is not firing her, but rather, he is setting her free. He tells her that instead of going back to her hometown, Yan, you can find a good family that she can marry into. Amidst her tears, Muki explains that Ange does not intend to be cruel to her and will find a good place for her. He then asks her what seems to be the matter. Yaoge has no choice. She cannot fail. She remembers when Kong Guan gave her the order. She was told that should she fail, there will be consequences. Something related to the schemes of the Za. Maybe her family was found doing illegal things. Yaoge begs Ange to keep her. She does not wish to marry anyone. She only wants to serve Ange. Ange does not understand why she's adamant about serving him. Most maids wish to finally get out of the palace and build their own family. He wonders why Yaoge is so afraid of leaving. Ange is baffled why Yaoge would act like this. He asks her if there is something she wants to tell him. Dread sinks Yaoge's stomach at the thought of being found out. She raises her head and vehemently denies Ange's suspicions. She tells him that she admires him so much that she desperately wants to stay with him. Ange is skeptical, but does not know what to do. Muki intervenes, advising him to keep Yaoge for now. Ange hesitates, but Yaoge cheers in delight and prostrates on the floor in gratitude. Muki tells Ange that he understands that Yaoge probably does not wish to tie herself to anyone at a young age. Someday, they will find a good match for her. Muki thinks that it is better to keep her close rather than be in the dark when she puts her schemes into action. Muki is a fan of keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Ange heeds Muki's advice, but he does not miss Muki's unusual action. Muki orders Yaoge to rise and that she will serve Ange alongside you. She cheerfully agrees. Yaoge smiles to herself, thinking that the crown prince probably finds her attractive and would soon fall on her lap as long as she gets a chance to be alone with him. She can finally put her master's plans into action. Muki and Ange arrive at the Yi Country Palace after a few days of travel. High-ranking eunuchs would greet them upon their return. One of them appears to be holding back tears. Was he too happy to see them return safe and sound? Muki asks the eunuch what made the eunuch teary, then proceeds to order him to prepare hot water for their bath. The eunuch responds that he's feeling teary-eyed due to the information he has to relay to Muki. When Muki asks what it is, the eunuch takes piles of missives out of nowhere and tells Muki that he needs to review these memorials as ordered by the emperor. If I were him, I'd be prostrating myself in front of Muki. Ange snickers at Muki's situation and tells him that he'll be the one to first take a bath so that Muki can start working. Muki grabs him by the shoulder, telling Ange that they are one unit now and they shall suffer together. He guilt-trips Ange into helping him with the missives. Dragging a protesting Ange, Muki orders the servants to bring them food to his study as it's going to be a long night for him and Ange. Ange struggles in his grasp, throwing a tantrum. Run. Ange, run. The maids started fangirling at the lovey-dovey sight while Yaoge looked on. Those maids are the first Fujoshis. She turns to one of the maids and asks why the crown prince refuses to have the servants attend to him or let Ange catch his breath after a long journey. The maid recognizes her as the girl who came from Yunle and tells her that the crown prince has always been independent and likes to keep Ange close to him. Yaoge graciously smiles at her, happy that she's able to get much information. Ange and Muki spend every day together. They work together, stroll the garden together, and even eat together. Yaoge can't get a chance to be alone with Muki as the two are inseparable. She may never get a chance if she does not take action. One day, she finally got her chance. Muki stands in front of his bedroom door with you listening in rapt attention to his orders. Muki orders you to prepare some light congee for Ange and serve it to him when he wakes. After making sure that you understood his orders, Muki left the hall all by himself. Yaoge does not waste this opportunity. Muki sits alone in his study while going through the missives. He hears someone enter the study. He notices that the newcomer is wearing light purple robes. Without looking up, Muki assumes that the newcomer is Ange. He teases him for being able to wake up so early, and that Muki was not able to tire him out the night before. He grabs Ange by the waist, maneuvering him to sit on his lap. When he looks at his beloved's face, his features turn to shock at seeing that the person sitting on his lap is not Ange. It is none other than Yaoge. Muki angrily stands up, making Yaoge fall harshly to the floor. He demands to know who set Yao Ge to seduce him. I guess her plans are not going in the direction she wants. Yao Ge slumps on the floor, an image of innocence. She directs her wide doe eyes at Mu Qi, begging for his forgiveness. She tells him that she came to serve Mu Qi, and that she does not understand why he's angry at her. Mu Qi can't contain his anger and asks Yao Ge if she thinks he's stupid. From the study's entrance, Ange makes an appearance asking Mu Qi what's happening. That is perfect timing. Yao Ge thinks that she must change her strategy. It's no use seducing Mu Qi as he's loyal to a fault, so she must find a way to come between them instead. She crawls towards Ange and kneels in front of him. She tells him that she does not know what she did wrong and begs for her life to be spared. Mu Qi angrily calls out her BS. Mu Qi worries that Ange might get an idea about what's really going on. When Ange finds out about Yao Ge's tricks, then it is only a matter of time before he finds out about what happened to Ting. Yao Ge insists that she came to serve Mu Qi when she sees that there are no other servants to assist him in the room. She implies that Mu Qi did something nefarious to her as she cries pitifully in front of Ange. Mu Qi can't believe the words she's spouting. Ange knows that Mu Qi would never do anything untoward to his servants. He also observes that Yao Ge willingly entered a room, dressed similarly to Ange, where she would be alone with the crown prince. I'm glad Ange is level-headed enough to objectively assess the situation. Ange looks at her sternly, telling her that Mu Qi does not randomly punish anyone. He tells her that she will not get punished as long as she does not do anything wrong. Ange is a better person than me. She tries to protest, but words escape her. Ange cuts off her excuses and tells her to change her clothes and not to be a disgrace to Yunli. Ouch. That stings. She deserves it, though. Clenching her teeth, she obeys and leaves the room. Mu Qi turns to Ange and tries to defend himself. He wanted Ange to know that the situation is not what it seems. Ange giggles and then teases him for expanding his fan club. Not only do the girls from Yi Country fancy him, but another girl from Yunli joins the club. Ange looks at Ange in bafflement and asks if Ange is mad at him. Ange tells him that he's not the jealous type. It will be a bloodbath if he fights every girl who wants to have a chance with Mu Qi. Ange's answer does not make Mu Qi happy. In fact, it made him feel insecure. For Mu Qi, loving someone can make you wallow in jealousy, which makes him fear losing the one he loves. Ange not being angry makes Mu Qi feel that he does not care. Mu Qi raises Ange's chin so that their eyes meet. Mu Qi tells Ange that he's good at handling Mu Qi. He must feel so secure knowing that Mu Qi is all his. Ange blushes as he turns away, denying Mu Qi's words. He tells Mu Qi that he's not keeping him captive. Mu Qi leans down to nuzzle his face on Ange's head. He tells Ange that he only has to say the word and Mu Qi is all his. Ange places his head on Mu Qi's shoulder. In his heart, he knows that he feels the same for Mu Qi. Suddenly, Ange's world is turned upside down as Mu Qi pushes him down on the desk, his eyes greedy. Ange sits alone in his bedroom. The tranquility of the place is interrupted by a soft voice telling him that snacks were made specially for him courtesy of the crown prince who wants Ange to enjoy the treats. Ange coldly tells her to set the tray down, and she immediately obeys. Ange lectures her for her previous mistake. He tells her that the study is off-limits unless the crown prince calls for her. She must not disturb the crown prince as the study is where he works on important missives. He reminds her that she must have learned it on her first day in Yi Country. She did, but she conveniently forgot. She tries to appeal to Ange's kindness and tells him that she only did it as she wanted to help Ange, who seemed uneasy. She denies breaking any rules. Ange points out that she was wearing Ange's clothes. She kneels on the floor, telling Ange that she only did it so that she does not disturb the crown prince. Yeah, right? She begs him not to get the wrong idea. Ange's face clearly shows his disbelief. When Ange pulls at the arm that she's been clutching, she tells Ange that she is willing to prove her innocence by taking her own life. She runs towards the door, which makes Ange stand up abruptly to run after her. Ange grabs her hand, asking her what she wants to do. If she tries to take her life one more time, Ange's reputation will be tarnished. She looks back at him, denying that she intends to bring him trouble. Ange tells her that it may not be her intention, but she did it anyway. Ange knows that she's just manipulating him, knowing that Ange will not let her take her own life, before she can come up with an excuse. Ange tells her to go to the Office of Punishment and suffer her penalty. He warns her to never play tricks on Ange ever again. If she does it again, Ange will not be as lenient. Good job at dealing with her, Ange. I hope she stops with her plans. The moment she's been found out, she bows her head in obedience. Later that day, Ange went to the garden to unwind. He lets out a deep sigh as you pours him a cup of tea. You asks if the sigh was caused by Yao Ge. Ange admits that it is indeed due to her. Yao Ge may look a lot like his sister, but their morals are far too different. He remembers what he and Mu Qi talked about in the study after Yao Ge attempts to seduce Mu Qi. Mu Qi tells him that he's leaving the decision on what to do to her up to Ange. Ange tries to get out of it. As Mu Qi is the master of the palace, it should be up to him to dispose of servants. However, Mu Qi does not see it that way. He wants to give Ange a semblance of power. Since he can find Ange in this small area called a palace, then he should at least give Ange the power to decide on his servant's faith. It's good that Mu Qi is trying to balance the power between them. Ange returns to the present as he tells you that what happened with Yao Ge unsettled Mu Qi. It was the first time that he saw him uneasy. Mu Qi was worried that Ange would misunderstand the situation due to what Yao Ge would say to him. Yu scratches his head, telling Ange that the crown prince must be uneasy because he loves Ange so much. Ange looks at him earnestly. He believes that in a relationship, the power wielded between them should be balanced. Ange does not want Mu Qi to tiptoe around him. He wanted Mu Qi to know that he felt the same for him. Then tell him. Looking at you, Ange seeks his understanding. Yu shares his 2 cents and tells Ange that he should copy what the crown prince has been doing. He must show him in action how he feels so that Mu Qi will understand him. That is good advice. This is why I love you. Ange ponders on Yu's advice. Before he can think of ways to express how he feels, Yu exclaims in delight, telling Ange that he has an idea. Conspiratorially, Yu whispers to Ange that he should take the lead in their bedroom sessions, just like what Mu Qi does for him. Ange finds this suggestion scandalous. Trust you to come up with the best ideas. Ange blushes as he asks if Yu's plan would work. Yu raises his fist in conviction like the cheerleader he is and assures Ange that it would definitely work. He gave it his seal of approval and told Ange that it always worked in the romance books he read. Wait up, not the best reference. You know that those are fiction, right? But go on. Sounding like the world's best relationship coach, Yu tells him that when faced with the one you love, you want him to be all yours. You want his inside and his outside. What? The crown prince will definitely understand. Again, Yu gave it his seal of approval. Ange tries to envision how taking the lead will go. He imagines laying Mu Qi down on the bed, assuring him that he'd be gentle. Wait up. So that's what they meant by taking the lead. He was suggesting that Ange should top. Why is this too funny for me? Ange finds the idea far too appealing. He slams his hands on the desk, excited to put their plan into action. I'm praying for Mu Qi's lovely behind. Later that day, Ange enthusiastically welcomes Mu Qi home. He helps him with his cloak and offers to serve him dinner. Mu Qi is pleased to be on the receiving end of Ange's pampering and asks him if he has something planned. Ange tells him that he's just rewarding him for working so hard and that he's talking nonsense. Mu Qi apologized for assuming and held Ange's hand. Ange takes his seat and tells Mu Qi that he deserves this reward. His work piled up when he accompanied Ange to Yunla, and Ange wanted to thank him. Picking up a piece of sausage, Ange puts the piece in Mu Qi's bowl, taking the lead in serving him. Mu Qi finds Ange's actions to be suspicious. He takes a bite of the food Ange served him. When Ange asks if he likes the food, Mu Qi leans close to him, praising the food as it was Ange who served it to him. Ange chastises him for being too sweet. Ange thinks back to earlier that day. Before dinner, Ji Xiang gave Ange a forbidden drug he stole. Disbelieving, Ji Xiang asks Ange if he really wants to go through it. What the hell, Ange? Now, you plan to drug Mu Qi. Why does this couple always take things a step too far? Ange smiles happily upon receiving the drug, telling Ji Xiang to relax. He tells him that he only wanted to surprise Mu Qi. He has no intention of poisoning him. There are so many ways this plan could go wrong. Don't go around drumming people. Back to the present. Ange asks him how he's feeling, and if he wants to go to bed early. Ange recalls Ji Xiang telling him that the drug's effects are immediate. Mu Qi should be feeling the effects now. Mu Qi sways in his seat and he grabs his head to alleviate the dizziness. He admits to feeling dizzy. Finally, he slumps on his seat, unconscious. Mischievously, Ange raises his hands together in delight. He orders Ji Xiang to get Mu Qi to bed. Looming over the sleeping Mu Qi, Ange gives himself a pep talk. With their situation reversed, Ange needs to gather his resolve and take the lead. Ange pulls at the blanket covering Mu Qi, as if reciting a line from a trashy romance novel. Ange mischievously repeats the lines Muki once said when Ange was under his mercy. He tells Muki that he's about to start. He does not say no, then his silence means yes. Before Ange could rejoice, Muki's baritone voice cuts through the silence of the room. Grabbing Ange by his waist, Muki finds out what Ange has been up to. Surprised, Ange finds himself underneath Muki. Ange screams upon realizing that Muki has been awake the whole time. Muki looms over him, thinking that Ange must have felt neglected because Muki has been busy with work. He tells Ange that it was indeed his fault. He leans down, showering Ange with kisses, while Ange protests, seeing that his nefarious plans were thwarted. Ange pushes Muki, allowing enough space between them so he can tell him what he wants. Muki kisses his hands, pointing out that Ange went as far as drugging him and putting him on the bed. He thinks that Ange wants him to take action. Ange denies this, telling Muki to lie down so that Ange could take the lead. Ange covers his mouth in embarrassment. Muki presses their foreheads together and calls Ange a silly thing. Muki thanks him for thinking about him and tells Ange that being on top is a tough job. Ange protests, telling Muki that he's not a fragile thing. He does not think being on top is a tough job at all and is confident that he can do it. I doubt it. In response, Muki silences him with his lips. Behind the curtains, Muki calls his name passionately, overjoyed that Ange cares for him. Meanwhile, the Empress calls for Yao Ge. Yao Ge bows before her, and the Empress orders her to raise her head so she can have a good look at her. She is astounded by how much Yao Ge resembles Ange. She heard of the rumors about a maid that Ange and Muki fought over. Now that she has a good look at the maid, she now understands why. She starts to interrogate the maid. She learns that Muki brought the maid from Yunlin and asks her if she knows Luo Ange. She asks the maid why Muki brought her specifically to Yi country. Yao Ge thinks of a way to take advantage of the Empress's confusion. As her plans to seduce the prince are not working and Ange is now wary of her, she needs to change her plans again so she can stay. She lies to the Empress, telling her that she does not know Luo Ange and that she never seen him before. She explained that the prince was happy with her service, which is why he brought her with him to Yi country. She turns on the waterworks and slumps on the ground, begging the Empress. She tells her that her resemblance to Ange caused a lot of gossip to run wild, and it angered Ange. She pretends to only want to take care of the crown prince. The Empress asks her if she really cares for Muki even if she is not given a title. Tearfully and with conviction, she tells her yes, and the Oscar goes to Yao Ge. This girl is far too good at acting. The next day, Ange sits in the garden to think about where he went wrong and how the plan went in a different direction. He berates himself for being foolish for listening to Yu's suggestion. Sadly, Yu's seal of approval does not guarantee results. Also, what kind of romance books has you been reading? Ange feels like a lug under Muki's thumb. His quiet musings are interrupted by a soft voice. In front of him, Yao Ge is dressed splendidly with a unique following her. Ange reminds her that he sent her to the Department of Affairs to receive punishment, yet she disobeys again, dressed like a concubine. She bows graciously at Ange, telling him that she has the Empress to thank. Stunned, Ange does not understand how the Empress is involved. The eunuch clears up the confusion by explaining that the Empress gave Yao Ge the honor of being Muki's concubine. I can't believe she did this. After Ange and Muki show her mercy, she goes around and becomes a concubine. Ange shivers in anger, unable to form words. The audacity is enough to leave anyone speechless. A baritone voice cuts the silence, asking if the Queen Mother has ever discussed the matter of concubines with him. Muki walks closer to them and asks if the Queen approached him regarding taking in another concubine. Yao Ge bows respectfully at Muki, addressing him as her crown prince. Muki looks at her incredulously for addressing him so intimately. She tries to appeal to his kind heart, but the eunuch assisting her intervenes to defend the Queen's intentions. He tells Muki that the Queen is only concerned for his well-being and wants someone to care for him. She sees the goodness in Yao Ge, which prompts her decision. He seeks for the crown prince to accept the gift graciously. The Queen's blatant disregard for him does not go past Ange. She refuses to accept Ange as her son's lover. A dark cloud forms around Ange's mind as he feels sad about the Queen's rejection. She is aware that Muki will not accept any lover other than Ange. However, he must compromise, as having a male lover exclusively will not be a good look for Muki. Perspiration runs down the eunuch's face as he tells them the Queen's ultimatum. Should Muki reject Yao Ge, the Queen shall take it against Ange. Muki rages at the eunuch for uttering such words. Yao Ge kneels down, a vision of a virtuous woman admitting that all of it was her fault. She tells Muki that he should not be angry at the queen. As Yao Ge's features are similar to those of Ange, the queen chose her to be his concubine. She's keeping the fact that she lied to the queen to gain her favor. Muki raises his hand in anger, ready to strike her. A hand stops him. It is Ange who tells him that it will be disrespectful to the queen if Muki slaps the concubine she chose for him. It will not be a good look if Muki rejects a royal gift. Muki turns to Ange, asking him if he's implying that he accepts Yao Ge as Muki's concubine. Yao Ge lets out a chuckle, unable to contain her glee. She tells them that she knows what needs to be done. She promises to not be in their way. Ange tells the eunuch that he is willing to take the punishment as long as the queen withdraws her decision to appoint Yao Ge as Muki's concubine. That's it. Ange, fight for your man. Ange can see through Yao Ge's sweet facade. He knows that Yao Ge has evil plans that will eventually cause harm to Muki. She tells the eunuch that Yao Ge once tried to seduce the crown prince and is up to no good. With tears streaming down her face, Yao Ge tries to be pitiful and tells Ange that he cannot say such things, as it is he who brought her to Yi country. Ange cuts her off. He turns his attention to Muki and holds his hand. Other than his concerns about Yao Ge's intentions, what bothers him most is sharing Muki with another person. The eunuch accepts their decision and promises to relay it to the queen. Muki tells the eunuch not to bother the queen further, as she's already too busy with the affairs in the palace. As Ange is part of the court, it will be up to Muki to present his case to the emperor, so that they can discuss the matter. He then calls for the guards to take Yao Ge to the dungeons for the crime of seducing him. He orders them to not let her go until he says so. Yao Ge is left speechless. She did not expect things to go this way. As the guards drag her away from the crown prince, she begs to be spared, appealing for his mercy. Muki grabs Ange's hand as he leads him away. Ange asks where they are going. Muki answers that he wants to see his emperor and receive his blessing. He does not want anyone to separate him from Ange. Ange is stunned by his answers. Finally coming back to his senses, he smiles at Muki and happily agrees. Whatever may come their way, they shall face it hand in hand. The emperor sits on the golden throne. Muki approaches the mighty emperor with Ange beside him and respectfully greets his father. Curious about what made his son come to meet him at such short notice, he asks Muki what he wants. Before Muki could tell the emperor the reason for his visit, the second prince, Muchi, interrupted him with an urgent report. He demands to have Luo Ange removed from his position as sub-director. To the crown prince, he accuses Ange of being a male seducer, who intends to lead the crown prince astray. He proposes that Ange be punished by death for such a heinous crime. Muki scolds the second prince for spouting nonsense. Ange observes that the second prince must have anticipated their arrival, as he has been awaiting the moment to foil Muki's plan to talk to the emperor. Observing Ange's face, he comments that the queen must have chosen Yao Ge due to her similarities to Ange. He tells them that he knows that his concerns will fall on deaf ears, but his brother is clearly enchanted by Ange. He admits that he heard about what happened in the Eastern Palace that morning. The crown prince even dared to reject the queen's goodwill. Muki smiles and points out that the second prince is too well informed to know something that happened only recently. He sarcastically tells the second prince that he should learn from him. The second prince panics. He realizes that Muki knows that he has spies in the Eastern Palace. I guess the words learning from you can also be interpreted as Muki threatening him to dig up dirt on him, just like what the second prince did to Muki. Worried that the emperor might catch on that he's been spying on his brother, Muchi tells the emperor that he's only parroting the gossip he heard in the palace. He expresses his worry that his brother is being fooled. While he does not want to offend him, he feels that the gossip should be addressed. As Ange is the former emperor of Yunma, he suspects that Ange has been seducing his brother with nefarious intentions. He seeks to have the emperor understand his concern for his brother. Ange was taken aback by the accusations and had no words to defend himself with. The emperor orders them to stop their squabbling and to be more mindful of their station. He turns his attention to Ange and asks him what he has to say about the accusations directed at him. Ange tells the emperor that rumors can be misconstrued as facts, and they should take rumors with a grain of salt. He pointed out that the second prince must have been confused by the rumors, as he has not visited the palace in so many years. He quells the emperor's anger by assuring him that none of the accusations are true. The second prince tries to protest. The emperor asks if Ange is also denying having an intimate relationship with the crown prince. Ange respectfully addresses the emperor and admits that he adores Mu Qi and that his intentions are pure. He bore no ill will for the prince, and no such thing as seduction or deception has transpired. That's debatable. Mu Qi is touched to hear Ange declare their relationship to the emperor. He is finally assured that Ange feels the same way towards him. The emperor angrily slams his hand on the seat beside him. He finds the thought of his son having an affair with another man unacceptable. Ange insists that their love is pure. He tells the emperor that they have come to seek the emperor's blessing. Ange wants to receive the emperor's permission to stay by Mu Qi's side. The emperor does not want to hear their request. He chastises Ange. He tells Ange that he should lead Mu Qi to the correct path, not lead him astray. To even have the audacity to seek his permission is ridiculous. The emperor orders the guard to arrest Ange for the crime of seducing the crown prince. He will be locked away to await execution. Mu Qi stands between Ange and the guards, preventing them from arresting his beloved. The second prince decides to add fuel to the fire. He asks Mu Qi if he too wants to disobey the emperor. Mu Qi kneels down in front of the emperor and reminds him that he once told Mu Qi that his words carry weight. Mu Qi tells the emperor that he promised to share this life and the next with Ange. He tells the emperor that if Ange were to be punished, then he wants to be punished as well. The emperor is further angered as he views Mu Qi's action as a challenge. Mu Qi assures him that he is not bluffing. The emperor turns to Ange and asks him if he does not fear death. Ange kneels down beside Mu Qi and confidently tells the emperor that he does not care about what will happen. He only wants to stay by Mu Qi's side. The conviction in their words stuns the emperor. The emperor remembers that many years ago, his own brother tried to steal the throne from him. His brother, Prince Rong, attacked his palace, intending to end his life. Their royal father was ill, and his brother wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of everyone who stood in his way to power. He told his wife to hide among the crowd and to be quiet. His wife smiled at him indulgently, telling him that she would never leave his side. They would be together in life and death. Finally, reinforcements arrived, and they were saved. He thinks that his wife made a lot of effort to separate Mu Qi and Ange, not realizing that their love is as strong, if not stronger, than what she had with her emperor husband. He turns to his second son, ordering him to leave. The second prince tries to protest, but his father is firm with his order. He has no choice but to obey. The emperor orders the two to rise from their kneeling positions. He tells them that he is wise enough to know what is right. The two rise to their feet in relief. The emperor asks Ange if he is willing to let go of his title as Emperor of Yunmil to pursue his relationship with Mu Qi. Stepping down from his position to become the conqueror's lover will give him a bad name in the history books. Ange tells the emperor that his only dream is for his country to thrive, so that his people can live bountifully and in peace. Mu Qi made it happen. Therefore, he wants to dedicate his life to Mu Qi. Mu Qi tells his father that the only one he's ever loved is Ange. Holding Ange's hand, Mu Qi begs for the emperor's permission. With a sigh, the emperor tells them to never forget their promise. It is said that true love is hard to come by within the royal family. The two must persevere to face all the challenges that will come. Mu Qi's face lights up, asking the emperor if he is giving them his blessing. The emperor agrees, but he has one condition. Mu Qi should never accept concubines, and he should produce an heir to the throne, a son. How is he going to do that if Mu Qi is not going to have concubines? This is a good example of unrealistic expectations from Asian parents. The emperor drives home the importance of producing heirs in the royal family for the sake of their people. He side-eyes Ange, knowing that he knows better than to object. Ange understands the emperor's condition. Out of the blue, Mu Qi tells them that the matter of having heirs is not a problem, as he already has a son who recently turned 4. The emperor and Ange are shocked to hear this, and they look at Mu Qi incredulously. I'm shocked, too. Where did the kid come from? The emperor thinks that Mu Qi is lying. Eager to call his bluff, the emperor asks Mu Qi when he fathered a son. Mu Qi asks the emperor if he has forgotten. During an inspection in Jiangnan 4 years ago, Mu Qi had an affair with a woman and impregnated her. Their union produced a son, looking at Mu Qi incredulously. Ange clenches his fist as he realizes that it happened before he met Mu Qi. Mu Qi tells the emperor that the child came to his palace with Mu Qi's token not long ago. The mother passed away due to illness, leaving the child alone. Was he not aware of the child, or did he leave her alone without child support? Muki has been hiding the identity of the child and has kept him in his palace. The emperor cannot believe his ears. Yeah, that is a lot to take in one day. First, he finds out that his heir is gay. Next, he finds out he has a grandson he does not know about. The emperor is flabbergasted. He cautions Muki not to defile their lineage by bringing in some random child so that he can trick him. Muki confidently tells him that the child is indeed his. He assures his emperor father that once he meets the child, he will see for himself that the child is Muki's. He is even happy to prove it quickly by arranging a meet and greet between his son and his emperor father. True to his words, Muki orders a servant to bring him his son. After an hour, a child enters the throne room, accompanied by a unique. Muki addresses the child by the name of Feng, gently coaxing him to meet his royal grandpa. The child's small hand reaches for Muki's and clings to him. With a cute stutter, he greets his emperor grandpa. The emperor is shocked to see that the child bears a striking resemblance to Muki. The similarity is uncanny. Muki looked just like this child when they were around the same age. Ange tries to smile, but all that he can muster is a sad grimace. He's upset that Muki never mentioned this child before. The emperor demands to know if the woman who gave birth to the child is clean, and if Muki has investigated the child's ancestry. Muki pats the child's head while assuring his father that he did his due diligence. He even dares his father to run a test to prove that the child is his. The emperor's suspicion eases, and he calls for his servant to bring him a silver needle and water. I did not know that ancient times had a way of determining a child's paternity. At the mention of a needle, the child shakes in fear, and Muki patiently assures the child. When the needle is brought, the child tries to struggle as Muki draws a tiny drop of blood from him. Meanwhile, Muki coos at him and assures the child that it will only take a second. 2 droplets of blood fall into the waiting bowl of water. They waited in bated breath, and finally, the blood fused together. The eunuch gleefully congratulated the emperor for having a grandson. The emperor exclaims in delight and announces that he will make the child's identity public and is eager to set a date for a ceremony. Muki thanks his father. The emperor tells Muki that he will not come between him and Ange. However, the child's mother deserves to have a title. Muki assures him that he knows what needs to be done. Meanwhile, Ange slumps in betrayal and disbelief. He figured out that Muki had planned to use the child all along. Muki was aware that he had a son, yet he never mentioned it to Ange. Meanwhile, the emperor gleefully greets his grandson and pats him indulgently on the head. The emperor would be a wonderful grandpa. The emperor pats Muki on the shoulder, assuring him that he won't interfere in his private affairs. As part of the royal family, privacy is a luxury that is hard to come by, but the emperor is willing to indulge Muki. His only request is for Muki to solve the problem he caused with the courtiers and to not let him down. Muki confidently assures him that he will do things right. Moving on to the topic of the concubines, the emperor wants Muki to mend his relationship with his queen mother, as she only wants what's best for Muki. The emperor does not want the queen to be hurt over a trivial matter. Muki readily agrees. With so many revelations within a day, the emperor feels his energy waning and orders Muki to leave. Muki respectfully bids him farewell. Grabbing Ange's hand, Muki exits the throne room with his son. Ange is still upset and breaks free of Muki's grasp. He excuses himself respectfully. Muki lets him go, but he knows that something is wrong. In the Eastern Palace's dining hall, Ange and Feng sit at the table. Feng happily munches on some food, while Ange watches him. He stands to the side, waiting to assist them. Unbeknownst to the child, the air around Ange is tense. Feng suddenly turns to Ange, inviting him to eat a piece of cookie. Ange takes the cookie, to the child's delight, and thanks him. The child proudly tells him that his mother always taught him to share the good things. Ange realized that the child's mother must be a good woman, and it's no wonder that Muki took a fancy to her. The child tugs at Ange's sleeve, asking Ange if he does not like him. Poor kid. Ange assures the child that there's no reason for anyone to dislike him as he is such a sweetheart. He asks the child what his name is. The child is for him. Ange connects the family name to the name Muki and introduces himself as Mofeng. It is the name his mother chose and usually uses when in disguise. Muki must have used the alias multiple times. Muki met the woman before meeting Ange in Yunlei. Ange wonders if Muki fell out of love with the woman and quickly moved on to Ange. He worries that the same thing may happen to them, and Muki will quickly fall out of love with him. Sensing the change in his mood, the child touches his face and tells him not to be sad. Ange smiles at the child and thanks him sweetly. Ange assures Feng that he is fine. Yu interjects that they should go back to Yunlei. The crown prince lied to Ange and must not be taking his relationship with Ange seriously. He assures Ange that there will be many more men willing to throw themselves at Ange's feet in Yunlei. A voice interrupts his tirade, accusing him of wanting to steal Ange away from him. Muki enters the dining hall and Yu quickly prostrates himself on the floor in apology. Muki tells him to leave and to take the child with him. Yu's in trouble. Ange assures Muki that Yu is all bark and did not mean what he said. The ravings of his servant do not concern Muki, and he quickly asks Ange what upsets him. They just received the emperor's blessings, yet Ange is sad. He wonders if it's all because of the child. Ange denies this and tells Muki that the child's arrival came at a convenient time. Very convenient, if you ask me. With the existence of an heir, the queen mother will stop nagging Muki to take in more concubines, and the pressure of having children will be off of Muki's back. This is the best scenario they could hope for. However, Ange's heart is not at ease. Ange believes that love is all about trust. Muki could have told Ange about the child and his plans, yet he lied to Ange, making Ange feel foolish. Muki assures Ange that he has only ever loved Ange. Shockingly, Muki admits that the kid is not his. So, whose kid is Feng? Muki reveals that Mo Feng is his sixth uncle's illegitimate son. His uncle traveled a lot and was a prolific playboy. Out of all his illegitimate children, Feng just happened to be the one who resembled Muki the most. So, he had his trusted friend, Chuan Huan, get the child for him. Ange can't believe his ears. The blood test proved that he was Muki's kid. Muki tells him that the blood test is not foolproof. It only takes a gash of alum mixed in the water to make the blood fuse together. He learned this trick from a warlock. Ange finds this piece of knowledge astonishing. The child looks so much like Muki that no one would refute that he is the father. Muki explains that he did go to Jianan when he was younger, but he never took a fancy to any woman. It was in Yunlei that we fell in love. He coyly asks Ange to take full responsibility for making him fall so deeply in love. Ange tells him that taking responsibility is what he's been doing all along. Muki teases that this promise is now set in stone, and should Ange break the promise, he will be considered a sinner. Ange assures him that he won't break the promise. It dawns on Ange that what Muki did was risky. Ange admonishes Muki for doing the trick in front of the emperor. Ange is worried that the second prince will soon uncover Muki's deception and expose them. When that happens, the emperor will be very angry. Muki books Ange's nose with his finger and teases him for worrying so much for him. Muki assures him that he's not afraid of any punishment. Ange slaps his hand away in irritation and tells him to take him seriously and not talk ominously. Wanting to appease his lover, Muki readily agrees. He explains that his uncle passed away the year before, and Feng no longer has any relatives on his mother's side. There is no way that the truth will ever come to light. The cruel figure of Muki, standing above a pile of corpses, plays in Ange's head, with sweat dripping on the side of his face. Ange asks Muki if he did something to Feng's family. Muki flicks Ange's forehead. The child is definitely an orphan, and Muki played no hand in it. The child's mother passed away due to illness, and the child's identity will forever remain a secret. With a sigh of relief, Ange finally believes him. Bringing their faces closer, Muki tells Ange that he took on the arduous task of finding a child who looks like him, yet Ange thinks that he murdered the child's family. He thinks that Ange's wild imagination should be punished. Ange defends himself, citing that Muki phrased it in a way that made him appear like a murderer. Not listening to Ange's flustered words, Muki places his lips on Ange's to silence him. Muki tells Ange that he is happy. He is pleased that Ange defended him to the emperor and for acting jealous over a woman he never met. With the emperor's blessing, no one will come between them. Ange startles at hearing someone call Muki's attention. He puts himself at an appropriate distance from Muki, while bowing his head shyly, unable to look at the servant. Muki turns to the servant, irritation lacing his voice. The servant bows in respect, reporting that Yao Ge went to the office of punishment, but they fear that they may get in trouble if they punish her. As a concubine selected by the queen, she has the queen on her side, and the people in the office of punishment fear the queen's retribution. They wanted the crown prince's final decision over the matter. Muki assures them that he has already sorted it out with the queen, and orders the servant to carry out the punishment. Ange is pleased by the turn of events. He thanks Muki, but Muki waves him off. Yao Ge reminds Ange of his older sister, who's always been kind to him. He regrets that he did not see his sister shortly before she passed away due to illness. His sister was sent to Yi country to marry the emperor. Muki's father, and Ange distinctly remembers that she was energetic and full of life. He asks Muki if he met his sister and wants to know how she fared before she passed away. I guess royal families tend to marry into each other's families a lot. Muki tells Ange that his sister, Lady Luo, was dazzling, polite, and elegant. The emperor favored her. However, as she was part of the imperial harem, Muki was unable to see her. The concubines are kept hidden in the harem, and apart from the emperor and queen, only the female servants and eunuchs can see them. For some reason, Muki looked uncomfortable as he answered Ange's question. A memory intrudes into Muki's mind. The image of a woman being dragged away surfaces in his memory, a memory that he would not dare share with Ange. Ange takes pity on his sister. She had to go against her nature for the country's sake. She was never a shut-in and would never enjoy being cooped up inside. He remembers that his sister asked him to go horse racing before she left for Yi country. Ange never thought that it would be the last time he saw her. As the journey between Yunma and Yi country is arduous and long, the body was cremated, and all that was left to mourn over were her ashes. Ange never saw her dead body. Tears threatened to fall from his eyes at the sad memory. Muki calls him by his nickname affectionately. He tells Ange that it is all in the past, and his sister would not want Ange to be sad. Ange agrees as he knows that his sister loves him dearly and would only want his happiness. She will be happy to know that Ange found the one he wanted to be with until he grows old. Muki hugs him affectionately and promises Ange and his sister that he will make Ange very happy. Ange is stunned by the declaration, but decides to accept it. Relief washes over him as he hugs the man he loves. Meanwhile, Muki feels unsettled. Internally, he apologizes to Ange while hoping that Ange will never find out what truly happened. Ange separates himself from Muki long enough to look into his eyes. He tells Muki that he wants to arrange a memorial ceremony for his sister and asks Muki if it is possible. Muki readily agrees. Ange then tells Muki that his sister once wrote to him that the palace she lives in is like an everlasting spring. Flowers bloom in her palace all the time. Muki kisses him to stop him from talking. He wants to quell his guilt. In his mind, the memory of Ange's sister's death haunts him. The vision of her body lies lifeless amidst the flowers she used to adore. Muki squeezes Ange's arms. When they part, Ange asks him why he suddenly kissed him. Muki teases him and tells him that he's only continuing from where they left off before the servant interrupted them. He asks Ange if they should continue. Ange protests while blushing. Ange tells him that doing this now is not a wise thing to do. Muki still needs to get in the good graces of the courtiers. Therefore, he should show restraint so that they will not have a bad opinion of him. Muki defends that the courtiers are already bad-mouthing him, so it wouldn't matter if they said more. Muki sneakily pulls down Ange's outer robe, making Ange blush and protest. A child's voice innocently asks them what they are doing. Feng waves at them from outside the window, asking if they are playing a new game that requires undressing each other and wants to join. No, that is not a game for kids. Muki lifts up his sleeve, scaring the kid for interrupting them. Feng startles in fear, and Ange kicks Muki from the back for bullying Feng. Seeing the comical sight of Muki, Ange sweats, not wanting to know if he should laugh or take pity on him. Muki lets out a hiss of irritation and whines to Ange for kicking him. Serves you right. Ange shouts at Muki to get dressed as he fears that they are not setting a good example for Feng. Realizing that shouting at Muki is also not a good example of a rational adult, Ange coughs to compose himself. He tells Feng that he and Muki were simply talking about adult stuff. As the weather is too hot, Muki decides to shed his outer robe, which is why he looks disheveled. Feng does not think that's what happened. He wonders if the two caught a cold. Ange is at a loss for how to answer the child and decides to pick him up. so that he can come in from the window. Mu-Ki put on his clothes while reprimanding the kid for coming back when he explicitly ordered the servants to send him away. A maid rushes towards them to apologize for losing sight of the child and begs to not be punished. Mu-Ki lets the matter go and just tells her to take the child with her. However, Ange has other plans. He tells the maid to leave and decides to keep the child with her. He tells Mu-Ki that the day's events must have been harder for the child, and he volunteers to look after him for the night. The child excitedly asks for his father's permission to stay with Ange and wants to have a sleepover with him. Mu-Ki is quick to reprimand the child, staking his claim on Ange. He's literally getting jealous over a child. The banter between father and son is cute, but Mu-Ki needs to grow up. He tells that child to find his own life partner. The child does not understand what Mu-Ki is raving about, and he tells them that he's afraid to sleep alone. Poor kiddo. Let him sleep with Ange, you dolt. Ange chastises Mu-Ki for being hard on the kid, seeing that Ange is genuinely upset with him. Mu-Ki starts to sweat bullets. Ange turns his back on Mu-Ki and tells him that he can sleep in his study for the night. He's sure that Mu-Ki will enjoy it, as he likes his studies far too much. Mu-Ki tries to protest, but his complaints fall on deaf ears. Feng waves at him in delight, thanking him for granting him permission. Mu-Ki clenches his fist, totally defeated by the son he claimed to be his. A few days later, a ceremony takes place in the main palace. The eunuch reads the emperor's edict. He is thankful to God for allowing him to become emperor at such a young age, and the only thing he has yet to achieve is to become a grandfather. Finally, he is blessed to meet his grandson, and is delighted to have this new addition to his family. Mu-Ki thanked his father for accepting his son. The second prince speaks out to protest. He tells the emperor that no one truly knows the boy's origin. He may look like the crown prince, but that does not automatically mean that they are related. The emperor tells him to shut up and asks him if he is challenging the emperor's decision. The second prince kneels down and explains that he simply does not want to have their family besmirched by some commoner's blood and ruin their blood's purity. He begs for his father to reconsider. The head of the courtiers interjects, siding with the second prince. They know little of the boy's mother, and he was born outside of the palace. They cannot allow him to be treated as a member of the royal family. It is not proper for the crown prince to have a child outside of the palace, and it may cause a precedent. The second prince is pleased by the turn of events. He realized that Mu-Ki did all this for Ange. This mistake is beneficial for him, as the courtiers will not allow a child out of wedlock to be in line for the throne. The attention directed at him makes Feng conscious. Ange comforts the child, assuring him that everything will be all right. Mu-Ki's plan has been beneficial for their relationship. However, a child coming out of nowhere is indeed suspicious. Ange realized that he needed to accuse the second prince of wanting to usurp the throne from Mu-Ki, so that the emperor would question the second prince's intention. This way, the second prince's attention will be on Ange. Before Ange can put his plan into action, Mu-Ki stops him and tells Ange to leave the matter to him. Mu-Ki gracefully admits that he has committed a grievous sin by having a son out of wedlock and seeks his father's punishment. He only wishes for the emperor to not take it on the child, as his son is innocent and was born by a respectable woman. The emperor sides with Mu-Ki. He is proud to hear his son admit to his fault. He orders Mu-Ki to be confined to the palace for a month. Although he is punishing his errant son, he still recognizes Feng as his grandson and does not want to hear any more protests against his decision. The second prince tries to object, but the emperor continues with his tirade. He is suspending the crown prince from participating in court affairs and will appoint the task of collecting taxes to the second prince. This decision appeases the second prince and the courtiers. When the emperor asks if there are any more objections, everyone bows down in thanks for his wise decision. Ange realizes that Mu-Ki is aware that the second prince will not take the matter lying down. Mu-Ki did not want Ange to face further criticism from the second prince and the courtiers. Mu-Ki decided to bear the punishment on his own. Mu-Ki knows how to pick his battles. He may have lost the important task of tax collection and was suspended from court affairs, but he got his son recognized as a future heir. On their way back home, Ange reflects on what happened with Mu-Ki. He's worried that since Mu-Ki will be out of court for a while, the second prince may take this chance to get the courtiers on his side. Mu-Ki appreciates that Ange is worried about him, but he wants Ange to take it easy. As he won't be busy for a while, he wants to take this opportunity to go on a trip, so that Ange can relax. He pokes Ange's head, making the former emperor wince. Ange chastises him for being too easygoing. The second prince is now in charge of taxes, which puts him at an advantage, yet all Muki can think of right now is to go on a trip. He tells Muki that the second prince might usurp his position as next in line to the throne. Muki tells Ange that the only thing important to him is making Ange happy. How sweet. Also, there's nothing he can do at the moment, as it is the emperor who made the decision. Ange pulls his hand away and expresses his guilt, knowing that Muki did it all for him. Muki boops his nose, bringing Ange out of his self-deprecating thoughts. He tells Ange that he needs to stop worrying too much and not blame himself. He tells Ange that the task of collecting taxes is not a walk in the park. The second prince is not talented enough to take on the task, and all he knows to do is flatter people. He and Ange should take this chance to go on a vacation and come back once the second prince admits defeat. Ange has no choice but to agree, knowing that Muki must have already planned the trip. Muki is always one step ahead. This guy must have aced the adversity quotient test. He can quickly bounce back from adversities, and he's got a backup plan for everything. Ange thinks that Muki must be right and that he might be worrying unnecessarily. Muki asks the servant if everything has been prepared for the trip. The servant respectfully informs him that they repaired the hot spring so that the crown prince and the subdirector can enjoy it to the fullest. Muki is pleased to hear this and tells the servant that those who do a good job will be rewarded. Muki has high expectations for this trip. He envisions enjoying the hot spring while naked with Ange. His dirty mind concocts scenarios on how he can get it on with his beloved. However, his perverted fantasies are dashed by the arrival of his beloved and his dear son pouncing on him. Muki has to learn how to be very sneaky with the kid around. Muki turns to Ange in irritation and asks him why he brought the kid with him. Ange rubs the boy's head affectionately and tells Muki that there's no way that they can leave a child behind. It's a family trip after all. The child asks his father that he's not allowed to come with them. Feeling bad for the child, but still extremely irritated, Muki tells the child that he could come. The child excitedly thanks Ange and hugs him, which irritates Muki some more. Since you adopted him, you need to get your act straight and be his father. The carriage rolls without a hitch across the forest. The rattling sound lulls Feng to sleep. Ange lets the child sleep on his lap and comments that the child must have been too excited to sleep last night after Ange told him about the trip. Muki brings up a matter he wants to talk about with Ange while the boy sleeps. He looms over Ange, their faces too close. He asks Ange if he is aware of how much effort Muki put in to prepare for this trip. Ange knows what Muki is implying. He wants a reward for all his efforts. Ange asks him if he's crazy, as there is a child sleeping next to them. Muki assures him that the child sleeps like a log. As long as Ange does not make too much noise, the child will not wake up. Not convinced, Ange tries to protest, but does not have enough will to stop Muki. After 2 hours, Feng wakes up and is surprised to see the adults in their disheveled state. Ange looks flustered, while his father looks smug. He asks Ange if they are playing the Undercurrents game again, and wants to play. No. That is so wrong on so many levels. Muki throws his arm around Ange's shoulder and tells the child that it is a game that only adults can play. Once he's grown, he can play it with his playmates. Ange reprimands Muki for teasing the child. Muki pretends to be innocent and tells Ange that he is merely educating his son, who keeps on thinking about playing the Undercurrents game. That's because he sees you playing a lot, like father, like son. Unable to take his perverted excuses, Ange throws a large pillow at him, knocking him out. They arrive at clearing, surrounded by pink cherry blossom trees. Feng quickly jumps off the carriage and runs around happily. He shouts back to Ange how much he loves this beautiful place. Ange tells the child not to run around too much, and Ange will take him out to play at a later time. Ange turns to Muki and tells him that he will take a walk with the child in the garden. He also tells Muki to take care of the luggage and clean up the room where they will be staying. The guards should be allowed to rest after doing a good job of escorting them. Muki agrees to Ange's request, his face still looking smug. This irritates Ange and leads the boy away from his father. Muki notices that Ange has been growing temperamental, but Muki can only blame himself for spoiling Ange. In the garden, Feng gleefully catches a butterfly in his hand and shows it to Ange. Ange praises him, agreeing that the butterfly is beautiful. Emboldened, Feng tells Ange that he will catch more butterflies for him. The child runs off to catch butterflies, and Ange turns to a nearby guard to ask if Muki has finished cleaning up the place. The guard tells Ange that the crown prince received a report from the palace regarding tax collections, and Muki is working on it in the study. Ange realizes that Muki cares about the job, but is simply not showing it so that Ange will not worry. In the study, Muki reads the report with his eyebrows scrunched together. He hears Ange enter the room to ask him if something is wrong. Muki explains that the report came from his men, stationed to spy on the second prince. He tells Ange not to worry and to rest. He promises to join him once he's done. Ange wants to help Muki relax, too. He invites Muki to come to the hot spring with him. When he's finished, Muki's heart stops at the invitation, and he quickly rises from his seat. He leans over Ange, excited at the prospect of being alone with Ange in the hot spring. Ange tells him that he is only doing his duty as subdirector. It's part of his job description to care for Muki's physical health. The hot spring will do wonders for his stress level. Muki smiles at him teasingly. He teases Ange, implying that Ange is interested in his body, having had enough of his teasing. Ange throws a tantrum, asking Muki if he's coming or not. Muki tells him that he can't refuse an invitation from Ange. Ange blushes deeply at Muki's words. Yet again, Muki's perverted fantasies are dashed, as little Feng accompanies them to the hot spring. To protect the child's innocent eyes, they went to the hot spring modestly dressed. In their inner layers, Muki asks harshly why the child is with them, which scares Feng a little. Ange tells Muki that now that Feng is Muki's son, he should come with them. This is the child's first time in the hot spring, and he is still at that age that requires adult supervision. Muki cannot refute this and can only watch as Ange leads his son to the hot spring. Ange tells the boy that he will help him wash his hair. Feng smiles at Ange sweetly. Meanwhile, Muki seethes as his efforts are wasted. Ange treats the child better than him. He is envious of the attention that Ange is giving the boy. Ange puts shampoo on the boy's head and tells Muki that he can wash his own hair, as he's a grown man. Muki looks on dejectedly. Muki realized that Ange wanted to be hands-on in raising the child and would not allow the servants to take him away. Finally, Muki thinks of a way to get rid of the kid. He grabs his outer robe and walks away. Ange sees Muki leave and wonders if his jokes have gone a little too far. Feng asks Ange if his father is mad at him. The child consents that Muki does not like him. Taking pity on the child, Ange asks him why he would think that way. He tells the child that Muki was just busy. Muki is his father, and there's no way that he wouldn't dislike him. Feng explains that his father had been unhappy since he found out that he was coming to the hot spring with them. Muki really needs to step up. Before Ange could answer, they heard a mumbling sound from the dock. A rabbit sits on the dock, watching them. Feng swims to the edge of the spring to pet the animal. Muki shows up, explains that he found the rabbit in the garden, and asks Feng if he likes it. Feng happily tells Muki that he loves the rabbit and thanks his father for the gift. The gift made the child happy, and he realized that his father liked him enough to get him a rabbit. Poor kid. Maybe Muki will someday love this child as his own. Muki pats Feng on the head and tells him that there is also a female rabbit in the hole and it escaped. He challenged the boy to catch the female rabbit. The boy excitedly tells him that he will do it, waving goodbye. Feng runs off to catch the female rabbit and tells Ange to enjoy the hot spring with his father. Ange knows what Muki is up to and freezes as Muki turns to him with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Mission accomplished. With the boy gone, he gets to have Ange all to himself. Muki walks over to Ange and lifts his chin up. Finally, they are alone. Ange tells him that he never knew that Muki is good at distracting children. Muki counters that he honed the skill by consistently distracting his unhappy lover. He spent his days thinking of ways to lull his beloved until he mastered the skill. Ange shyly asks if he really is that finicky. Muki assures him that he's happy to do whatever would make Ange happy and kisses Ange on the lips. Before things could go any further, Feng comes back calling for Ange. Startled, Ange pulls Muki, making him fall into the hot water. Ange pushes him down, submerging him in the water and hiding him from the child's view. Ange just assassinated Muki. Just kidding. Ange climbs out of the hot spring while Muki tries to chastise him for almost drowning him. Ange approaches the child, asking him what happened. The child runs up to him, showing him his catch. He tells Ange that he caught the best-looking rabbit for Ange. What a sweet boy. Although that rabbit looks like it has seen the horrors of the world, Ange is touched by the cute gift and thanks Feng. He tells the boy that he is as cute as the rabbit. Feng hugs Ange while Muki watches the interaction between the two. Admitting defeat, Muki decides to let the matter of his almost assassination go, as he can never be truly angry at Ange. Squeezing the water out of his robe, Muki tells Ange that he and the boy have gotten very close. It's almost as if the child is Ange's biological son. Ange declares that he likes Feng very much and praises the child for being smart and sweet. Feng announces that he also likes Ange. Muki tells the child that Ange is his godfather, and he must call Ange father. Ange exclaims in disbelief while Feng is confused. They spent the rest of the day playing Go. Feng sits on his father's lap, not wanting to be away from the adults. Muki tells Ange that, had he known that the child would be too clingy, he would not even consider showing him off too early. Ange assures him that fatherhood is not easy. He tells Muki that since he made the decision to present him to the emperor as his son, he must take this opportunity to be the child's father and spend quality time with him. Muki agrees and comments that he must learn parenting skills from Ange. A eunuch enters the room, his voice loud enough to wake up the sleeping Feng. The eunuch announces that the emperor orders his immediate return to the palace. Muki asks him why, and the eunuch answers that the second prince was caught taking bribes, which made the emperor furious. The emperor is investigating the matter thoroughly. However, the second prince insists that the crown prince is framing him. The second prince is stupid enough to get caught and audacious enough to blame it on Muki. Muki sets down the child as he stands. He realized that the second prince must be getting desperate and ordered the eunuch to prepare their carriage. The eunuch obeys Muki's order to get the carriage ready and leaves. Ange grabs Muki's hand for support. He tells Muki that the second prince must have something up his sleeves if he is audacious enough to put the blame on Muki. He warns Muki to be careful. Muki assures Ange that he also has his own plans. In the royal palace, the emperor angrily throws the report at the second prince, disappointed that his son tried to fool him when he gave him the important job of collecting taxes. The second prince insists that he was framed. He tells his father they never accepted any bribes and that he tried to do his job well. The emperor points out that he signed his name on the account books and many lords are pointing their fingers at him. There's no way that these lords conspired against him. The second prince insists that tax collection was Muki's original task. Therefore, Muki must have conspired with the lords to frame him. The emperor does not believe his nonsense. The second prince bows down to the emperor and insists that he must have offended his brother too much, when his protests resulted in the crown prince's punishment. Muki denies this accusation. He tells them that he took his son to the palace's hot spring to reflect and relax. As the place is remote and he is surrounded by the emperor's royal guards, he won't be able to enact any revenge against the second prince. The second prince accuses Muki of purposely luring him into a trap. By doing so, he just admitted that he actually enacted the crime. The trap wouldn't be effective if he was not doing anything wrong. The emperor no longer wants to hear his nonsense. He is deeply disappointed that not only did his son accept bribes, but he also tried to frame his brother. The emperor orders a guard to take the second prince and bans him from participating in court affairs. This means that the second prince is unfit to handle state affairs. He will no longer have power. The second prince protests as the guards drag him away. The emperor pinches the bridge of his nose, telling Muki that he's too old for this. Muki assures him that he is still young and helps his father to his seat. He tells the emperor that, as long as he takes better care of himself and follows the doctor's advice, he will be able to live a long and fulfilling life. The emperor tells him that he knows his body best. As an emperor grows older, he becomes more suspicious. I guess the lies, deception, and greed will get to you, until you're at a point where you can't trust anyone. Maybe it's truly lonely at the top. The emperor refuses to be senile, like his predecessors, and believes that it is time to pass the throne to Muki. Muki kneels in front of his father in protest. The emperor has made up his mind and tells him that he chose a date for Muki's enthronement. The enthronement of the empress is held on the same day as the emperor's, and he wants to leave it up to Muki to convince the courtiers that Ange would make a great empress or to rule without one. This is the hardest task that the emperor has bestowed upon Muki. Muki respectfully accepts the role and thanks his father for trusting him. The second prince is not yet done. Even when he lost his chance at being emperor, he could not let Muki get away unharmed. He wants Muki to suffer. He goes to the Eastern Palace, seeking out Ange. Ange greets him cordially, but his scrunched eyebrows clearly show that he does not trust the second prince. The second prince mocks him for being a caged bird. He reminds Ange that he is an emperor, whose country was conquered by the very man he loves. Ange does not take his bait. He tells the second prince that he has more important matters to attend to than fight with him. He then calls for someone to escort the second prince out of the eastern palace. A eunuch heeds Ange's command, but before he can be escorted out, a second prince asks Ange if Muki is being honest with him. He shouts that if Muki truly cares for Ange, then he wouldn't harm Ange's sister. Ange is shocked to hear this. He turns to the second prince, asking him what nonsense he's spouting. His sister died of an illness. The second prince laughs mockingly, asking him if he even saw the body. He tells Ange that only the idiots from Yunlo would believe such lies. The second prince tells Ange that the emperor favored his sister when she entered the palace and soon became pregnant. She was then caught having an affair with one of the guards, and it made the emperor so furious that he ordered her execution. It was Muki who ended her life. Everyone knows about it, but no one dares to tell. Ange shuts him up. He knows that his sister is a well-educated woman and would not do anything shameful, like having an affair. He angrily calls for someone to get the second prince out of his sight. The second prince insists that whether she truly had an affair or was framed is not the issue. The person who would benefit from her demise is none other than Muki. He rushes toward Ange to comfort him. Ange tells him that the second prince came to rock the boat between him and Muki. The emperor must have punished him for his crimes, and he has come to cause trouble. Ange does not trust him at all. He accepts Ange's words. However, Ange does not look convinced by his own words. The seed of doubt has been planted. He tells you that he wants to take a walk alone. Luo Ange walks across the garden, his mind reeling from the sudden revelation. He does not trust the second prince. However, it is true that he did not see his sister's body. It was suspicious that she was cremated soon after her death. He suddenly remembers Muki's reaction when they were talking about his sister. Muki clearly wanted to avoid the topic when they were talking about her. His musings are interrupted by a voice reprimanding him. It is the fourth prince. The fourth prince came to air his grievances about Ange. The crown prince was grounded because of Ange, yet Ange dares to walk around the imperial garden rather than join Muki in the palace to reflect. Ange tries to defend himself, but hesitates. Ange decides that he can ask the fourth prince about his sister. The fourth prince shares the same mother as Muki and would not lie about what happened. Ange tells the fourth prince that Muki is now free to roam and is no longer confined in the palace. The fourth prince continues to reprimand him for roaming around too soon after being released. There's no winning against this guy. He then calls Ange heartless. Ange tells him that he never offended the fourth prince, and he does not understand why the fourth prince is so mad at him. He dares the fourth prince to say what his problem with Ange is. The fourth prince is about to say something, but decides against it. He tells Ange that he must always think about how kind Muki has been to Ange and to never betray him. Before he could leave, Ange stopped him. Ange tells him that his sister's birthday is today, and he wants to worship her in the place where she resides in Yi country. He asks the fourth prince to take him there. The fourth prince shakes him off, harshly pulling his hand away. Ange tells him that Lady Luo is his twin sister. The fourth prince chastises him for mentioning his sister in the palace. He tells Ange that the woman is shameless and does not deserve to be worshipped. He refuses to show Ange where she lived. Ange angrily quarrels with the fourth prince, daring him to cuss his sister again. Ange dares the fourth prince to repeat what he said. The fourth prince mocks him, saying that there's only one shameless lady, and it is Ange's sister. He tells Ange that his sister had an affair with one of the guards while pregnant. Ange grabs the fourth prince, intent on making him take back his words. His sister would never do such a shameless act. She's highly educated and does not deserve to be slandered. The fourth prince mocks him and asks who would do such a thing. She was caught red-handed and brought shame to the royal family. It is a sin to worship a shameless woman. Ange feels the world closing in on him as he denies what he is hearing. Muki comes home later in the day. He removes his cloak, and while he hands it over to the eunuch, he asks for Ange. The eunuch answers hesitatingly. He was told that the sub-director wanted to be left alone and went to the imperial garden. Muki asks what happened. The eunuch shakily tells him that the second prince came and made wild accusations about the death of Ange's sister. The eunuch kneels in front of Muki, berating himself for not stopping the second prince in time. Muki harshly asks him to repeat himself. The eunuch prostrates to the ground, begging for forgiveness. Muki hunches his shoulders in defeat. He leaves the shaking eunuch behind, intent on finding Ange. Arriving at an abandoned house, he finally finds Ange. Ange turns to him with a smile. Muki tells Ange that he heard what happened with the second prince that day. He explains that the second prince is just being resentful, because the emperor dismissed him from his position. Ange cannot trust the words of the second prince. Ange holds his hand. He tells Muki that they have been through a lot, and he can tell when Muki is lying. He won't believe another person's word over Muki's. Muki lets out a sigh of relief. However, he celebrated too soon. Ange assures him that he will not listen to other people, so he wants to hear it from Muki. He wants to know what really happened to his sister. He learned from the fourth prince that his sister had an affair and was poisoned. Ange wants to know if it is true. Muki did not answer. To Ange, his silence can only mean one thing. All that he heard about his sister is true. Ange cries to mourn his sister, and Muki comes closer to comfort him. Ange avoids his touch and asks Muki if he believes him. Muki answers with conviction that Ange is his most precious person and believes in him wholeheartedly. Ange tells him that he and his sister are twins and are very similar, even with their personalities. He does not believe that she could do something so shameless and be disloyal to the emperor. Ange shakes in anger as he tells Muki this. Muki steps closer to him, assuring him that he believes Ange. Ange cries as he demands an explanation of why Muki would end his sister's life and allow her to be slandered. Even in death, people are cursing her. Her soul will never be at peace. Guilt crosses Muki's face. Ange pushes him off of him. Ange remembers what the second prince said. His sister was pregnant when she was poisoned, and she was the emperor's favorite. Her child would threaten Muki's place as crown prince, so Muki shamed her. Ange knows that Muki is an arrogant person, but he never knew that Muki would resort to such dirty acts. The emperor is wise and would not replace the crown prince. There was also tension between the two kingdoms at the time. Ange's sister would not want to get in Muki's way. She is far too gentle. She won't even hold a grudge. Ange begs him for the truth. He wants to know who did such a cruel thing to his sister. Muki remembers his mother telling him to not worry about Lady Luo. She assures him that she will handle the matter herself. Muki's mind is in turmoil. The matter regarding Lady Luo includes a few people, and even his queen mother is involved. If he tells Ange, then he will surely. Ange takes a step back. He tells Muki that all he wants is the truth, increasingly agitated by Muki's silence. Ange asks him why he can't tell Ange when he obviously knows something. Muki answers that the topic is forbidden. It's been so long ago that no one can recount what happened very clearly. Even Muki can't tell what truly happened. Ange slaps his hand away. He tells Muki that he will find someone willing to tell him. He will investigate it on his own. Muki tries to stop him. He tells Ange that the emperor does not want to hear about Lady Luo and will be angry when he hears that Ange has been asking around about her. All Muki wants is more time. He will figure something out for Ange. Ange cries on his chest, telling him that he cannot let the matter go. His sister loves him the most, and he can't just let her go. Startled, Ange stops and raises his hand to his mouth. Blood seeps out from between his fingers. The stress of the day takes its toll on Ange, and he coughs up blood. Muki screams his name in despair. Muki takes Ange to their bedroom in the Eastern Palace so that a doctor can examine him. Asking the doctor how Ange is faring, the doctor kneels to report that the poison has not left Ange's body. Due to the stress, Ange is now unconscious, and the poison has reached his lungs. Before the doctor can announce that Ange's condition is not looking good, Muki tells him to stop. He orders the doctor to find the cure at all costs. The Imperial Hospital will shoulder the blame if something happens to Ange. The doctor begs him to be merciful and promises to do whatever he can to save Ange. However, if they do not know what poisoned Ange, then there's nothing they can do. Muki knows how to find out which poison was given to Ange. He orders his royal guard, Lan Feng, to deploy 20 soldiers to go to Yunle and arrest Kong Guan. Anyone who tries to stop them should be slain on the spot. After ordering Lan Feng to waste no time, he turns to Ange. He tells the sleeping Ange that he wanted to tell him about his brother and Kong Guan's betrayal, but a lot of things happened. Muki yearns to kiss his Xiao and leans down. Before their lips could touch, Ange woke up, pushing Muki off him. Ange asks him who he is and what he is doing in his room. Muki is stunned for a second. Ange looks around the room in confusion, realizing that this is not his room. He remembers having a drink with Moran, but now he does not know where he is or why he is in this place. Muki wonders why Ange would mention the alias he used when they met. An onslaught of memories rushes through Ange's mind, causing his head to hurt really badly. It's as if his head is being split in two. Muki asks him what's going on and tells him not to be scared. Ange pushes him off, not wanting a stranger to touch him. Calling for Moran, Muki realized that Ange remembered Moran, but not him. Muki asks Ange if he's drunk for not recognizing him. He tells Ange that he still has the love token that Ange gave him. He shows Ange the exquisite dice he made for Ange. Ange asks him if he is Moran. Muki eagerly tells him yes. With his hand shaking, Muki has to make a choice. He wanted Ange to forget what happened in the past few years. Ange grabs his face, pinching his cheeks with both hands, and asks him how he got so old overnight. Are we back to where they started? Muki observes Ange's symptoms and notices that they are the same as before. He concludes that it is due to the poison. He worries that Ange must be confused and panicking. He resorts to easing Ange's worries. He tells Ange that he did not grow old overnight. They have been together for the past 4 years. He says that Ange had an accident and hit his head the day before, resulting in his amnesia. At the mention of 4 years, Ange cannot believe that he lost 4 years of his memories. Muki tells him that he knows about Ange's real identity. When they met, Ange was the crown prince of Yunlei. Ange is astonished to hear that Muki knows it all. Muki tells him that they made a vow to be together forever and that there wouldn't be any secrets between them. Is he going to tell Ange everything? His words open up a floodgate of memories for Ange. However, he cannot piece together his memories, causing more confusion. He holds his head in pain, wondering why so many memories are assaulting him. He sees snippets of images, but can't make sense of them. Muki tells him not to force himself to remember. He assures Ange that he will be there for him and will tell him everything he needs to know. I wonder if he'll keep that promise. Muki asks the doctor if Ange's memory loss is due to the poison. The doctor agrees that the toxicity has reached his brain and is affecting his memories. However, the doctor assures him that Ange will be fine with enough care. Muki clarifies if Ange would regain all his memories. The doctor tells Muki that if they want to make Ange regain his memories, they need to come up with an antidote for the poison soon. Muki tells the doctor to prescribe some tonics for Ange to relieve his headaches. The doctor promises to do his best. However, the tonic can't help with his stress. Muki knows that what happened to his sister caused Ange's distress. Now that he has forgotten the sad memory, it is probably better for those memories to not resurface. The truth will make him suffer more. He orders everyone in his palace to never mention Lady Luo. Appropriate punishment will be given to anyone who defies the order. All of his servants agree in unison. Ange took his usual strolls in the garden when he started to feel better. Ji Xiang followed him around, reminding him to be careful. It was Muki who appointed him to take care of Luo Ange, referring to the crown prince as Moran. Ange tells Ji Xiang that Moran promised to take him to watch an opera that day. Ji Xiang looks at him with worry, but does not say a word. Ange tells Ji Xiang that he wants to meet Moran by the door. He should be home soon. From behind the gate, they can hear people talking. Someone is talking to the crown prince. The man insists that the crown prince must make a decision. The astronomers have chosen a date for his enthronement, and it will be at noon in 7 days. The emperor had already given his blessings, but wanted to hear the crown prince's input. Ange gestures for Ji Xiang to stay quiet. Listening in, they hear the crown prince answer that his enthronement is a public event and requires further planning. Therefore, it should be postponed for another month. The courtier protests, citing that they have everything they need. The only thing that's missing is an empress. He asks Muki if he is postponing his ascension because of Luo Ange. The courtier tells Muki that such a notion is ridiculous. Making a man a queen will not be well received by the court and the nation. The crown prince admonishes the courtiers, named Wang. Choosing a queen is his personal affair and should not be up to others. The courtier reminds him that nothing is private when it comes to the royal family. Their business is everyone's business, even the matter of choosing a wife. The courtier tells Muki that if he insists on making Ange his queen, he will lose the courtier's support. Muki tells him that if he's that disappointed, then he can retire. Ange is not aware of the struggles that the Crown Prince is facing by keeping Ange around. The Crown Prince is always by Ange's side when he returns and does not tell him anything. Realizing that there's nothing more to discuss, Muki turns his heel around and walks off. Wan tries to stop him, but Muki does not listen. When he enters the gate, the sight of Luo Ange's worry face greets him. Muki tells Ange that they're supposed to meet inside and asks what Ange is doing at the gate. Ange quickly walks towards Muki and jumps him. Ange then calls him a liar. Muki knows what Ange is worried about. He tells Ange that, as he's still recovering, he does not want to make Ange worry about such things. He asks Ange if it's the only thing he's upset about. Ange tells him that the more he hides Ange, the more people will target him. Ange wants everyone to know about their story. Once they hear about how they met, they will be touched and change their opinion about their relationship. That depends on what story Ange knows. The Crown Prince tells him that Ange is indeed right and has not thought about sharing their story. Ange tells him that if people continue to separate them, then he will. Ange hesitates, but the Crown Prince urges him to finish what he wants to say. Ange looks at the Crown Prince and tells him that he will take him to Yunlei. Yi country will be sorry, as they will lose their talented Crown Prince. Muki chuckles at Ange, touched that he would act this way for him. Humoring Ange, the Crown Prince tells him that he will wait for the day that Ange sweeps him away. I feel bad for Ange because he obviously doesn't know what happened, and I also feel bad for Muki because he knows the truth. Maybe at this point, part of him wants to live in that fantasy, where Ange and he can just run away to Yunlei. In the bowels of the Eastern Palace, the sound of footsteps echoes in the dank corridors. A guard escorts Muki as he makes his way to the criminal he needs to see. Kong Guang is situated on a wooden cross. He tells Muki that he is honored that 100 guards were deployed to capture him. Muki asks him if he's heard of the most common torture techniques. Kong Guang answers that it's no use to intimidate him. The poison he gave Luo Ange does not have a cure. In his anger, Muki orders a guard to make Kong Guang suffer. Kong Guang screams in pain. However, he continues to look at Muki smugly. He laughs as he tells Muki that the poison is called nepenthes. It will not end people's lives, however. It has no cure. It will make people forget all the bad memories. He mocks Muki, reminding him that it is what he wanted. Muki denies the accusation. Kong Guang tells Muki that he knows Luo Ange. They both know that Luo Ange will be ridden with guilt for letting his country get buried. Even if he promised to be with Muki, their love will eventually die and hatred will grow. What Kong Guang is offering him is a chance to rewrite their love story. This is messed up. Kong Guang tells Muki that as long as Muki keeps the secret, Ange will never find out what happened. Ange will be dependent on Muki and will love only him. Kong Guang tells him that Muki should thank him for this wonderful chance. The memory of Ange's devastated face fills Muki's mind. It was when Ange asked him why he ended his sister's life and allowed her to be slandered. Muki leaves the cage. He orders the guard to watch Kong Guang and continue to harm him until Ange gets better. When Muki returns to the Eastern Palace, a eunuch calls him, relieved to see him return. When asked what happened, the eunuch tells him that Luo Ange did not remember them when they greeted him that morning. Luo Ange kept murdering the Crown Prince's alias, and they did not know what to do. He begs the Crown Prince to see Ange. The pitter-patter of shoeless feet catches Muki's attention. Dressed only in his inner robes, Luo Ange runs to him, hugging his waist. He happily declares that he has finally found Mo Ran. It looks like Ange is regressing. It's like he's got Alzheimer's. It's scary. Muki lifts Ange up as the floor is too cold for Ange's naked feet. He asks Ange why he did not wear his shoes. Ange answered that he did not remember where his shoes were and could not find them. He reminds Muki that they agreed to visit the lake that day. Muki realizes that Ange keeps repeating the things they did when they were honest with each other. His memories are confused, and he remembers promises they made to each other 4 years ago. Ange excitedly tells him that they should go right away. He doesn't want to be late. Muki humors him and agrees, carrying Ange with him. Muki decides that it is better if Ange does not remember. I don't like where this is going. The Imperial Doctor introduces Dr. Wang to Muki. He is known for his expertise in curing poisons and has done extensive research regarding nepenthes. Nepenthes is the poison given to Ange. Dr. Wong greets the crown prince, but Muki got straight to the point. He wants to know if Dr. Wong can cure the Nepenthes poison. Dr. Wong explains that Nepenthes is made of 27 poisons. It is hard to make an antidote for Nepenthes because some of the ingredients are hard to obtain. However, Yi country has 17 of the herbs needed for the antidote, and with the crown prince's position, the herbs are at his disposal. As most of the ingredients are readily available, it would take Dr. Wong about 10 days to neutralize the poison. The unique hearing this rejoices at the thought that Luo Ange will be cured. However, Muki feels unsettled. Oh no. He remembers what Kong Guang said, that guy's words are poison. Don't listen to him. Luo Ange will only love Muki and will be dependent on him. Mockingly, he reminds Muki that it is exactly what he wants. Muki tells the doctor to create the antidote as soon as he can and get whatever herbs he needs from the Imperial Hospital. In Muki's study, Ange watches Muki read through the reports. Muki tells him to take a walk in the garden if he feels bored, promising Ange that he will catch up with him. Once he's done, Ange smiles at him, telling him that he's not bored at all. He just wants to be around Mo Ran. This answer surprises Muki. He puts down his pen and asks Ange if he's happy. He asks Ange if he is able to lose the bad memories. Would he want to gain the memories back? Ange is surprised by the question. He smiles at Muki, assuring him that he's happy because he gets to be with Muki. He's happy because he can see Muki whenever he wants. He no longer cares about the bad memories. Muki wants to keep Ange like this, happy and content, unbothered by any worries. He wants to protect Ange's happiness. He kisses this carefree Ange who does not need to know anything. What he does not know won't hurt him is Muki's new motto. Ange reads a manuscript, and a eunuch tells him that it is time to take his medicine. Ange looks at the eunuch oddly, but his face does not show recognition. Ange asks the eunuch who he is. The eunuch worriedly reminds him that his name is Ji Xiang. He tells Ange that it was Mo Ran who sent him. So, they all have to pretend that Muki's name is Mo Ran. Ange happily thanks him and takes his medicine obediently. Ji Xiang observes that Ange is losing his memory at a rapid pace. If he continues to lose his memory, he will be reduced to being a simpleton. Ji Xiang tells Ange to rest and places a blanket around him. Ji Xiang tells Ange that he needs to go back to the crown prince. Sleepily, Ange tells him to wake him up once Mo Ran gets home. Taking the bowl of medicine from Ange, Ji Xiang guides Ange to lie on the bed and promises to wake him once the crown prince is home. Ji Xiang goes to the crown prince to report. From outside the study, he can hear Dr. Wong telling the prince that the antidote for Nepenthes is complete. However, he can only make 2 pills for the limited amount of ingredients. Based on Luo Ange's symptoms, only 1 pill is enough to help him recover his memories. Ji Xiang peeks from the door, happy to hear that the subdirector can finally regain his memories now that an antidote is available. However, Muki asks Dr. Wong to make another prescription. He wants him to make a prescription that would ensure Ange's physical health, but one that does not neutralize the poison. The crown prince's order baffles Ji Xiang. Dr. Wong recovers quickly, despite the odd request, and tells the crown prince that although Nepenthes does not shorten people's lives, the poison will continue to harm Ange's mind, resulting in severe memory loss. If left untreated, the poison will get stronger, and even if he takes the antidote, it may be too late for him. Muki hardens his resolve and tells the good doctor to do as he's told. The doctor has no choice but to heed his request. Muki sets aside the antidote. He convinces himself that he's doing this for Ange. He wants to honor Ange's request to forget. He's not at full mental capacity to make that decision. You just want to keep him for yourself. Ji Xiang hides behind a pillar and waits for the crown prince to leave his study. Knowing that the crown prince does not intend to cure Luo Ange, Ji Xiang sneaks into Muki's study and takes the antidote. He owes a big debt to Luo Ange, and Ji Xiang wants to repay it. His good conscience will not allow Luo Ange's condition to deteriorate. Yes, Ji Xiang. Please help Ange. Muki tells Ange that he invited an opera troupe from Yunmo to perform for Ange. He promises to take Ange out after he takes his medicine. Ange looks at him happily, telling him that this is his first time to watch an opera from Yunle. Muki steals his resolve. Ange actually watched the opera a million times. Muki tells him that the flower drum opera is famous and Ange will surely like it. Ji Xiang realizes that Ange is unaware of what's truly happening and should not trust the crown prince. He takes out the antidote from his robe and pours it into the bowl. He can't allow Luo Ange to get worse. He needs to save him. Not all heroes wear capes. Some of them wear see-through hats and bathrobes. Muki tells Ji Xiang to give the medicine to him. He will help Ange take the medicine. Ange refuses to take the medicine. Muki tries to coax him by promising to take Ange out once he is better. Ange downs the bowl while Ji Xiang watches him in bated breath, hoping that Ange will get cured. Ange coughs, complaining about the medicine's bitter taste. Muki feeds him some sweets to counter the medicine's taste. He then asks Ange what it tastes like. Ange happily tells him that it is sweet, and Muki kisses him affectionately, tasting Ange's mouth. When they part, Muki teases that his lips are sweet. Ange blushes. Ji Xiang watches the two and decides to take his leave, even without prompting from the crown prince. He closes the door to give the couple their privacy. Deep down, he prays that he did the right thing. After several days, Luo Ange spends the day staring out the window. Ji Xiang approaches Ange, telling him that he will accompany him to the garden. Once again, Luo Ange does not seem to recognize him. Ji Xiang introduces himself, repeating the line where he tells him that it was Mo Ran who sent him. Ange answers the same way he does every day. Ji Xiang is worried. The medicine should have taken effect by now, and Ange should start to remember. He thinks that the dosage must not be enough. Ji Xiang sneaks back to Muki's study, and this time he is caught. He kneels in front of the crown prince, not knowing how he will explain himself. Muki passed the box to Dr. Wang and asked him to check the medicine inside the box. Dr. Wang confirms that one of the antidotes has been replaced. Muki turns angrily to Ji Xiang, and Ji Xiang explains that he couldn't watch idly as Luo Ange loses his brilliant mind. He is willing to take the punishment. Muki clarifies if Ange has been given the antidote. Muki remembers that Ange's case is not so serious and that one pill is enough to cure him. Ji Xiang tells him that Ange does not show any signs of getting better. Muki returns to their quarters and Ange happily greets him at the door. Ange hugs him sweetly and Muki tries to gauge if Ange remembers anything. Ange smiles at him, urging him to get changed. He tells Muki that they are late for the flower drum opera. Muki tells Ange that he can't go out with him for a while. Ange asks him why dejectedly. Muki pinches his nose and tells Ange that the emperor asked him to supervise the tax revenue and he needed to go immediately. He won't be back for a while. Ange answers that Muki has already settled the matter of tax revenue. This is when Ange realized that he had made a mistake. He turns away from Muki, realizing that it is all a test. Muki holds his hand. He now knows that Ange remembers everything. Ange's tears drop on Muki's finger. Muki lifts his face up and looks at Ange's crying face. He tells Ange that he is the one to blame. If Ange does not want to remember, then they can leave everything behind and carry on, as if Ange has forgotten about the sad memories. Ange admits that he does not know what to do. He can't bring himself to face Muki, but he can't also face himself. He can't clear his sister's name. He can only lie to Muki and to himself. Muki assures him that it is not true and that Ange is not at fault. Muki admits that he should have told Ange about his sister. He promises Ange that he no longer needs to worry about anything, and there will be no more tears. Several days passed. Luo Ange sits idly in the garden. Muki approaches him, telling him that he has a surprise for him. Ange tries to stop him. Ange tells Muki that he is about to be crowned emperor soon and should not do anything reckless. Until that day, they should not be seen together. There is no need for haste. Muki assures him that he knows what he is doing. He takes Luo Ange to a splendid-looking house in a nice neighborhood. Ange asks him where they are and what they are doing outside the palace. Muki tells him that there is someone he wants Ange to meet. They enter the opulent house, and Ange wonders who it is that Muki wants him to meet and why there is a need for all the suspense. From the house, a pair of dainty shoes step out. Muki tells him that the person he wants Ange to meet is here. In front of Ange is a beautiful woman, splendidly dressed. The woman looks exactly like Ange. It is Lady Luo, Ange's sister. She's alive. Muki lifts up Ange's chin. Despite all the secrecy and his suspicions, Ange decided to trust Muki. Ange tells him that it was not easy. Muki tells him that he never wanted to hide the truth from Ange, but the second prince has been spying on him and he cannot risk it. Lady Luo has been in hiding, and her life will be at risk if it gets out that she's still alive. Ange hugs Muki and is touched that Muki has been thinking about what would make Ange happy, even when they were not yet together. He thanks Muki for everything he did for him. Muki calls him silly. The lovey-dovey scene between the two is interrupted by Ange's sister. Ange looks at her with worry. She tells him that he can relax as she's already aware of his relationship with the crown prince. She asks him if he's sure about Muki. Ange tells her that he already made a decision even before he promised Muki that he would stay in Yi country with him. With conviction, Ange tells his sister that he wants to be with Muki. Even if no one accepts him as Muki's partner, Ange will stay. Lady Luo flicks Ange on the forehead, calling him her silly brother. Ange looks at his sister, who touches his face, telling him to follow his heart. She wants them to be truly happy. Ange assures her that he will be happy as long as he is with the one he loves. Muki promises to never make Ange sad. Ange lightens the mood by reprimanding Muki for talking to his sister casually. Lady Luo tells them that gentlemen always keep their promises, and she hopes that they will never forget the promises they made that day. She gives her blessing for their union. Muki thanks her for giving her approval and tells her that it is the best gift that they could receive. Ange agrees. On the way home, Ange happily watches the scenery. Muki asks him if he's truly happy. Ange thanks him, his eyes shining with unbridled happiness. He was worried that his sister would be angry about his decision and felt relieved that she approved. Muki tells him that the people who truly care about him want him to be happy. Muki can tell that Luo Ange's sister genuinely wants Ange to be happy. She gave her blessings to assure Ange. Finally, Ange understands. In a husky voice, Muki asks Ange if they should go home. Ange agrees. Finally, with Muki by his side, there is a place that Ange can truly call home. And they lived happily ever after. The end. So the moral of the story is that being an emperor is not for everyone. Some people only want love, and that's okay. The people who truly love us will understand and support us. Thank you for watching. See you on the next one.